7th, 2022, and we're going to get underway here at 9 o'clock in the morning. I did ask Supervisor Brandon to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Stand, please. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Board Clerk.
In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this board meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings are required for all attendees, regardless of vaccination status. The board chambers has a max capacity of 50 people with fourth floor lobby and CAO conference rooms as alternate viewing sites. Public is allowed in chambers with masks on at all times to provide public comment. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are physically present will be called first. Citizens who are not present and wish to provide remote public comment via Zoom may use the raise the hand feature on their computer or press *9 if participating by phone to enter the queue. The moderator will read the last 4 digits for phone-only participants in lieu of a name. Zoom webinar via your computer at https://zoom.us/j/98737385155 or by phone only at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 98737385155. Please note Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the Access Tuolumne live stream and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. Access Tuolumne County at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live or on Comcast Cable 8. Please note Granicus live streaming through the county website is currently unavailable. Important public notice pursuant to AB 361. Members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements: if you need SWIFT special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-5521.
All right, so just to give the board a heads up, we're going to do oral communications and then staff reports. And then before we move into consent calendar, I have an item that we need to bring before the board to vote on. It's basically an amendment to the agenda. We're going to potentially add an item. So with that being said, we'll start off with oral communications and staff, and then we'll go into staff reports. Sure. What's that? Sure. Go ahead.
Public comment is open for any items that are not currently listed on the agenda.
All right, so our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the agenda. The public comment time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker and applies, and no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Our board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time to make personal investment into our community. So at this time, we'll open it up to public comment.
Co-owner. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good.
Ready? All right, let's do it. And the Bulldog Monty Museo, the mascot, brings us good luck. I'm coming in front of you guys again today to say that cannabis needs to be put on the agenda. You guys have seen every single vote that's ever been done in this history of this county to be in favor of cannabis. You have a petition in front of you with 1,400 signatures showing the interest of people, which is 3% of the population, which is more than the people that showed up to vote. In any particular district. There's also going to be a lot of emails being sent to your guys' way very soon. And unfortunately, the next step after that is for us to start shutting down meetings like this again. Nobody wants that. You know, I was supposed to be on the agenda last April, and year before that, and things came up. COVID came up, obviously more important. COVID is dwindling down. I believe we're seeing the end of it. I think this Omicron is going to level out everybody's immunities, and it's going to be the blessing in disguise that everybody wants. And we are going to have to transition back to normal society, and we're going to need jobs to do it. And by far, the biggest, most popular drive of jobs in this county is cannabis. I'll remind you guys again, 129 job openings at the job fair, 93 people showed up. I have one opening at my store, 500 applications. Time to listen to your guys' constituents. It's been long enough. The deaf ear is now becoming an injustice. There's enough people that have expressed the need for this in this society, and for you guys to continue to ignore it, unacceptable. You guys are supposed to be representing the people that voted you into office, and I've represented those people with high numbers that you can clearly see of signatures of these people that are not under a false identity. They did their own name. This county is coming out of their shell, and they want these jobs. Administrator Riggs, I would love it if you could put me onto the agenda. I know I was supposed to be on there last April. I believe you were the one that told me that in particular. And it's been enough time. I think we need to re-put that onto the agenda and start to listen to the people of Tuolumne County. The unemployment rate here is unacceptable. It can be lowered. I can help lower that personally. The amount of jobs in this county are low, paying jobs, no medical, no benefits. I provide jobs with medical, with benefits, and high pay. This is a no-brainer, and you've heard from everybody, and unfortunately, like I say, I do not want to take away from government. Cannabis is not the most important thing in front of you guys. But at some point, I'm going to have to change my tactic because I know people in this county want it. I know the majority of people have voted here continuously, time and time again, to show you that. And you guys have ignored it. It's time to wake up. It's time to put it on that agenda. When you guys go on your retreat in February, #1 priority, cannabis. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. I hope you're all working on your marijuana book here. And Jaron, I hope you received your copy. I think you were not here the day that I gave these out. I'd like to read from page 280. Please share Johnny's story with your kids of all ages. Tell them the shortened version. Johnny Stack lived in Colorado and discovered marijuana at a high school party when he was 14. He started dabbing high THC marijuana, a very potent concentrated form, which triggered bizarre episodes of psychosis and delusional thinking. The FBI was after him. The world knew about him. The mob had it in for him. We are in on it, etc. His parents disenrolled him from his current university and admitted him to a mental hospital where he was stabilized with medications. He did recover until he used marijuana again. Eventually, even when he stopped dabbing, the psychosis did not go away and he developed full-blown schizophrenia. Then he was put on antipsychotics to control the delusion, but he didn't like how they made him feel because he was extremely intelligent. So he stopped taking them, a common problem with the disorder. When he died, he had given up marijuana and nicotine. He wasn't on drugs, he wasn't depressed. But because he wouldn't take the medications he needed, the paranoid delusions told him to stop the pain, so he jumped off a building. Johnny was fiercely loved, constantly cared for, and is desperately missed. Marijuana is a sneaky, insidious beast waiting to take the life of our young ones. Do not use it, preferably ever, but at least until your brain is formed in your mid to late 20s. Thank you.
Good morning. Regarding the first speaker, I couldn't be more diabolically opposed to what he said and his threats. As a longtime Tuolumne County resident since 1977, and a police officer for 15 years, I was nearly hit and killed by someone who was high on marijuana while directing traffic in the line of my job. When I called the highway patrol and we went over there and we went and arrested her, she was laughing and she had 2 jars of marijuana buds in the back of her car. Marijuana is absolutely a gateway drug, and you know what? So is alcohol. As a peace officer, I went to more places and heard of more spousal abuse of people drinking. So it's not really a matter of either or. Yeah, anybody who would want to argue with me would be right. Alcohol is just as bad. But we all know that the marijuana today is not the marijuana of the 1960s. And when we want to attract tourism to this county, we would like to say it's a vibrant community. Nowhere do you equate vibrancy with people, your public, your citizens, all high on drugs. Right now we're fighting fentanyl pouring across the border. We see homelessness problems. We didn't have that 20 years ago. Most of these people are suffering from drug addiction. And I know you've all heard of that movie, I think it's Saving Seattle, the explosion of homelessness. And we know that it's from the decision of Boise, and a circuit judge decided that we have homeless people rights. But you can't ignore the fact that marijuana is a gateway drug, and it does lead to a lot of other problems. I couldn't be more opposed to the first speaker. Thank you.
All right. I don't see anybody. There is? Oh, go ahead. Come.
Good morning. My name is Don Nessel, and thank you for the opportunity to present something. I have a study that I mentioned last time I was here from Brown University about the effects of masks on children. And I believe that there is no reason for children to be wearing masks. The idea that children are super spreaders that is being put out there was shared with me by a business owner last week, and he talked about children like they were rodents rather than they were children. The children, they're greatly affected by masks from health standpoints, mental standpoints, communicational standpoints. And I have brought a copy of the study, and I'll leave it with the board clerk.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other? Yep.
Good morning. My name is Ed Greer. My subject today is about how we have become so foolish as to ignore history and the warnings it provides to those of us who are smart enough to listen, learn, and consolidate the evidence. He who has not taken care to know the horrors of history are certainly doomed to repeat it. Too many of our generations of people today have been taught in our public schools and universities to hate our country and to tear it down, to be suspicious of one another, to call Caucasians white supremacists. We're returning to the dark ages of plantation owners salivating for more slaves. Many students of the past 3 or 4 generations have been taught how to think, have not been taught how to think, they've been taught what to think. And what they've been taught to think is to vilify, shame, threaten, destroy anyone who does not conform and comply to the state and its status quo. It's no accident that this has all worked out so perfectly well, falling right into the trap of this manipulated COVID-19. And now they want everyone scared out of their minds of the Omicron, a virus that is no scarier than the common cold. The whole world population of nearly 8 billion people have been reported less than 10 unconfirmed Omicron variant deaths. That's crazy. But the politicians and their water-carrying criminal fake news people continue to stir the pot of fear so that they can continue to find more reasons and justifications for the government to completely take over our country. If they can pull off another fake pandemic, small business and restaurants will be locked down again, while the Walmarts and Lowe's and giant corporations of America will continue their huge profit-making operations without even a hiccup. Mandated masks are a scientific joke, according to thousands of doctors and healthcare specialists around the world. The mandated mRNA vaccines are not a vaccine at all. They don't even work. They are a genome DNA altering drug designed to harm people. According to the science, these injections are dangerous to human consumption, with over 40,000 underreported deaths and over 1 million life-altering injuries worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room? All right, I do believe we have one on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, you're live with the board.
Morning. Good morning, Chairman Kirk and fellow supervisors. My name is Vanessa Barberis, and I'm here today on behalf of Cal Sierra Waste. I would just like to provide your board an update on the collection that was impacted by the storm that we experienced.
Yeah.
Over the past 2 weeks, and our drivers on the road.
Ms. Barberis?
Yes.
I apologize. We are having a hard time hearing you clearly. Can you start again so we can make sure we get your comment?
Is that any better there? Yeah?
Yes, clearer. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. So my name is Vanessa Barberis. I'm here today on behalf of Cal Sierra Waste Management. I wanted to provide your board an update on our waste and recycling collection that was impacted by the historic storm that we recently experienced. Over the past 2 weeks, we had our trucks and our drivers on the road providing service wherever safely accessible by our trucks. We've had to delay service to customers located in higher elevations of the city. The roads were not fully cleared, narrow, and have limited turnaround or pullover space. In those cases, we've sent out phone, email, text message service alerts, as well as emailed residents a transfer station voucher as an option to self-haul so they could safely travel to our transfer station. We're happy to report that last week we were able to recover 80% of all the homes that were carried over in the first week, and collected a total of 30 tons of extra bags that were set out. This week, we'll continue to make progress with only a small fraction of the roads that are inaccessible. And tomorrow, our team will provide a more detailed summary of our services to the Solid Waste Committee. In the meantime, we'd like to encourage residents to register their accounts on wm.com so that they can find all updated service information and ensure that we have their best contact information for these service alerts. Thank you for your time today and allowing me to provide that update.
Okay. All right, thank you, Vanessa. I think I got the gist of it. Maybe in the future, maybe there's a connection issue we could address. But thank you for calling in. Is there anybody else on Zoom? No, okay. All right, I'm going to close public comment then, and we're going to move on with staff reports.
Good morning. Christina Herrera, Public Health Program Supervisor. Because we don't have a formal COVID presentation for the board until February, we wanted to give you a brief situational update. We continue to see a very high case rate in Tuolumne County. As of yesterday's daily report, our case rate is 98.4 per 100,000 over our 14-day rolling average. We reported 323 total cases yesterday. 272 of those are community and 51 were SCC inmates. This is the highest case rate we have seen in Tuolumne County since the start of the pandemic. For reference, the case rate of 10 or higher was the threshold for purple tier during the blueprint for a safer economy. While we have not received any of our genomic sequencing results from later than mid-December, we can surmise that Omicron is spreading in the community due to the increasing and high prevalence of cases over the past week. Also, due to the high number of cases we are experiencing, we have reinstated our weekend and holiday shifts and are monitoring our staffing capacity and adjusting daily in order to reach as many people as we can for case investigation and contact tracing. We're currently working to reach those at highest risk, school-age children, and residents of congregate care facilities. While our staff is working as quickly as we can, due to the significant rise in cases, we are unable to reach everyone personally. Individuals who have provided an active cell phone number upon testing will receive a text from CalConnect called the Virtual Agent to input information about symptoms and close contacts and exposures. We ask those in the public to please respond to the Virtual Agent, as it will help us contain any potential outbreaks and reduce further transmission. Additionally, we are advising anyone that receives a positive result and does not hear from us to immediately self-isolate, respond to the Virtual Agent if you receive one, and reach out to anyone you had close contact with from 2 days before you tested or became symptomatic, so that your close contacts can quarantine and test themselves. Instructions for how to self-isolate and quarantine and support resources are available on our Tuolumne County Public Health website. If you are symptomatic, please stay home. If you're a parent and your child becomes symptomatic or tests positive on an at-home test, please keep your child home and contact the school and public health for further direction or testing support. The case rate is also impacting our healthcare system. As of yesterday afternoon, there were 10 Tuolumne County residents who were hospitalized with COVID. 9 are at Adventist Sonora and 1 is out of county. The increasing number of cases is also impacting our schools with both operational closures, which means there are not enough staff due to illness to safely run the schools, and public health closures, where the percent of persons and students in a class or a school is large enough to close to limit further spread. We are working very closely with our school partners, including Kathy Parker and all district superintendents, to navigate the current guidance as it pertains to K through 12 schools, and are providing support as we are able to, with the shared goal of keeping schools open as we are able to. An updated health officer order was issued yesterday, which allows modified quarantine according to the current CDPH and Cal OSHA guidelines. This allows people who are eligible to get a booster but have not done so to continue work as long as they have a negative test and are asymptomatic and wear a well-fitting mask. The test is required on day 1 and 5 of the modified quarantine. People who've received a booster are not required to quarantine under the current guidance, but should monitor for symptoms and wear a mask and get tested on day 5. We continue to emphasize that vaccination continues to be an effective strategy against getting sick, especially against severe illness, hospitalization, and death. We have, public health continues our in-house clinics, but we will begin to shift back into our mass vaccination clinic model. Our first mass vaccination clinic will take place on Saturday, January 22nd at the Motherlode Fairgrounds. If you can't make it to any of our clinics, our local pharmacies offer them for those seeking a vaccine or a booster. As always, you can make your appointment on myturn.ca.gov. And the period between initial series and a booster for both Pfizer and Moderna vaccines have been shortened to 5 months instead of the previous 6 months. And those 12-year-old and older are eligible to receive a booster. Due to the rise in testing and demand for testing, we have also reopened our second lane at the fairgrounds to accommodate the more appointments. Rapid tests are also available for families with school-age children through their schools, or they can also contact the Tuolumne County Office of Education. Some pharmacies sell rapid tests, but there are limited supply. We are also working with our community partners to offer testing kits at sites such as Area 12, ADCA, VMRC, Center for Nonviolent Community, and Lambert Center. We can continue to take steps to layer protective measures against COVID-19, get vaccinated, get boosted, wear a mask in public, keep your distance, and stay home if you're sick. We know that the pandemic continues to be challenging and that the rise in cases has affected many in our community. We thank the public for their patience as our office works through rapidly changing state guidance, and we thank our community partners who have volunteered to distribute test kits. We can keep each other safe by layering as many of these protective measures. And as always, you're welcome to call our COVID information line at 209-533-7440. Happy to address questions as I'm able to.
I do have one. So I just want a clarification, basically. It sounds like we still have Delta among us besides Omicron. And I wanted to know if public health has done any verification of that. It seems like the more serious cases tend to be the Delta variant still. And then the milder cases, like a cold, are the Omicron. But I wanted to know if you verified that, the public health.
We haven't received any genomic sequencing results since December, and those ones that we have received have been Delta. We anticipate the next batch of sequencing results to be Omicron, but as far as we know, we haven't gotten a sequencing result. But due to the rising cases, similar to what we've seen in other areas in South Africa and other places in California, we do think that it is still Omicron, but we'll confirm as soon as our sequencing results come in.
Okay, thank you.
Christina, I just had a quick comment I want to relay back. I know that Dr. Freeman won't be officially taking over her role for a little while. I read yesterday that it was reported there was going to be a change in how the data was reported regarding vaccination status for the community. I just wanted to say that I felt like that's something that should be a discussion of the board. I know that this very likely has different opinions on here, but a lot of people pay attention to that, and a lot of people really care. That's how they gauge, how successful we're being, how the efforts of public health are going. So if possible, I'd want to relay my hope that that discussion would eventually come back here for alternatives up to and including the old system or the new current system or somewhere in between.
Thank you. Yes, we have continued reporting of local vaccination status because we just have so many cases coming in, and we're trying to navigate and process those as quickly as we can. We also are navigating the changing definitions for what vaccination and up-to-date means. So as our EPI team and our case investigation teams are working closely with Dr. Surjenko and HHSA leadership on what limited data we have available and how to accurately report that, and we'll bring that back to the group for discussion as we navigate through that.
Thanks for the report,
Yeah.
Christina. Obviously we had a very large amount of cases, and so far, we're not seeing some of the more serious impacts, though our hospitalizations are definitely up. I do, want to encourage people when they do get tested to give that cell number. I know when I had an exposure sometime back, it was very proactive. I got texts, and it was a good system, to have, and I believe helps, the public health department as well. The testing center at the fairgrounds is running a bit behind. I know at our last board meeting, Dr. Surjenko indicated, perhaps a 48-hour turnaround. With the influx of cases, that's changing. I got tested last week on the 6th and didn't get results for 4 days. So it and that's an impact. People trying to figure out. We're kind of in a little bit of a wait and see mode here with the amount of cases. We'll see, if the hospitalizations change, whether or not we have any more fatalities. But thank you very much for keeping us updated.
Right? Okay. No, I don't, and I just want to remind the board during staff discussion, if it's on the agenda, we got to be really careful not to give direction, but it's okay to ask questions, but just remind no, don't ask questions.
You
No
can make
dialogue.
a very brief statement, very brief, but anything else needs to be on the agenda.
On the agenda,
So when you
okay.
engage in dialogue with staff, it's a Brown Act problem.
Sure.
Thank
So
you.
let's just be aware of that moving forward. So thank you for your time and for the update. All right.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Blossom Scottheim, Supervising Engineer with your Public Works Department. As I'm sure everyone knows, we broke ground on the intersection improvements to Parrott's Ferry and State Route 49 project at the Pedro Y yesterday. Project is going to be built in 4 stages, and each stage will have a slightly different traffic pattern. I know there were a lot of delays yesterday while the contractor got the lane shift set up, and we thank the public for their patience on this. It should run more smoothly for the remainder of stage 1. During Stage 1, Union Hill Road will be closed at Parrots Ferry Road. There will be no access. It will open back up to southbound traffic during Stage 2. If anyone has any questions, please call the Public Works Department at 209-533-5601. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jim McCargy, the Solid Waste Director. There were some technical difficulties, but that was Vanessa Barberis with Cal Sierra Waste Management. She was speaking to the service interruptions that have occurred in response to the storms we had and that have continued on. I have been provided those comments, so what I'd like to do is send the comments to the board clerk so that you have exactly what she said. Okay, and just one last thing. We will be discussing this at length at the Solid Waste Committee tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Great. Thank you for clarifying. We don't have any staff via Zoom, I assume. Okay. All right, we're going to close staff reports. Before we get on to the consent calendar and the rest of the calendar, one thing that there's two things. One, last week when we had the changing of the guard, when I became chair, we usually present the chair with a gift. The gift was floating somewhere, but arrived today in this very nice packaged bag. So thank you, Heather. So, you know, I wish we could have done this last week, but really, I'll just say this and then we'll move on. But last week I said, really, Ryan, you did an amazing job for this board. We're fresh. We're a new board. We're dealing with COVID. We're dealing with a lot of changes, and for you to handle the way you did last year, I really appreciate it. Like I said, there were times where I was glad I was not the chair because I was glad you were the chair. So I was able to look to you, also learn what to do, learn what things maybe not to do, but that's all part of us growing. And so this is a little gift. It could be a peanut cracker, it could be a head whacker, or it could just be a nice decoration on your desk. But we just want to present that to you today. There you go. Bada boom. So yeah, but you can't have that one up here while this
Well, thank you very much. Now I can defend myself.
No, you got to put that in the office.
Yes, well, thank you very much for your kind words and for this token of that time as chairman. I really appreciate it, and it was a great opportunity and a wonderful learning experience.
Absolutely. Cool.
Thank you.
Right on. Thank you. Okay, so I have to bring this before the board. There was something brought to my attention yesterday in Supervisor Half, basically regarding adding something to the agenda. So if we're going to add something to the agenda and we haven't had the time to post it, I have to bring it before the board. There has to be a 4/5 vote. So I guess, do you want to describe, or Heather, why don't you go ahead and describe what it is, and then we'll vote on it, and then.
Okay, I can do it.
Sure, just a quick summary of what it is, and we'll vote on it.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. I bring forward to you this morning an item of urgency. As you said, Chair, we were not able to do this before the posted agenda, so we're bringing it forward this morning. Tuolumne County experienced record Sierra snow during the winter storms that started December 23rd of 2021 and continued through the New Year's weekend. The chair, in his role as Director of Emergency Services, proclaimed a local state of emergency to exist yesterday on January 10th, related to the storms pursuant to Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 2.40.050 due to several agencies in Tuolumne County requesting assistance and notifying us of impacts related to damages caused by the storm. California Government Code Section 8630B requires the board then ratify that declaration within 7 days. Tuolumne County also requests the governor of the state of California proclaim a state of emergency and authorize financial assistance under the California Disaster Assistance Act or any other state funding and waive regulations that may hinder response and recovery efforts. Furthermore, our board requests assistance via the state of California to expedite access to any federal resources and any other appropriate federal disaster relief programs. As stated, we were notified yesterday morning by TUD about a number of damages, totaling maybe $80,000, $90,000. They're still getting through the snowpack to see some of those damages. We also heard from our local roads, Public Works, about some also eligible expenses, and we felt it was prudent. Yesterday, we had to do it yesterday. There is a 10-day window under state law, and thus why I'm bringing this urgency matter in front of you, your board this morning.
Sure. Go ahead.
Do we have to have
Well-
discussion, or I just was going to move to approve hearing this agenda item and putting it on the agenda for today?
Sure, so that was gonna be, what it would be is it would be labeled as number 14 to our agenda. And then what I was gonna do is bring it forward so that Dory could go to her office and do what she needs to do to get this submitted,
But
so.
do we have to vote that we want to put it
So
on the
yes,
agenda?
it'd be a four-fifths vote that we want to put it
So
on the agenda.
I'm moving.
Thank you. And you're second, and then we'll have a discussion?
Sure, I just, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So a first by Half, a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor?
Wait, I had discussion.
Discussion first.
Well, just to put it on the agenda.
Right. I had a comment about that.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. I just want to state that I think related to all the winter storm damage and everything, I understand the urgency for this. And this is not on this issue. I understand why this is coming up, really belated, but just for the public interest on that, we try very hard to make sure that everything is on the agenda ahead of time and as much time as possible. So this is, I think, a notable exception based on very recent conditions. So I appreciate putting this together on short notice, and in this case, I think this is a good thing to move forward with.
Cool. So first by Half, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor?
Do you need public comment?
Oh, do we? Yes. For those of you who don't know, I'm new at this, and I have a blue public comment reminder. So do we have any public comment? No public comment in the room. Any on Zoom? None on Zoom. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. First by Half, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes, any abstains? None. Okay, passes 5-0. So now we're gonna bring it forward. We're gonna get it done now. Is there any board comment on the item? Any in-depth conversation?
You see in your handout, there is the proclamation from yesterday, and then a second resolution that would ratify that proclamation. So the chair of the board serves as the Director, Office of Emergency Services, and has that authority to proclaim, and then the board then must ratify that, so.
So I would like to move that we go ahead and ratify what the chair signed as far as the declaration.
I'll second
Okay.
after public comment.
Any public comment? None on Zoom? Okay. Do you have any other board comments?
Just had one. I want to make sure, since this wasn't, I'm sure, able to be posted online, we do have printed copies, right?
Yes,
at the
printed
back,
copies in the
available
back, yes.
To the public, to anybody?
Yes,
Okay, thank
correct.
you.
Yeah, and I would just, so essentially all, what we're doing here is making our county and other agencies within the county eligible for funding through the
Correct.
state
Yes.
disaster ordinance.
And as discussed with Sierra Riggs, it will be open to all those agencies, so we will send an email out. There is a tight timeline that we will have to put information in what they call the initial damage estimate, or IDE, but all those agencies will be responsible for getting that information to us.
Okay. Great. So we have a first by Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And none opposed, so it passes 5-0. Thank you for bringing this.
Thank
and
you so
working
much
with our
for taking
agencies,
this
and
item.
Get it done, thank you. All right, and thank you, board, for understanding. Okay, so we're gonna move on with consent calendar, board clerk. And item number 4 was pulled, just for public's awareness.
And I turn the mic on. Item number 1, approving the minutes of the January 4, 2022 meeting. Item number 2, as the Air Pollution Control Board, approving Resolution 06-22, authorizing the district participation in the Carl Moyer Program for fiscal year 2021, 2022, year 24. Item number 3, approving the Tuolumne County Child Care Planning Council 2022 membership report. Item number 4 was pulled by staff. Item number 5, adopting subsequent resolution 07-22, making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency. Item number 6, adopting Resolution 08-22, authorizing the Public Works Director or her delegated designee to execute on behalf of the County of Tuolumne applications, agreements, and other documents required to receive funding for road, bridge, and transportation projects. Item number 7, approving the updated Injury and Illness Prevention Program. Item number 8, approving Supervisor Ryan Campbell to attend the annual National Association of Counties NACO Legislative Conference in Washington, D.C., February 12th through 16 in 2022 as Supervisor Daniel Anaya Kirk's alternate.
Okay, would any board member like to pull an item on the consent calendar? All right. Seeing none, is there any public comment? No public comment and nothing on Zoom. Okay. Excluding item number 4, looking for a motion.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a first by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right,
Aye.
motion.
Comment?
Public
Comment?
You like to comment?
He did
Sure.
public comment.
I did public comment.
Oh.
Yeah, it was so good, I didn't even have to pull this thing out.
Okay.
Okay, there's no public comment, so we had a first by Campbell, second by Half. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0, excluding item number 4, which was pulled. Okay, we're going to item 9, Board Clerk.
Item number 9, consideration of adopting Resolution 09-22, appointing Tammy Mariscal as Behavioral Health Director effective January 2nd, 2022, and authorize the county administrator to sign a cover letter announcing the appointment.
Good morning, Chairman, I was going to say Chairman Campbell, my goodness. Good morning, Chairman Kirk, members of the board, Ms. Creo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Unfortunately, Tammy experienced a COVID exposure, so out of abundance of caution, she's going to participate via Zoom. I'm honored to come before your board to recommend for your consideration the appointment of Tammy Mariscal as your Director of Behavioral Health. Tammy has dedicated over 3 decades of her career working in the behavioral health field, and almost half of this time working for Tuolumne County Behavioral Health. Tammy started her career in an entry-level behavioral health position, and because of her hard work, dedication, a learning heart, and her unwavering desire to make a positive impact in our community, Tammy was quickly recognized as a leader. Through this recognition, Tammy successfully advanced through a variety of leadership positions, allowing her to learn every nook and cranny of the behavioral health operations. On December 30th, Tammy participated in a grueling 3-panel interview process, answering almost 30 interview questions, and at the end of the day, all 3 panels unanimously recommended Tammy to be our next Behavioral Health Director. Tammy's proposed compensation package includes a salary range of $598, Step A, which equates to an annual salary of $137,416. I have had the distinct honor to work with Tammy during the past 2 years, and it is through this interaction that I come before your board to respectfully and emphatically request your board to adopt the resolution appointing Tammy Mariscal as the Behavioral Health Director to be effective January 2nd, 2022. Authorize the resolution to be sent to the California Department of Healthcare Services for final review and determination of Tammy's qualifications. And authorize our CAO, Tracy Riggs, to sign the cover letter announcing Tammy's appointment as a Director of Behavioral Health. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up to the board. Any comments? Start with Dave.
I am totally in support of this and really appreciate, Tammy, I see you've joined us now. Thank you so much for agreeing to take this on, first of all, because it's a huge task. And I have all the confidence in you, and I'm very glad to see this happen. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell?
Hey, Tammy. How's it going?
Thank you, Brian.
Super, I mean, you know how I feel about you. I have had the opportunity to work with you and see you, even years ago, you were a leader at behavioral health, and you've only gotten more experience and more abilities since then. And so I'm really excited that you're going to be guiding the ship. We really need someone like you at behavioral health. It's been, I'm really happy to see that we're able to have you in this position. Your sense of humor and your attention to detail, I think, are qualities that are going to serve you well. And I just hope you know you have my support. I think everybody's full support, and anything you need from us to make sure that we can provide services to some of our most vulnerable populations, we're here to help, and I know you're dedicated to that mission. So really happy to see you in that position.
Look to my left. Any comment?
yeah.
Supervisor Half?
Hi, Tammy.
Hello.
So, Tammy, you and I have known each other since 2007, I believe. Is that correct? I think it was about then.
That's correct.
Yeah, that we started working on behavioral health, and that's when I became familiar with all of your many qualities. And so I have no doubt that all three panels, or whoever it was that interviewed you, all chose you for the next director. You have proven over the years to be totally dedicated. I really especially appreciate you being forthright. You're very clear. You're a consummate professional. You always have been in whatever position you have held. And you're always willing. You're always willing to learn more and to take on more. And I can't tout your abilities enough. I just congratulate you and look forward to working more closely with you, and we'll love to see where you take our behavioral health group. So thank you.
Kind of nice, Tammy, even though you're tuned in remotely, I got a screen right here, so it's kind of like we're having a conversation right back and forth. So let's say, I mean, everybody on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board I'll be serving on again this year is very excited for your appointment. We know that behavioral health is incredibly important in our community. Issues related to drug abuse, we've seen what we've had with other types of abuse in the community, other types of psychiatric issues, and trying to get people the help that they need to live happy, prosperous lives. And there's some big challenges there, and I think this board has tried to take action to authorize the resources needed for behavioral health, but it does need a new vision. It needs fresh energy. And I have very high hopes that you are going to be the person to do that and really make this a high water year for behavioral health services in Tuolumne County. So I'm very excited for your appointment and looking forward to working with you.
All right, before I say anything, CAO Riggs would love to comment.
Good morning. Good morning, Tammy. Tammy and I worked together when the department first became a county department, and she was part of the team that I was on in bringing that on, making it sustainable, making it stable. Tammy's a perfect example of what we need in our community for behavior health. Not only does she have a passion for those they serve, there is no one who knows the structure of behavior health than Tammy Mariscal. I am so excited that she is doing this. She has my full trust and my respect. And I also am hoping that others are watching, because she's also a perfect example of working hard and working your way through an organization starting from the beginning. So those who are watching, Tammy's a perfect example and should be a great mentor. If you're wanting to move up and you're wanting to take on more and you want that challenge, here's our succession plan right here in place. And so, Tammy, I'm so excited, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in this role, and I know you will be just as amazing in that role as you've been in everything you've done with us over the last, 20 some odd years now for doing behavior health in Tuolumne County. So thank you so much.
All right, and my turn's
Thank you.
easy. My turn's easy because everybody's already said great things, but I did sit on that behavioral health committee for about a year or so, maybe it was 2. And my observation is that you're very articulate and you're also business-minded. So I think in the director role, you got to be able to kind of do both sides. And my observation is I think you're going to do great. And obviously, that's the sentiment of the board and the people who are recommending you. So with that being said, I am going to go to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? Sure.
Thank you. I'm glad for your appointment too, although I do not know you. And I just hope that the board or wherever the funding comes from recognizes how huge this is. I've been involved in the homeless camp, and one of the big reasons there's so many homeless is that they cleared out the mental health facilities and stopped providing those kind of services. So got to put your money where we need it. Thank you.
Any other public comment in the room? And I'm not seeing anything on Zoom. Oh, there is? Oh, there is. I hear a dog. Sounds cute.
Ms. Schmidt, please begin your comment whenever you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Schmidt. Good morning.
Okay. Thank you. Wow, I think we have a winner with Tammy Mariscal. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to approve Tammy Mariscal as the new director of our Behavioral Health Department. I believe Tammy will bring countless talents and skills to this position because of her many years of experience at the different levels of service inside the Behavioral Health Department. Welcome, Tammy, and as the Vice Chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, I look forward to working with you. Thank you for all your service to our county and our vulnerable population. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Anybody else on Zoom? Nope, okay. Tammy, would you like to say anything before we make a motion? And you don't have to, I'm not putting you on the spot. Oh, you're muted. One second.
Sorry, yeah, you're on mute. Please go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Yes, I would. Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, Board of Supervisor Chairman Kirk and members of the board. As you know, my name is Tammy Mariscal. I want to thank the board for your consideration of this appointment. I am proud to have been a part of the behavioral health team, and I'm humbled by this opportunity. There are several behavioral health leaders who greatly contributed to my early career, my passion for behavioral health, and my successes to date. I owe many thanks to some individuals, such as the late Margaret Wesley, Joyce Mallard, Thea Riddell, Jack Tannenbaum, and Misty Ambler, just to name a few. Through my working with these individuals, my passion for behavioral health grew, my leadership and professional skill sets were developed, and these individuals inspired me to try new things. They encouraged me to never give up, and they held me up when I felt I had lost my way. I want to thank my husband, Derek, and my daughter, Hayden, for being awesome people and for supporting me in my behavioral health work, even when my working late pushed back dinner to 7 p.m., which included a big bag of Taco Bell, or maybe even a couple hot dogs from 7-Eleven. Yes, that happened, and it was okay. To my work family, I am so grateful for each and every one of you. You each bring boundless value to the team. Thank you for showing up with your passion in tow and doing your very best each day. Know that I see you. I see your dedication to the individuals we serve, to each other, and to our community. Your dedication and resilience inspires me. It is my intention to continue to lead the department with compassion, integrity, and a focus toward the vision of enhancing the quality of life and behavioral health service experiences for our beneficiaries, employees, and community partners. I believe together we can create a happy, healthy, and safe community for all. With that, by the trust and support expressed by your board today, I am grateful and honored to accept the position of the Behavioral Health Director with great respect to the county, the role, and to the behavioral health team. Thank you for your time today.
Awesome. Well, I think we'll end it with your great speech, and we've already done public comment, so I'm going to look.
I'd like to move to adopt resolution, is it 9.22? 9-22, appointing Tammy Mariscal as the Behavioral Health Director effective January 2nd, 2022, and authorize the county administrator to sign a cover letter announcing this appointment.
I'll second.
All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Half, a second by Supervisor Brandon, and all those in favor, say aye.
Emphatically aye.
And no opposed and no abstain, so it passes 5-0. I'd say welcome aboard, but you're already aboard, but welcome to your new role, and looking forward to good things, Tammy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, I'm gonna look to my left and right. I wanted to do the 9:30 appointment and then take a break unless we need to take a 5-minute break. Okay, so we're gonna do a 5-minute break for setup, so we'll come back at, I'm looking at that clock, 10, what are we looking at, 10:02? 10:03? Sure, 10:03. Thank you. Meeting for January 11th, 2022. And what's that? Bang my gavel. There we go. Don't hit my phone though. I'll break my phone. Okay, so we are going to move on with item number, the 9:30 appointment, presentation and consideration of approving the Tuolumne County Local Child Care Needs Assessment. Hello and welcome.
Can you hear me now? Great. Good. Thank you. Okay, good morning to everyone here. And thank you to Heather for working with the IT. Oh, she's got to do something else here. Technology is wonderful, isn't it? My name is Suzanne Greenwood. I'm with the Local Child Care Planning Council, and I'd just like to thank you all for your time today. I know that you have busy agendas every single time, but I would hope that most of you would agree that this is an important topic that we want to share. And due to time constraints, this can't be a comprehensive report. As you probably all know, child care needs and family needs in our community are extremely complex. But please feel free to contact me with any questions or comments you have afterwards that we don't have time to cover today. So I do want to emphasize too that the data report, the state mandated data report that you all received in your emails as a forward from Heather, from me, is the one that I actually do need the approval on. If we have a few moments, I'm certainly happy to go through those, but I was hoping that this pretty graphic will be a little bit easier, more user-friendly way to address some of the key points that we'd like to make in that data report as well as in this presentation. So let me know if there's anything that you'd like to talk about afterwards. So this is our sorry, let me get used to this little mouse here. So this is our Child Care Needs Assessment from the Local Child Care Planning Council, which, just to clarify, the Child Care Planning Council is a state organization overall, and there's one in every county. And we hold the contract, we being under the umbrella of ISIS, Infant Child Enrichment Services. That's where it's housed. But the contract comes through the county superintendent of schools. So we've subcontracted that for almost 20 years now. So this, excuse me while I get used to this, I've got trying to get some community numbers here about childcare that I can speak to. I just want to address the fact that there has been a lot of talk in the last couple of years about how the COVID pandemic has caused a shortage in childcare. And I want to acknowledge that, yes, there has been a tremendous strain put on families and on the early childhood workforce for these past couple of years. But in our county, there has been a severe shortage of available, accessible, affordable childcare for many, many years. It's been going on for a long time. And while there were especially challenges, extra challenges, temporary challenges, especially at the beginning of the pandemic and still going on, overall, we had very few licensed childcare programs closed during the pandemic. And I'd like to give a shout out about that because they had the licensed programs, which is family childcare, center staff, preschool centers, the after-school programs and things. They had a lot, understandably, rightly so, new health and safety regulations and protocols put onto them, just as all the rest of us have. And they responded valiantly. And very, very few of them closed or lowered the amount of care that they were willing and able to share or to offer to families during the really incredible times of this pandemic. So, but within that fact, I also just wanted to emphasize that some of the programs did choose to care for less children than their license capacity allowed due to the COVID protocols because they had smaller child and adult ratios, or their enrollment was lower due to parents working from home or staggering their work schedules. We did some surveys, and the parents that were able to stagger their work schedules, if they had two parents or other adults in the home, or able to do remote work, a lot of families were able to do that, a lot were not. So pandemic or not, local families do struggle to find childcare in a licensed program. So I'm going to try to keep moving here a little bit. And you can see that even if close to half of our young children need childcare so that their parents or guardians can go to work or school, there's still a very small number of licensed slots. I wish I had time to go over these and talk about the changes that have happened, but not every child, of course, not every family that has young children uses childcare outside the family, but a lot need to. Make sure that I'm on the right spot here. So why is there so little licensed care? If you love children, the early care and education field is a very rewarding thing to be in on an intellectual and emotional level. I did it for many years when my children were young. But staff who work in preschool centers have college unit requirements, rightly so, but consistently low wages. And that's something that's been being talked about for many years, again, long before the pandemic. It's not a high income field to be a part of. You love children, and so you educate them and care for them, and that's what you do. It's not something you go into for the money. Family child care providers also are self-employed, which even means that even though there is a high need, it's not a guaranteed income like any other self-employed business. Anybody that has a self-employed business or has been in it before knows that there's no guarantees about it. So again, it's a very complex issue that I wish I had more time to say, to talk about, but I just want to give you an overview, like I say. So you may also ask, with so little licensed care available, where are all the rest of the children going then? Because there are a lot of children that do need care during the day. For the lucky families, they have a family member or a friend or a neighbor to care for their children. This population of caregivers, family, friend, neighbor, is really vital to the well-being of the children, not only in our community, but every community. I wish I had more time to talk about them. Those are the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles, the best friends, the neighbors that really make up an indefinable number of caregivers in our county and elsewhere. But for the purpose of this report, I only have time to talk about licensed care, but I do just want to make that point. And we are constantly working with that population and trying to provide the supports to them that they need, because they really do fill a lot of that need for families. So I'm going to go a little bit into the cost of care. And if you can see, I don't know how well you can see this graphic picture chart will be available to you also afterwards if you're not able to see it, or just to look at it more. But if you look at the costs mostly on the right, the average cost for childcare for a preschool and school-age child can be anywhere from $700 to $800 a month. That can be a quarter or more of a family's income, depending on where they fall on the median income guidelines. And I don't need to tell you, we have a lot of hardworking, low-income families in this county. So that the rate can go up even higher. For infant toddler care, it can be up to 40% of a family's monthly income. And licensing defines an infant toddler as a child from 0 to 2 years old. And in our, not just our county, but everywhere, that's where the highest need and the highest lack of childcare is available is infant toddler care. So on the surface, because of these costs for families, it may look like, the child care workforce should be making really good money. So whether all these programs, whether they're preschool centers, after-school centers, family child care, the fact is they all have extensive overhead costs. And so, just like of other self-employed businesses, there's a very low profit margin. Doesn't mean they can't make decent money if they've been doing it for a long time and build up their enrollment. But overall, you could actually say that the early childhood educators have been kind of subsidizing the system for many years through their insufficient wages. Again, I wish I had more time to talk about that the state and federal governments are investing more into this field. So there is more money coming in. And we're really grateful for that, to be able to infuse some of that into our local early childhood programs. But it's a short-term thing. It's not sustainable. As you all know, trying to make decisions about ARPA funds for a variety of things. So the business of early childhood education has long-term financial needs, and they do require sustainable funding. Subsidized care, I wish, again, I had more time to talk about these, but you can look at these more at when you have a chance. Subsidized care really does help a lot of families, and it can be through Head Start, through the state preschools, other state subsidies such as alternative payment, which is another program that ISIS administers, and that's where a lot of the subsidized care happens in our community. That eligibility is based on income and need, and there are additional funds coming in, through the state and the federal governments as we speak, and there have been actually since the beginning of the pandemic. They have been providing more funds for the people who are providing care, as well, more subsidy funds, as well as for the families that are using it. But however, the fact remains that it's the supply of childcare that doesn't meet the demand. So no matter how much money comes into the subsidy programs, or how many parents need childcare and are either getting it because they are subsidized or they can pay for it privately, it's essentially a moot point if they can't find a program for their child or their children, a licensed slot in a program, or they don't have family, friend, or neighbor care. So that's really the heart of the child care need in our county, and a similar situation plays out in other counties in our state. Another important point to make regarding families needing child care in our county is that they're very impacted by the shortage of affordable housing. It's not uncommon for our office to receive a call from a parent seeking child care referrals, which is one of the services we offer. We refer them to the licensed programs and then help them to make those decisions to get information about quality care and about interviewing and finding out what's going to be best for their family. But often the families that call, they're either living with grandparents or an aunt and uncle or a friend, or bouncing around wherever they can, trying to find some stability for their children. Second, statistically, child care is the second highest monthly expense after housing. So if they're spending, going back to that previous slide, if they're spending between 25 and 40% on child care, you add in all the other expenses like utility, food, medical bills, clothes, etc., and then plus housing, you can do the math, and it shows that families with young children are often really extremely challenged to find, to make ends meet. So child care is one of those. It's the second highest cost. Again, there's lots in here in this, and I would like to be able to talk more about them, but there just are not enough people in the field. They don't make good wages, and as we all know, people need to make a living. And so there are people that want to go into this field, or they go into it and don't stay in it for very long because it's hard to make a living long term. This slide actually shows what was lost during the early months of the pandemic. Fortunately, you can see that all of the state and federal funded programs, which are like the Head Starts and the state preschools, they all closed for a period of time because they're all associated with the schools. And when the schools closed, they had to as well. And so, so that was going on for several months. Once in a while, when there's an outbreak, those things happen again. But for the most part, those programs have all been restored, and most of those slots are back serving families. But the ramifications, again, I just can't emphasize enough. The ramifications of the long-term shortage of childcare, which has been compounded by the pandemic, are ongoing. And I'm not trying to be a gloom and doom here. It's just my job to make sure people understand that there is this ongoing shortage. And I'm really grateful, if the right word, that the pandemic helped raise more awareness for a lot of people that didn't realize that it is such an critical part of our county's society and need. I do want to mention that in the fall of 2020, this is another component of the child care, when the K-8 schools in our county largely closed and they had to work with families, which they did, and we worked closely with the county schools to address the remote learning needs. And it's very different for a first grader or an 8th grader or a high schooler, to be trying. It was hard for all those grades, but when you have the really young children that can't be at home alone and taking care of their own remote learning, or having somebody else, family or friend, to help them with that can be really challenging. So some of the existing child care programs did partner with families to meet those needs, but for the most part, they're just not really set up to provide full day care for school-age children as well as to meet their academic needs. They're about infant, toddler, preschool, and some after-school care, but not full days. So again, a shout out to those programs that really did jump to the occasion and really helped a lot, but it was still a really big challenge. Some of the schools and other local employers, I know that you all have heard about this, worked with the state to develop employee-sponsored childcare, and this is an area that ISIS encourages employers to continue considering if appropriate. These kinds of things are going to continue to happen, so we want to make sure that that we're there, that people know that we're there to help work between the licensing organization at the state level and local employers if they would like to work at that. Again, I want to highlight just the side paragraph here, the new normal, that as programs have reopened, there still is this emphasis on health and safety. They still have a lot of guidelines. The State Child Care Licensing Division imposed a lot of rightful, guidelines at the beginning of the pandemic. And it's interesting, you may have noticed that things change. Well, of course, we've all noticed a lot of things have changed state and federally, but the state has always said to the child care programs and to those of us that support them from the very beginning, if the guidance that they adapt at a state level is less stringent than your local health guidance, you stick with your local health guidance. So that is what we have continued to do. That's what the child care programs have continued to do. And unfortunately, that's had to be pretty strict because of our county's numbers. But they are continuing to do that. So I just want to, again, let you know how hard these programs are really working to meet these family needs. Real briefly, I wish I could talk more about these things, about how important quality child care and affordable child care matters to all of us. It really does. It's easy to think if you don't have a young child in child care, well, it doesn't really matter to me. But both the families who use child care and the early childhood workforce are really truly a linchpin in our local economy. Working parents are your bank tellers, they're your waitresses, they're your grocery store clerks, your store managers, people that you interact with pretty much every day, doctors, nurses, all those essential workers, and people that are defined as essential workers and those that aren't. They and the early childhood workforce all pay taxes and utilize local services that contribute to our local economy just like you and I do. They really are an integral part of our local community. So again, I wish I could talk more about quality care. Briefly, quality care, quality child care, early learning environments are relationship-based, they're strength-based, and they're evidence-based. It's all based on research. Long-term impact of high-quality child care programs. This is one that, if you have a chance to look at it a little bit more, it's really quite interesting. It says a lot. That in a nutshell, the return on investment in early childhood programs, which have been being studied for over 50 years, indicate that that return investment translates to significantly lower school suspensions, lower teenage pregnancies, lower overall juvenile delinquency, and significantly higher rates of elementary reading and writing skills, high school graduation, and long-term workforce productivity. It's one of those kind of cliches that we've all heard a lot, but like most cliches, there's some truth to it, is that you have to invest in the children. They're the future, and they truly are. They truly are. The more that we invest them at the local and state and federal level, they're not just your current bank tellers and waitresses and things like that. For some people like in my generation, they're going to be my doctors and nurses as I get older and need those services more. So if you're interested in learning more about this return on investment, the Heckman equation is a really fascinating website, and there's just a lot on there that talks about, and there's a lot of other studies as well that talk about that return of investment. So I'm going to stop there on the pictograph. There's some little highlights here on some of the numbers that I brought up before. If anyone has any questions, or if you'd like me to bring up a little bit of the data report, Heather does have that on there. If you had questions about that, that was that heavy-duty data report that talked a lot about these kinds of things, also talked about facilities, about language, about social services in our community. You know, I just want to make sure that if there's any particular questions you have, and if I can answer them, I will. If not, I can at some other point. But
So just so that I'm clear, would this be the end of the presentation, or is there more data?
this is just a nice pictorial graph. So yeah, I can take this off or just leave this on there. But
Sure.
I wanted to give an opportunity, if you had questions about the data report, there are
Okay.
some things that I can respond to.
So I'm
not sure how much time
I have a
have.
simple question, then I'll open up to the board, but I just want to clarify. So this is basically required by the state, administered through our local schools, and then I believe you said ISIS is the one who administers it?
ISIS administers the local child care planning contract, but
Okay.
it's subcontracted through the County Office of Education.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
so I just wanted to clarify.
Most of my peers in the state work directly for the county superintendent of schools.
Okay.
I work closely with the superintendent, but they've always subcontracted to our agency, so. And because we work in a lot of other child care programs, it's really kind of a good marriage. It really works really well in our county.
Sure. So I don't have any questions other than that. I do have some comments, but I'll let the board open it up if there's any questions. And I just want to clarify that for the board before we did have any questions.
No, thank you, I
So,
appreciate
thank
that.
you. Any questions from the board?
Great. Thank you for the presentation. I was going to go back to thinking about how this impacts my district in particular. Having a lot of working families, a lot of younger families there. There was the study that came out a while back talking about latchkey households, I think, for Jamestown Elementary School. A lot of the trauma-informed care they're doing.
Yes.
And so this is definitely, it's absolutely a huge issue, but in particular, I'd say for Jamestown. So with that, identifying this need, what can we do? So, I mean, that would be my question is, what are other counties doing? What are other options that we can be able to explore? Are they creating public versions of these centers, being able to build them? Is there private incentives for businesses that are wanting to start for that? I know we're still in the midst of COVID and COVID-19 restrictions, but planning for the future, what is our 5-year plan of where we'd like to end up?
Oh, boy, that's a whole nother presentation. I wish I could give you that 5-year plan. But no, those are excellent questions, Supervisor Brandon. Thank you. And yes, there are a lot of things that we can do, a lot of things that our hands are tied on. But yes, at the local level, we can. I would appreciate it from my role, from my position, if you would all just be aware when you're talking amongst other leaders in the community, to let them know that the early childhood workforce is something that needs higher wages. We are getting a lot of advocacy attempting at that at the state level. We're getting somewhere with that. Those are going to be going up. The reimbursement rates for subsidy, which I can't talk to in real detail, but those are going up. One of the things that I believe at the local level you can also advocate for, however you interact with the state leaders, is in eliminating the family fees for subsidized families. Again, you may be aware at the beginning of the pandemic, and it's continued, essential workers were given a higher income window or threshold to be able to get that subsidized care. So that was helpful. And so the family fees can be a huge bureaucratic mess. So being able to get that going from a temporary to a long-term thing would be great. And then also these ARPA funds, we all talk about how they're temporary, and I don't know all the different ones that you all have to work with, but we've been given this opportunity right now to infuse some dollars into recruiting for more licensed family child care, especially for those to care for the infants and toddlers under 2 and what we call non-traditional hours. A lot of people in this community, as you know, don't work Monday through Friday 9 to 5. So I would love to see more advocacy at the higher levels on trying to get more people to see the great benefits of that. I've been putting together some videos and things to put out to the community, to just talk about what an enriching, positive business it is to have. Having said that, knowing that it's not necessarily long-term sustainable, it can be, but not necessarily. But at the state level, I think is where we really just need to keep advocating for the higher wages and the higher reimbursement rates for subsidized families.
Great, okay, and I don't have any more questions, just a few comments to kind of leave on with that. Later this year, I believe our goal is to end up developing a legislative platform. And so identifying, again, I think trying to tackle the huge issues is very difficult. The specific one, like the family fees, if we're able to adopt that into some of the policy platforms of our representative groups, that can put a lot of kind of oomph behind it.
Absolutely.
I would love to, at some point, be able to see a list of these are the things you would change. That way we would have that discussion material potentially for when we're developing that. That'd be
Yes.
very useful to me.
Happy to, yeah.
Also, there's a lot of one-time money going out there and investing in capacity in particular. If there's any kind of on the kitchen sink list, all the ideas of what other people are doing, what other counties are doing, being able to see all the ideas you might have and then sit down for a meeting with that. That way we can have a more longer-term approach and just see what might be, I don't know, sparking the interest of the board. I would love to see that second presentation on all those ideas
Yes, happy
coming up
to.
as well,
Yes.
or just some meetings. And the last two, I think this is a really good example of, we have our Behavioral Health Advisory Board. It's a really great group to kind of dive into it and discuss for that. But our committee system sometimes is a little patchy where there are things that don't really fit into a category. This is something I would love to, especially recreation and libraries and education opportunities and childcare are all in kind of the same sphere of building a vibrant community. This is maybe more to the board, that a lot of those programs end up not having a space where we can be able to discuss them over time, look at policies, talk to stakeholders. So just as a thought out there that I think some type of working group on that and how that all relates. I know in Jamestown, I'm thinking, you know, how are we improving the parks? How are we looking at not only childcare services, but also trying to get the youth center out of a portable building? I mean, what's our long-term plan for these things that support families and vibrancy? So anyway,
Thank you,
just some of my
yes.
thoughts with that. I hope we'll
Thank
bring
you.
it back soon.
Yes, and I'm sure you know that Supervisor Chair Kirk is actually calling for something just like that on February 1st, calling a lot of different community groups together to talk about these issues that, for youth and families. So we're very excited to actually participate in that. Yes, yeah.
Buttons, too many buttons. Any other comments?
Yeah, thank you, Suzanne, for your presentation. The first question I have is, I didn't quite catch it. What is your position title with ISIS?
Oh, I am the coordinator of the local child care planning, council. I'm the coordinator of the resource and referral program, the coordinator of the child care initiative. We have multiple programs, multiple contracts through the state. But for the purposes of this one, I'm the coordinator for the child care planning council. It's,
Okay.
ISIS holds the contract for the county's child care planning council.
Okay. I just want you to know, you've spurred some ideas in my head that I'm not willing to talk about now, but I want to talk to you later.
Absolutely, would love to.
So let's get together.
Thank you, yes. I would love to speak with any and all of you, very
Okay.
much so.
Thank you.
To my right, Supervisor Campbell.
I don't have really any questions, but I did really want to thank you, Suzanne, for this very thorough and well thought out presentation. I think anyone viewing this, the main takeaway should be that the numbers don't add up. You know, you cannot, if you're earning minimum wage, and a lot of people are complaining about minimum wage going up, but if you look at this, you know, 37 to 41% of your income in that situation where a family earning minimum wage, 37 to 41% of your income is going to childcare. And that's not even considering that, you know, if you have a child with special needs or some kind of healthcare issues, you know, then the cost just keeps increasing. And so it really, the numbers are accurate that you presented, but they don't add up for families.
Right.
And, you know, I have young children in school, and we face this issue all the time. You know, there's not enough childcare services available. The ones we have, I think, are phenomenal, but it's just not enough. As you said, it's a quantity, not a quality issue in terms of childcare in Tuolumne County. And you know, you look at some of these other issues that we have in the county, you know, labor shortages, housing issues, you know, lack of property tax revenues, and all these other things. You can really have a strong argument to point to some of our lack of affordable childcare as contributing to that. It makes us a less attractive community for people starting out in life really at their most productive stage in life, where they would be starting careers or being deep into careers in our community. If they can't get childcare, they're not going to move up here, you know, and if they don't move up here, then we have these labor shortages, and we're seeing that in the county right now. It's very difficult to hire people, qualified people, for a lot of these positions, no matter what you pay them, you know, and so thank you very much. I mean, I really appreciate this work that you do. I think it's very thorough and accurate to describe the community. And as Supervisor Half said, we had talked about the family fee for subsidized care, you know, a number of times over the years, and I would be very interested in making that part of our legislative platform at some point down the road.
We would be very honored to be a part of helping to develop that. Yes, very much so. Thank you. Thank you for.
Thanks, Suzanne, for your presentation. Very comprehensive.
Thank you.
You know, I pulled out a couple of different things in listening to you. One of them that was interesting when you talked about households, single male was roughly 12%, single female was roughly 18%. You know, those are the ones that get affected. I mean, all families get affected, right? But, you know, the ones that are single parents, and I was kind of surprised at the numbers for single male, you know, they get affected, you know, much more, you know, because you know, it's the only wage earner, you know, that's there. And I know my son fell into that category. He didn't live here in the county. He was in Nevada, but, you know, he did have grandparents that were able to help. And,
wonderful.
you know, in that area, so that was fortunate. But had that not been, you know, he'd have had a much more difficult task. And just, you know, when you talk about, you know, echoing Supervisor Campbell's comments, you know, on, you know, the percentages of income that would need to be dedicated to, you know, seeking out this care. And it truly does. It affects the psychological effects on both the parents and the children, you know, are both there. You know, the parents need, you know, some away time with their children while they're working. It's very healthy for them to have that and, you know, to be productive in society. And that the children, it's really good for them because they're with other children and they have a lot of learning experiences.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I do want to, if you don't mind, I want to, thank you, Supervisor Goldenberg, for bringing that up about the statistics. Some of the higher level statistics in that report are from census data, which has not been updated since well before the pandemic. So some of the local data about slots and things like that and numbers for in our county are pretty accurate. But yeah, some of those single parent statistics I question because we work with them every single day. And it is challenging. And when you talk about that time away, I mentioned earlier that we did do some as large a surveys as we were able to with our budget last year out to parents. And a lot of the highest percentage in terms of addressing childcare needs and academic needs for school-age children that couldn't be in school was that if they were lucky enough to be a two-parent family and or have other adults that they were, you know, family, friend, neighbor, they were offsetting each other's schedules. So it's like, good morning, good night, as we take turns. And so that impacted those adults in the family too. Yes, they were making sure that their children were being well cared for, but it impacts the whole family. So yes, thank you for those.
Absolutely, thank you.
And I will make a comment, but before I forget, I want to open up to any public comment in the room. I don't see any public comment in the room. Any via Zoom? Okay, well, I'll close it out with simply, the partners brought up a lot of good questions. As you know, there's going to be a future discussion coming up in February regarding the status of our basically the health of our families and kids in Tuolumne County, something near and dear to my heart. So looking forward to that. But, and Rebecca, I hate to point you out, but when I was at a CSAC conference, there's money dedicated from the budget specifically for childcare. And I can't find the email. I was trying to find it, Rebecca. I don't know if you can find it and send it to her. But basically, there was money set aside to expand local childcare buildings or to provide new ones. So I don't know if you heard about that, but I want to make sure you get the information.
Thank you. You're talking about facilities? Yes, I've been
Facilities,
just hearing little bits and pieces, but I haven't gotten anything concrete yet.
Okay.
So I'm looking for facilities.
Maybe
is
we can
something
work
that's
together to
addressed in
find
the
that
data
email
report.
because it caught my ear, and I know it's a big deal in all the counties. But I know growing up here, married young age, having kids, yeah, it's tough just to find. I think the heart of this whole thing is, even though there's numbers and statistics and whatnot, we just don't have enough. So we need to expand it and get
Yes,
more
the
if we can.
facilities
So
is a biggie,
if we
right.
can find that and get it to you. Other than that, I'm assuming, do you need approval or is this just a presentation?
I need a approval, an approval of the data report
Okay.
that I think you all have a copy of that I
Right.
sent to. So, and again, if you'd like to, if you can approve that today based on this, that's fine. If you
Okay.
need to ask other questions, but I
No,
will
we're-
need something signed
We're good.
by, yeah, thank you.
There that we're approving anything. Is it? Okay.
There we go. So do I have, I'll look for a motion then.
I'll make a motion to approve the Tuolumne County Local Child Care Needs Assessment.
And I'll second that.
All right, so I have a first by Goldenberg, second by Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so it passes 5-0.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, and look forward to seeing you
And I
in
wasn't
February.
trying to avoid talking about all the data, just ugly data, but
No,
I just thought
you're good.
a graph would make it a little bit more palatable.
All right.
But thank you all
Thank
very
you very
much for your
much.
time and your approval. I appreciate it very
Okay.
much.
So I'm gonna give the board a heads up real quick. We have a consultant who is gonna be joining us for an item. It's gonna be item number 12. So I'm gonna pull item 12 ahead right now. I am gonna give a 5-minute break to set up. It is 10:39, so let's call it, and it is 10:40, so we will be back at 10:45 to do item number 12. Let's try again. There we go. The time is 10:45, 10:46 now. So we're going to resume the January 11th Board of Supervisors meeting. I did call item 12 forward because we do have a consultant on with us via Zoom. I'm just going to confirm right now that she is there. Nancy, can you hear us? We're working on it.
Yes, I can.
Great. All right. There we go. There's Nancy. Okay. So, Board Clerk, would you please read item 12?
Item number 12, consideration of approving a letter to the California State Insurance Commissioner requesting support for a request to the U.S. Forest Service to immediately implement an agency-wide initial fire attack policy, i.e. extinguish immediately, including adoption of Resolution 11-22, and approving the draft NACO resolution requesting the U.S. Forest Service promulgate the rulemaking process for wildland fire management direction of initial fire attack and immediately implement the initial fire attack plan for the pending fire season and throughout the year.
Okay, so this is my item, so I'm going to give a description, and then we'll obviously open it up to board comment and public comment. So where I want to start with this and introducing it is, as a lot of you folks know, we have some very serious major issues with our fire insurance. Basically, post-rim fire, it's been creeping up on us. We've had town hall meetings with the insurance commissioner's office. We have people with fixed incomes losing their homes, moving out of the state. We have young folks. I know my fire insurance just went up, I think, what, $1,500, $2,000 maybe this year. It's pricing people out of their homes. It's pricing new home buyers from being able to purchase. Economically, it's a mess. And so I reached out to the insurance commissioner's office about a year ago, and we're having really good conversations. They understand how critical it is to our region and to our people that we find that we work on solutions. I didn't see really too many solutions pitched, so Assessor Recorder Kanan Whitman and myself, we had some conversations. We looked at a potential solution. Again, we're just trying to float solutions, trying to get some action, trying to get some legislators to bite on something and really be thinking about how we can offset these issues. So we sent a letter about 6-7 weeks ago to the insurance commissioner's office. During that meantime, I got a little bit of wind that it may not basically go anywhere. Good idea, but I'm not going to go into too much detail, but basically the idea probably wouldn't get traction. So again, back to the drawing board, where can we find solutions to offset fire insurance to help our constituents? And it was during this time that I was made aware of a memo that was basically put out by the U.S. Forest Service chief in August of this year. And the memo came out and said, in essence, and I think there's going to be some discussion about, is there a let burn or not let burn policy? But if we're not quoting it, basically what the memo said was, we're going to start putting out all fires. There's going to be basically an extinguish immediately all fires because of several reasons. Maybe it was because they don't have the resources, firefighters, to fight it. Maybe it's because the fuels on the ground are overloaded. But gist of it is, in August, U.S. Forest Service chief said we're gonna put out all fires. So when I heard that, I was scratching my head because not knowing all the in-depth policy and not knowing all the lingo, I just, at a real simple level, said, well, why aren't we always putting out fires, especially in this climate, especially with our forests overloaded, especially with fires up and down the state where they have lost control and then they've devastated these communities, devastated the natural resources. And so just from a real low level, it didn't make sense. So I started looking into it, started reaching out, asking questions. I got put in contact with Nancy, who's here today. She's going to probably shed some light on some further policy discussions. But at the gist of the day, what I discovered were there were some policy questions at the heart of all of this. And so this is, let's say, beginning of December, mid-December, but then as I'm having these conversations, but then mid-December, the chief came out, I think it was December 22nd, right before the Christmas holidays, and said, we're going to return to basically business as usual. So I interpreted that as we're going to continue to potentially let fires burn on the forest. So in a very quick hurry, again, the heart of it was insurance, but then it turned into this policy discussion. Doing a lot of research, having a lot of communications with Nancy, with people, boots on the ground. And to me, it just made sense, some of these policy questions that we're going to be presenting and really the long-term policy discussion ahead. So instead of going through and reading this very long memo, and I want people to understand the reason why the memo is long and the reason why the board resolution is very long is because I had to paint a picture for everybody to understand where we were. We have lots of things in the works. We have an amazing relationship with our local U.S. Force supervisor. We have amazing relationships with people in our community. We're talking about YSS. We're talking about CSERC. We're talking about the Master Stewardship Agreement, the CERL project, which is using lots of state-of-the-art research and implementing all these really great things here in our local force, which is a model, really, from my understanding, that the state and the nation should basically look at to basically manage our force. But at a national level, that's not so much the case. I'm talking to folks in other states who they have really bad relationships with the local force because they don't have these things in place. And there's a lot of transparency issues, and there's a lot of questions, and there's just a lot of mistrust. And so as I get in these, as I dive deeper into this, again, the resolution is to tell the story, but then to also ask the real simple, basic policy questions, which are going to be a much further discussion. And sorry, let me backtrack because this is all just me speaking. But we also here locally, are we not just doing it right with all these local relationships, but we also are on the cusp of a lot of really good things potentially happening as far as biomass removal, potential pellet facilities. We have one of the only mills in Northern California. And so we have a lot of potential capital investments coming to Tuolumne County. And if we were to lose some of our national forests here into a mega fire, we would potentially lose those investments and lose those economics and lose the ability to maintain our natural resources. And so Cole's working on that. We've had presentations on that in the past. So today, it's been a lot of work to really simplify what the discussion is and what we're asking for. In here, there is a letter to the, I really hope that everybody here on the board actually read the material because a lot of the questions you might have are probably in here as far as being answered. It might keep us from going into conversations that really there's no intent in this resolution or memo, but I try to do a really good job working with Nancy to keep it about policy. And so what I did is on here on the first page, I wrote basically down the three or four key main points, and they're all included in the resolution which our board is presenting. And so the first key point is an initial fire attack policy, which basically means extinguish immediately. If there's a fire, there needs to be policy to extinguish it immediately. And then I'm going to read two whereases and then be it further resolved, so we're all clear as far as what the ask is. Whereas shortcomings have been identified in the existing U.S. Forest Service Wildland Fire Management Direction due to lack of a formal management rulemaking process. That would include county input. Further, the U.S. Forest Service has not assessed the direct and indirect impacts of their let burn direction through a National Environmental Policy Act, which we all know as NEPA, including public involvement. With only a non-binding issuance of the Chief's letter of Wildland Fire Management Direction, the U.S. Forest Service counties and the American public are left without clear regulatory and planning direction as to wildland fire management and the environmental impact analysis of the impacts of that direction. Another whereas. To date, no forest plans contained binding management direction regarding wildland fire management. No clearly defined public involvement and no NEPA analysis has been completed. And then be it further resolved, we request that the U.S. Forest Service promulgate, which also basically just means make known, the rulemaking process per the Administrative Procedures Act to develop the regulations regarding a wildland fire management rule policy immediately. So I'm sure we're going to have questions, and we need to, and I have the policy guru here, Nancy, who's been great to work with, and I just want our board to just remind our board that fire is our #1 priority. It's been our #1 priority for 2-3 years now. And if there's a possibility to affect change at a national level, to policy and rulemaking, and to really prevent in the immediate, this next summer, a potential mega fire in our county, as far as by implementing an initial fire attack policy, then that is absolutely something I'm willing to do, something I'm willing to be a conversation of. I'm not afraid of conversation, of getting in the weeds a little bit or getting a little messy. I think what we need to do is take a serious look at the requests, the policy, not ideology, not theories, but really what is the policy, what is the proper funnel and a way to have our voices heard as a local community, and making sure that our voices are heard and that policy is really crafted at a local level. So I will leave it at that, and I'm going to hand it over to Nancy. She can introduce herself. She can go into a little bit more of the policy stuff, and then we'll open it up for conversation. So Nancy, take it away.
Thank you, Anaya. I want to thank you all first for including me in the meeting today, and especially for having the opportunity to work with your county. Your strong partnerships with the Forest Service are exemplary. What we are doing in this effort is looking at policy as it relates to being of regulation and being of very clear direction that has included the county and included public input in order for there to be a rule or a regulation that is binding and that can be followed through on at the forest level and will help your forest administrators and your relationship with the Forest Service in having a very clear, very definitive, and very well analyzed rule about wildland fire management. At this time, and how I got involved, and by way of introducing myself to some extent, I have a company called Sweetgrass Consulting. I work at no charge to counties and or in working with individuals or organizations that want to make non-political policy input into rulemaking on any natural resource effort. I focus on natural resources in the environment because, as we all know, we've gotten a bit divisive in our country, and we have become very emotional in many instances about the way that our relationships with the federal government or state or others may not be that clear. In wildland fire management, it's especially important at this time because we have the same fuel load condition and biomass situation across the country. When the wildland fire season heated up this past year, I was asked by several counties in several states in the West to take a look at the policy that the Forest Service had or didn't have. And many of us that have been in this realm of natural resources and environmental management for a long time have questioned along the way how we were operating as far as the Forest Service without rulemaking having been accomplished on something so important as a wildland fire management rule. In this type of policy work, it's often difficult to explain in just a few words how the policymaking process works. But what I wanted to share first is that at this current time, the very first thing we found is that when looking at the policy is that the chief of the Forest Service, who's doing a very, very good job, but in terms of his direction on wildland fire management, it has been through an internal memorandum. And when there's an internal memorandum, it's a restatement of policy. It's within the chief's authority However, there is no official rule for him to tie the policy direction to. In other words, what we found that was absent, and this isn't just in California or in your county, but in counties across the West, that there is no, again, official regulation. A rule is like, as an example, is no different in wildland fire management as the roadless rule that all of you are aware of, I'm sure, and also the planning rule that the Forest Service promulgated a few years before that. How this affects local management is very, very concerning, because forest plans are not binding to the public, but what they are is tied to the official or the regulation, like the wildland fire management policy that does not exist. So when there's no rule, you have no tie to, first of all, the rule having been through the National Environmental Policy Act. At the national level, that means looking at things like the smoke situation. Smoke and air quality was a very big issue from an environmental impact or effects analysis. This past fire season, we all know what that looked like across the country. We have documentation of air quality alerts in every state. That is huge, as well as in the environmental impact assessment of a planning rule like this, a rule that would result in an actual wildland fire management policy. We would look at that in the NEPA process and see that as through indirect and direct impacts, as well as the whole issue of cumulative effects. So without, that's one example of why doing an environmental impact analysis is critical to a rule of this nature. Also, at a more direct example, the effects that would be analyzed in this rulemaking process in NEPA would include the counties as cooperating agencies. NEPA is where we find that cooperating agency status as required. It's a federal requirement that any jurisdiction with authority, like the county governments, have a role to play in analyzing the impacts of the proposed rule. And that does not mean that the rule that the Forest Service might propose includes let burn, but in the direction that the Forest Service chief has given us in both a letter of August 2nd and then a subsequent one that Anaya referred to of December 20th, we saw a restrictive use of not burn in the August 2nd direction, and then in the December 20th, a continuation of using fire, and that's what we're calling let burn, and many of us do around the country, the let burn for the sake of resource values that include a very important and necessary part of fire under normal circumstances, and that is for use in fire-dependent communities of trees and wild and flora and fauna, but also when it comes to the situation that we're in now with such risk with the amount of fuel loads and the amount of biomass, we are taking a tremendous risk by not putting fires out immediately. The chief mentioned in his December 20th direction that we should tie the way that local fires are treated, regardless of ignition, should refer to forest plans. when we look at our forest plans around the country, including on the on your national forest, we know that we've got a very broad statement being made, but it doesn't tie again to a true rulemaking and policy. This is a shortcoming that many other counties around the nation are highlighting at this time. Anaya brought to my attention the fire insurance issue in a way that other counties are now really looking at hard, because what rulemaking includes and what the environmental impact statement that would be included with this, what it includes most importantly is people. And none of the directions that have been given to date, again, not blaming or shaming, but they just don't exist, do not include public involvement and do not include the county in the input that's absolutely essential as to the impact of any type of policy that's developed. This is not, we're not seeking anything political. We're not wanting to take on anyone in the Forest Service or in any way do anything that even is close to political action. We are interested instead in holding the agency to their own regulations. The Administrative Procedures Act, the National Forest Management Act, and NEPA all require this rulemaking. In the meantime, because we do have a dire situation and so many people have been affected by the fact that a number of fires have gotten out of control after they may have been able to have been extinguished early, that people have suffered greatly. The Dixie Fire was the one in California that I was asked to look at first. I remember the day, July 13th, when it started. I was following everything on the NIFC site as far as what happened within those first hours. It could, and this is not critical, it is a challenge. We do have firefighters that are greatly challenged by every fire. The terrain, for one thing. Secondly, all kinds of situations that we all know about as far as getting folks up in the air and whether or not there's a drone present or not, whether or not there's another issue where we are short-staffed. But the point is, the fire was out of control very quickly because of the amount of fuel load, and the situation went so far as to be an almost million-acre fire. And what becomes what really becomes difficult when a fire like that goes to that level is that those flames aren't just 40 or 50 feet high, they can reach as high as 200 feet. Many of those folks that were victimized by that fire actually heard wildlife, heard their own livestock, and more importantly and first, they lost lives, they lost their entire livelihoods, and they lost those livestock within hearing distance when they had no idea that there was a fire control effort being made that actually got out of control itself, called backburning. So with all of those issues having been witnessed by our American people, and by the fact that we are losing an incredible amount of highly productive, very important resources that offer opportunities like you have been involved in terms of working together to deal with the fuel loads and to deal with the biomass, it is very important that we figure out how we can help the Forest Service get this policy rulemaking underway And I know that I'm talking with you all in California, but I can share with you that there are counties in 7 other states working on the same issue in the same way. We are not, again, interested, and neither would the Forest Service be, or the departments, in any type of political effort. There is no, fires make it makes no difference whether you're of one party or another. It doesn't make any difference whether you are someone that's worked hard in managing prevention projects. This is a fact. These fires have gotten out of control. We need to help figure out as a country how we can do something better in terms of taking care of the biomass and the field load conditions, and take the opportunity now to immediately focus on extinguishment and move forward in this rulemaking and be involved positively, have the public involvement. Public involvement is not opinion-based, it's not political. No input that isn't content and policy related to the wildland fire management rule is accepted. And it provides for local involvement through NEPA again, by the county having county cooperating agency status. If you have any questions as you go through this, I promised I wouldn't get too long-winded, and I am more than happy to help straighten any question you may have, as well as help straighten out the confusing nature of what a direction is, what a regulation is, and what guidance is and forest plans are versus this rulemaking process and getting to the point where we actually have a strong policy that's involved people and involved the counties and been assessed interdisciplinarily through NEPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy, for summarizing that very well. I know I've had a couple conversations with her, and it took me several hours to understand, and you did a great job simplifying it. So thank you very much, Nancy. I'm going to bring it to the board for questions, and I'll start with Supervisor Campbell.
Hi, Nancy. It's nice to meet you.
Hi.
I'm sorry, I've never heard of your company, Sweetgrass Consulting. Can you tell me, where are you based?
I am based out of Wyoming. I work nationally. I started this business as a sole proprietor a few years back because I was very concerned, as a person that's been in this arena for many years, over 35. I've worked for the Forest Service as well as a line officer, as well as a leadership liaison on very large ecosystem management projects in our nation. And then I worked in the private sector for just as long as a consultant in the past in helping counties and others in dealing with getting their cooperating agency status and in being involved in policy making. While in the Forest Service, I actually was the lead in the Washington office in promulgating the planning rule appeals regulations. And my work in this arena is one that I chose to come back into because I saw a huge gap in the level of policy that was being applied in all natural resources arenas that had not been through rulemaking. And that leaves the public out of the process, and it also leaves the counties out of the process. So I thought if I was going to emphasize anything important, it is to re-engage our American people and, of course, our counties in natural resources policymaking again, to learn how to ask the questions again from a policy standpoint. So that is who I am, and my business is known more by me. And my last name, by the way, I'm Nancy Guillen, and I come with those credentials that allowed me to begin a business that has 12 steering committee members from all parts of the country with different backgrounds, so that as we went forward with our interest in re-engaging the public and counties in natural resources management again and in policy making, that I had people that may not know anything at all about policy as far as natural resources and environmental management, and that we needed to communicate better how to be involved and how to do that in a way that's both civil as well as meets the needs for the American people to be effectively involved and counties to be effectively involved.
Thank you. And so, how did you come to be involved with Tuolumne County? You know, you have a consulting firm. Are you consulting for Tuolumne County, or how did you have you
No,
communicated with our staff on
my
this?
My company was called in to take a look at the policy analysis.
Called in by
not only in California,
by whom?
by citizens, by concerned citizens. I'm not working for the county. What I do is our firm provides at no cost to counties and to the public, I hope, excellence in policy analysis, as well as a way to move forward if we find an issue like this in wildland fire, that there is a need for promulgation of rulemaking from the federal agency involved, in this case, the Forest Service. So when I was asked to take a look at this, I have been in the industry, so to speak, for over 35 years, and several citizens in California and in 7 other states asked me if I would take a look, knowing that I had the background and the knowledge and skill sets to do so, and that I was doing it through Sweetgrass at no cost to the counties and or the public in doing this. My support comes from parties that want to see our country less politically driven by natural resources and environmental issues, and more policy driven, and looking at what is it that's best for the natural resources and for people.
You're getting kind of where I'm looking is, so you mentioned your firm has support of individuals who are interested in these topics. What individual? I'm trying to understand what's the how you came to be involved in this issue with Tuolumne County, and then you also mentioned the 7 other states or counties within states. Are any of those
states, yes,
other counties in California? Is Tuolumne County the only one?
And Nancy, I'll
happened
interject.
To back up?
And Nancy, let me interject real quick. I was reached out to and then reached out to her.
So,
by local, yeah. So local citizens, people who work
yes.
In natural resources, who work in fire, reached out to me, said you should probably contact Nancy. So that's how the contact was made.
Okay, I just was
exactly
confused because I didn't see. I
it's
saw your
easily
name.
Confusing.
I saw your name in one of the documents, but I wasn't sure what your involvement was with this
and let
and
me
how
back
that came
up,
to be.
if you
So
will. I started on the policy analysis back in the spring, and then it heated up, so to speak, in June and July in terms of policy analysis. And then from there, what happened is I put out a policy analysis piece through the citizens that were interested in a number of states that included a strategy that included looking at how counties and individuals could help us bring to the attention of Forest Service appropriately the need for rulemaking. We found the shortcomings, and then we made the effort in policy only to put forward a strategy to get done what we're talking about today. Anaya was referred to me by some of those parties in California that were very, I will say, very excited to find that we had an opportunity to do something like this in terms of finding that there was a shortcoming without the rulemaking in place. And this was the first step in terms of Anaya reaching out to me from a county in California and saying, I was asked to speak with you, and I shared with him all of the work that we have done. And that's what resulted in putting together the documents that you're reviewing today.
Okay, and I thank you. I appreciate the explanation on that. The reason I'm a little confused is typically with issues of policy like this, what often happens is either one of our county committees or county staff or the board itself will hire a consultant to look into an issue and come back to us with a policy recommendation. And it seemed to me that that was what was happening here. And so I was trying to kind of understand what was the process to getting your recommendation. It sounds like, so Supervisor Kirk is the conduit for that, if I'm understanding.
That's correct. And this isn't necessarily easily done from a internal approach, because what we're looking at is promulgation of a rulemaking that's at the national level. And it's a reach to be able for any of us. This can be very confusing. It can be very difficult to even find the reason why there was no official policy and why we were finding some difficulty in even understanding how the counties and individuals had been involved at any point in coming up with a fire management policy. And that's when the shortcomings were identified, and we came forward with a recommendation, a strategy that included making sure that we talked extensively with counties, and that has commenced. Our first strategy went out in October, meaning the first communique with the counties in other states and including California. And that's when people began talking to county commissioners. Anaya was referred again to me because of that outreach.
Yeah, and I'll open it up to another board for questions, but I want to clarify. So in communicating with people regarding the insurance question, that's when somebody brought up, hey, there's this policy discussion going on in an effort at a national level. You might want to get in contact with Nancy. So that's why I reached out. Initially, it was regarding insurance, but obviously it turned into a policy question. And when we talk about going through county, usually for policy creating, completely 100% agree. The wall I was up against was with NACO, and with them, basically the resolution has to be before NACO today or 12th. Tomorrow's the deadline to present this to NACO as far as will you, NACO, consider this policy that we're presenting. And so literally it's been mad dash. We did meet with Natural Resources Committee yesterday. However, that was kind of irrelevant because nobody even had time to read the agenda items. Did reach out to U.S. Forest Service, did reach out to folks who sit on Fire Advisory Committee. It would have been great to go through that process. But I mean, if you look at like we've been talking for a year and a half about an ordinance for fire, people clean up their lots. I mean, these things take a lot of time and simply don't have the time. And I trust the analysis of Nancy and their group and the people who've been doing this for a living. But that's kind of the backstory as far as the exponential process. It's been a whirlwind, but I think we have something solid. So I'll open it up to any other. Dave, would you like to go next? Here are other people? Okay. Sure, Supervisor Brandon.
Yeah, I was looking to public comment, but start with this. I think I shared similar kind of concerns with Supervisor Campbell and wondering why and how we ended up with a consultant presenting this that, to my knowledge, I don't know, I wasn't sure if we had hired to be able to work on this analysis. I'm just wondering a little bit, and I checked out your LinkedIn real quick, and because I hadn't heard of you before this, unfortunately. You mentioned trying to, take the politics out of it. You emphasized that about like 7 or 8 times, and then kind of are saying that parties and different groups. Is this with a group, or was it really just some handful of folks that reached out that said, hey, that they're involved in the natural resource policy at the federal level? The reason I'm asking is because I know that I have done this. I've gone out. I think it's great to bring in external people that know what they're talking about, develop a proposal or an idea with an expert, but then it has to come back to be able to be reviewed, and it needs to have clear authorship. And I don't know, it still seemed a little vague on that.
Are you asking?
So was it really just a few people that reached out independently, or is this working with a local group? Is it working with the 7-state regional group?
No, I have a strong relationship with individual counties and in other states. And one of those counties was in Utah that called me and said, we can't do our forest plan revision. This was 7 or 8 months ago because we have no rulemaking on wildland fire. And I said, I looked into that. That began the ball rolling. And then counties here in Wyoming asked me the same question. Groups in Idaho and in Montana, the same. And
Nancy, I'm sorry to interrupt. I guess I'm wondering, how did they reach out to you specifically about this? Is it just everybody found Sweetwater specifically, or is this, what I want to ask is, if there is a group trying to, with a name basically for, say, 7 or 8 regions, having a resolution adopted by a number of counties, I'd want to know what that group is.
We're not trying to get a regional approach to this. It's county by county and done as counties can. And as far as a group, no, we're not pushing for a regional consortium. What we're doing is counties each have the opportunity to do this. We provided my reputation is in producing the kind of work you see in front of you. I am a policy analyst and a policy, I understand policy, and we offer this to counties to use as they see fit. However, it is to the letter of what the APA and NIFMA, National Forest Management Act, and NEPA require. And
okay, that's fine. I think
that it's
that answers
not
my
just
question,
insurance,
Nancy.
it's others.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
There seem to be kind of 3 major points that this was bringing up. 2 of them I absolutely agree with. One of them is that being able to create a wildland fire management plan and having that. I'm surprised in reading this, and again, this is just the not having, I think, some weeks or months to develop this, that doesn't exist. But I guess going on the faith that doesn't exist at the federal level, that's something that really should. On the next side of it is also the local stakeholder input through a NEPA process, right? And having counties as policy makers or policy input stakeholders throughout the entire process. I absolutely agree with that. My main concern ends up being with the extinguish immediately policy, and I think it was listed in here as the quote from the U.S. Forest Service Director. And to be fair, whether that's being followed or not, I would say this kind of represents what I would view this, the effective solution would be. It's on the whereas, second page, the December 20th. It's, we will resume using all tools in our toolbox and where appropriate. Our fire science has demonstrated we need to not only mechanically treat fuels, but we need to use fire to finish the treatment cycle. We will do this based on science and where appropriate according to our forest management plans. And to me, the right tool for the right place, given we have 33, I think, million acres of national forest in California, some of it near properties, near people, as we experience, other parts pretty remote. There was another area in this too that talked about indigenous practices related to fire and wildland management, natural forestscape management. It involved generally burning over time to reduce the fuels. That cycle was interrupted by a policy that was extinguish immediately, basically, right? And so now it says in another section, it's very long, on the first page at the bottom, we find ourselves in a quandary, and I think that really sums it up. There are other sections of this I can keep kind of flipping back and forth to that state we need to do this based on the science. We need to have stakeholder input. We need to not have, I think as the letter that you sent to the insurance commissioners, a top-down, one-size-fits-all solution. All of that I absolutely agree with. But by saying that we're going to promote a policy that basically is a continuation of what created the problem because it's a very difficult situation without having the identified, because I know that we have options, but we've run into other problems of the money to mechanically treat it or NEPA or other issues and trying to do the studies to be able to log it, right? The other option, the tools are there, but it's not really implementable right now because of the other problems that we're facing. That is a one-size-fits-all, not based on local condition policy that's not based on science because we're not having already done that stakeholder NEPA process, right? So anyway, that's my concern with that. I have a few other kind of specific ones. We're looking at developing a legislative platform. I think that's great. I think this is something that we should consider. Natural resources is going to be very important. I don't like that this is brought on such an accelerated timescale. It could have gone, I think, to NRC earlier and been able to be reviewed. I know that I don't have somebody I've appointed to NRC as I do on the Fire Safety Advisory Committee that I could go to and say, okay, for the last couple months you've been working on this. What do you think about it? How does it affect my district? So I am coming into this basically with the material as it was presented in the agenda and a few days to digest it, but not the weeks of discussion. In it too, there is a lot of things referenced, as in the policies don't exist. This plan is, inadequate. People agree on this. The research shows this. But there's even the whereas we passed earlier with OES Coordinator Dory, Beats had very specific policies mentioning about like trying to get some assistance for the winter storms. And it says, well, related to this policy, this policy, this policy. This doesn't mention a lot of the policies, so there's not something I can really go look up. And I'm sorry that this is long, but just reading through and having notes on it. I also talked to a few people just on their thoughts on it. The NRC, to my understanding, did not take a support position on this. And that was the only public input we got. I talked to a few other people that are representatives interested in this in my district. They were also unclear if this is kind of what we wanted to do. And I think other than that, I think it's just premature to adopt something right now. And it's going to be very difficult to edit this on a time frame that then matches NACO. And especially then also having somebody else who's going to be going to NACO to represent this position with a limited time frame and not those hours you mentioned of background and discussions to like understand every single issue. So anyways, those are kind of my thoughts on it. Right now I would need to see, I think, a lot of support and know that staff have been very involved with this, because if I'm going to be taking a little bit of a leap on, well, I haven't been in months of discussions, I want to see, our fire folks. I'd like to see our Forest Service locally be able to talk about it. I want to hear it from admin. I'd want to hear from OES that this is needed. And like with the earlier item, it was unavoidable that it comes up at the last minute, because if it comes up at the last minute and we can't amend it and we're given a yes or no, my default's going to be tending towards no, because we should have been trying to do it ahead of time so that we had that opportunity to amend to work on it. Because like I said, the first two parts, I completely agree. It develops that not one-size-fits-all local input plan The third part, though, seems to do the opposite to me.
Sure. And I'm going to open it up for other board comment, but if I don't perhaps address a couple of the things I'll probably forget, and if Nancy wants to jump into. Regarding the Natural Resources Committee, we took a no vote because an hour and a half into the conversation, I found out nobody actually read any of the material because it wasn't provided for in the agenda. So there's no way that you can have an informed discussion, decision, if you can't actually read the material. There was some consensus on a basic level was, yeah, we do need to revise our local forest plans. That was definitely a consensus. There was some discussion on, well, is there really a let burn policy or not? I guess some say there's not a let burn policy. Buckley called it a manage wildfire ignition policy. So, I mean, you can get into some of the nuances, but I wouldn't say that there was no vote, so we can't say that they didn't support it. There simply wasn't enough. There was not the ability to make an informed decision at that meeting. So I just want to make that clear. As far as the timeline, yeah, I absolutely agree. If I could go back in time and have 6 months to do it, I absolutely could. But I think what I really have come to appreciate in getting to know Nancy a little bit is she is an expert. Many times our board has people go away and get consultants, and we don't sit there and hammer the consultant and ask them, are they really consultants? They're consultants, and we trust that they're the professionals. In this case, she's offering it free of charge. I understand that she's supported by other organizations. To me, so that's, for me, I'm not concerned about that. The more and more I worked with her the last 4 weeks, the more I felt confident that really she is the expert in this area, and I feel confident in that. As far as getting it before us sooner, there was absolutely no way. I was trying to get this before Natural Resources Committee maybe a week or two ago, but it's really in-depth. And this is, you're looking at 5-6 pages. We're talking about hundreds of pages of stuff to go through to get to this point. But I'm confident in what Nancy's policy stance, and I think we're going to hear from some other folks as well. But I just want to make that clear.
To speak specifically to with Nancy and Sweetwater there, the difference that I draw in my head, because you're right, we do go with consultants. I don't personally know them and their full background and everything, but they are vetted through staff, through a process to make sure that they have the qualifications, the background. Sure. And Nancy has said a lot of great qualifications as well, but it doesn't have folks who are doing bids and in the consultant industry and staff who, I don't know if we've done contracts with Sweetwater in the past. That's what I mean about it, is I'm treating Nancy as I think an industry expert from a perspective there, but it's not a hired contract with accountability in it, with vetting that was openly bid to other folks.
Sure.
That's all I mean. And I don't mean any disrespect to Nancy on that, but if I brought in somebody who I said, well, this is a housing expert, right?
Right.
I wouldn't expect everybody to say, well, everything that they say then is right.
Sure.
They just provide a good perspective, and Nancy does provide a good perspective on that.
Nancy, would you like to chime in before I open up to more comment from?
Yes, thank you. The very first thing is that the urgency of this matter is fire season. The urgency matter of this has nothing to do with anything but the fact that we have had, whether you want to call it a let burn policy or what have you, we have sustained incredibly devastating fires, particularly in the last 2 seasons, that have not burnt as many acres as some in prior seasons to that, but they have been hotter and at a level that is now called a mega fire. Those fires are not the types of fires that are at all those that would have been part of the ecosystem and need to be part of that ecosystem. Those were low intensity, very controlled, very much, and very important to be in certain species and communities of those species. It's really important that we remember that we're dealing with a crisis. It is not a situation where we can just go on and assess. However, what we've done is come up with a way to stay, if you will, through the first request, and that is to take the policy direction that the chief of the Forest Service used in August and reinstate that for the time being because of the crisis of very easily having a fire that starts turn into an uncontrolled fire, and then turn into a mega fire. The cost of that loss of natural resources, is so great that I don't think anyone in any level of staff in natural resources and management would say is a good thing for that ecosystem. And what happens after that fire, and let's look at Dixie, is we have mudslides and floods. We have a restoration process that can take an entire generation. The seeds that would normally be there for regeneration were killed. There's nothing there to regen. So when we look at a crisis like that, we're asking only that for the time being, a initial fire attack policy be put in place, just like what the chief had in August, and that we do that during the period of time that the agency moves forward and promulgates rulemaking. During that rulemaking process, everyone, not just your county's staff and natural resources people, not just your national forest and your county, but all people around the country will have the opportunity to have input into both the preferred alternative chosen for the rule, and that means it doesn't mean it's going to be a let burn. It probably will not be. It will be a series of actions that will be assessed interdisciplinarily through NEPA, and we will have a rule that incorporates all of our concerns for including fire in the ecosystem, including other management techniques and policies that don't just include fire and forestry, but include recreation, include grasslands and grazing, that include all other aspects of the National Forest System's statutory requirements in the National Forest Management Act.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of privilege on this.
So I hope that makes sense.
I think we're covering a lot of the same stuff. You mentioned we wanted to go to the whole board. I would really like it if we're able to all be able to have input on it, and it's not every time somebody's speaking, then we're going to do a back and forth and have her in. That way we can just do all five, and then we can have a discussion with
And
that.
Nancy,
'Cause
we'll, for
a
time's
lot of that's
sake-
great, but we've already covered it.
Okay, for time's sake, we'll have Supervisor Half and then Goldenberg speak and give questions. Goldenberg? Okay. We'll have our ex-CAL FIRE Goldenberg supervisor.
Okay, so I'm not really going to speak directly, towards what Nancy has, stated here, a lot of information, but just my thoughts on this overall process and what we're looking at here. First of all, unequivocally, I fully support extinguishing fires, right? We need to extinguish wildland fires, that pose a direct threat to life or property. That's what I did in my career, 35 years with CAL FIRE. I'm very familiar with it. I've traveled throughout the country. I've been to NIFC, the National Interagency Fire Center, worked with the federal cooperators a lot in the past. And so I'm very, very cognizant to that and supportive of that. I really appreciate, Supervisor Kirk, that you reached out locally, with Jason Kuiken, on the Stanislaus National Forest and had discussions with him. I think we have such a close, wonderful relationship. And, with the MSA, YSS, the Cerro project and other projects, that's very important. And so I really appreciate that. This is complicated. Quite honestly, what you presented here is a complicated package. There's parts of it that I can take a liking to and support, and other areas I think it's quite honestly overcomplicated. I don't really feel the root thing that we were trying to get into here was talking about the rulemaking and where to go with the federal folks and the best path, to take there. Bringing in the insurance commissioner's office, I felt just kind of, made it a little bit, it just didn't need to be there. We've already been dealing with, you have, Supervisor Kirk. We also did through our fire committee, had the insurance commissioner's office rep on. Let's see here on the notes. So getting down to the crux of it, though, there's multiple factors that will affect how a fire will spread, if it'll spread. And, when this is coming down to the point of saying we're going to extinguish all fires, I think that's, I think that we've left some stuff out there, right? The fire managers, whether they be federal, state, or even local agencies, they're always looking at weather conditions, topography, time of year, fuel types, fuel loading, right? And we know we have overloaded forests, right? This is, that's why we're working on our biomass projects, very important. But I don't think that we should be, tying their hands to the extent, where they can't look at these factors. And have things gone wrong in the past? Absolutely, right? And those are lessons learned. And I know that on the state level, we certainly took that into consideration. The federal, cooperators do as well. Sometimes, when you have situations where we've had the last couple of years where you have so many fires, that you truly get down to what they call max drawdown, right? You just run out of resources. And so you're constantly, every day, looking at prioritizing, reprioritizing, trying to figure out the best path to take. So some fires do actually end up going unstaffed because the other fire has more threat. And so, I think that these things need to be taken into consideration when we're approaching this. I believe that there's good merit here into looking at this. I just don't think that this is brought together in the manner that I would like to see, that when we work with, the feds, and I understand there's a time constraint with NACO, but it doesn't mean that NACO can't take this up, down the road, even if it's not within the current time frame. So those are my thoughts, and, I just wanted to put it out. I am supportive of anything we can do to protect life and property. We have to do that. But I do think we need to have perhaps a bit more realistic approach.
Susan, I'll let Half speak, and then you can feel free to speak to both of them, and then we'll open up for public comment.
Okay. Well, Supervisor Kirk, you put a lot of energy into this, and I certainly do appreciate it. There are quite a few points that you brought up that are important discussion points. In preparation for today, not only did I read all of your materials, but I wanted to go over some of the other materials that I read in coming to the conclusions I have come to. There was a memo put out in 2016 by our county council regarding engaging with federal agencies. There was another one in 2015 put out by county council comparing the 1982 and the 2012 Forest Service planning rules. And I have that one here. I did not read all of this. It's huge. But the first, maybe not even quite a third, gives the flavor of our Stanislaus National Forest Plan. So I looked that over. I also looked at the USDA Forest Service study, Investing in Forests Reduces Megafires and Saves Millions, dated 2014. Took into consideration our natural resources meeting yesterday and the comments that John Buckley made. He sent a copy of that. And also testimony from Dr. Max Moritz. He's from UC Cooperative Extension. He's a wildfire specialist, and he was on the House Committee on Oversight and Reform Subcommittee on Environment, Field Hearing, and Wildfire. And this is dated August 20th, 2019. This is a lot to absorb all in a couple of days. And I concur with some of the statements made that this is a huge issue, and it's one that we're, it is before us because fire season is here. There is a sense of urgency because if we're going to support anything with NACO, it's now or wait and see, I guess. So I wanted to give you my comments based upon all of this. First of all, you bring up two different points. One is the fire insurance, should we support your letter? And one is the draft NACO resolution. So it's a two-part thing. I can answer the first one for myself very quickly and very easily. I think it's a worthless effort to contact our commissioner. I think we need another insurance commissioner. I believe this one is bought and paid for in the hands of the insurance corporations, and we need somebody that has the guts to do what needs to be done. And if that means increasing his job description to do that, that's what needs to be done. So I do not support sending him any letter. I think it's a waste of time. Personal feelings there. Now, as far as the draft NACO resolution, how do we ask to be included? It almost sounds like we're demanding to be included in the public process as far as the NEPA process goes. How do you ask to be included and not sound demanding and still have cooperation? How do you do that? And that's my biggest question. I want this to be a conversation at NACO. I really do, because I think it needs to be addressed. But it's a broader picture than just letting fires burn or not. There's a resources issue. The U.S. Forest Service does not have enough resources in terms of manpower or funding. And when I talk about manpower, it's manpower not only to fight fires, but it's manpower to act proactively, like we've been doing here in Tuolumne County. It's both sides. It's not either or. So I don't want to ruin our relationship with Stanislaus National Forest. Extinguish immediately all fires brings us back to the old policy which overloaded our forests in the first place. So how do we have a balanced approach where, yes, especially during fire season, we put out those fires, but we're also working on the broader picture of acting proactively? So how do we do this? And I don't know if I'm prepared today to put together wording that I would rather send to NACO, because you're at a deadline for tomorrow for that. But those are my thoughts there. I think that it needs to be a discussion at NACO. How do we get included in the rulemaking process? There is no official rule that can be tied to the memos, is what I'm hearing, those memos that Randy Moore put out in August and December. So if that's true, and the forest plans are not binding to the public, how do we enjoin the U.S. Forest Service to work not only with our county and our state, but with the other states to solve the holistic problem? It's not a one-sided problem. I am interested in holding the U.S. Forest Services to their own standards. I do have something to say that this is not political. I heard that many times as well, Nancy, and no disrespect, but it can be political when one jurisdiction demands to be included in a process. It becomes political. So I think we need to not be naive about that. Those are my thoughts. I think I don't have anything that kind of ties it up nicely in a bow. So
Sure.
I'm sorry about that.
So I heard from David some comments. I heard from you more questions. Nancy, do you want to spend about 2-3 minutes maybe answering some of those questions, and I'm going to open up for the public, or do you want to wait till public comment? What would work best for you?
Whichever, but I would like to point out that the requirements of NACO were was providing us with a template and making certain that it's understood that this was not written outside of their normal wording and presentation, that NACO's Public Lands Committee and their steering committee in that arena provides a very tight direction with exactly the issue, the proposed policy, the background, and the impact area. So I want to make sure that it's understood this was not a created document. It's pursuant to the template and direct review of the parties at NACO that see these policy resolutions every pre-legislative session.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So I think what I'm going to do now, open it up to public comment. And I know we will have a couple on Zoom as well, but I'll open up to public comment here in the room.
Hello, my name is Melinda Fleming. I work with TwoCare. I'm their executive director. TwoCare is Tuolumne County Alliance for Resources and Environment. TwoCare has been dealing with the issues you're talking about today for over 30 years. And I've never met Nancy before, but I've appreciated her comments today and the work that she's done to help put this together. What I hear from the board today, I feel like is almost a concern that there isn't an analysis paralysis taking place. And when I say that, I'm saying that sort of jokingly, can't see because my mask is on. But we can talk and talk and talk about something. It sounds to me as if a lot of the grunt work has already been done, thankfully, by Nancy and her group or agency. And I appreciate that because we are in the prime time to deal with fire issues right now. We know we can't continue to have these catastrophic fires anywhere. It's hurting everyone. I don't think that this is complicated. I don't think that this is going to hurt the relationship between the Stanislaus and Tuolumne County citizens and the supervisors. I think all I've seen from our local Forest Service is a willingness to try to do whatever they can do to make sure that we don't have one of those catastrophes in our county. So I do appreciate that our supervisor for the Stanislaus is 100% behind things like this. The fact that there is no rule, policy, or directive would tell me that you're operating kind of in an area where, you know, eventually something will happen, but it won't happen until these kinds of things go forward. In other words, until the counties demand that we have a policy. So I don't think that it's wrong that we don't have one, but I think it's not wrong to ask for one. Do I have time to read a brief letter? 30 seconds? I'll just point out that as a representative of TwoCare, we're supporting that there be a rulemaking take place, or support the resolution that you're looking at today, and the letters that you have addressed to different agencies. We would like to make sure that Our county does have cooperating agency status. That's important, and we would appreciate your yes vote today. Thank you.
Thank you, Melinda. Just a reminder to folks in the room, yes, we do have to hold tight to that three-minute time rule. I'm sorry, but got to be fair and firm. So is there anybody else in the room who'd like to speak?
Don Nessel. So the idea of letting fires burn, I often thought that was what was happening, but never really thought that it was really happening when you have something like the Dixie Fire, or the Caldor Fire. This, in the minds of some, would seem to be not be necessary in a state where the forest is such a huge resource. Surely the Forest Service would have a policy of quick and measured response, protecting the trees, animals, and ecosystems that thrive in the Sierra Nevada mountains is an example of both good stewardship and wise management. If indeed the Forest Service is using these blazes as a method of management, then by all means this practice should stop. In the last few years, I've noticed the term prescribed burn used rather than controlled burn. This in itself suggests that the authorities want it to be clear that control is not intended when they try to reduce dense growth. An uncontrolled wildfire that ignites from July to October will without a doubt result in catastrophic results. Loss of forest resources, private property, and confidence in those who provide firefighting services is greatly damaged. We've watched as non-government organizations or NGOs have tried to stop forest management options like grazing and logging under the pretext of protecting sensitive species that are reputed to be endangered by these activities. Our efforts should be directed to correcting the lack of balance proposed by those groups. Forest management should include a mix of practices that will, in concert, produce an attractive and fire-resistant area that can be enjoyed by all recreational and business interests. Use of power tools, controlled burns, fire breaks, and quick response to unintended fires would help to produce this scenario. I'm also an advocate of producing a new concept of Forest Service stewards, and I'm glad to see Two Cares here, because they're probably the people that I should be talking to about this, where we have something called Adopt a Forest, where private people can get a certain section of forest and manage it. Plant the new trees, keep the dense undergrowth from happening, and so on and so forth. Please continue in any and all efforts to create a healthy and manageable forest that creates both recreational opportunities and cultivation of valuable wood products from private enterprise. I respect you and your diligence in trying to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment from inside the room?
Hi, my name is Justin Myers. I sit on the board of the Tuolumne County Business Council. I'm a resident of Tuolumne County, and then I also own a small business in Tuolumne County, specifically an insurance agency. So I've, as you can imagine, been dealing with the insurance side of things for many years now. It's interesting is the discussion went on today. There was no mention of the Donnell fire, which occurred in 2018, right here in our local county, which was on forest land. And we can probably have a debate, don't have time for it, on how that how that fire was handled. Did they jump on it right away? Did the Forest Service not? Could have been suppressed a different way. But then fast forward, if we look at just last year, or less than a year ago, the Caldor fire, and how it burned through high elevations, through granite, like we've never seen fire burned before, and these are comments from multiple fire professionals that I'm sure many of us had heard. I do understand this issue with the Forest Service and policy making and how to get involved. It can be a complex one. We're sitting here, the board's sitting here in December. We're thankfully we've had a lot of rain. We're not dealing with having to be on the defense. But many of us know, let's fast forward to April or May, and board meetings may not be occurring if we have a major, massive fire in Tuolumne County. So we can simply kick the can down the road and say we need more discussion, we need to have more talks, need to do more research. But the bottom line is, time is of the essence, and yes, things may not be perfect, and there may be some answers that still may need to be had. But I challenge you as a board and hope the board can work through this in a way that would benefit Tuolumne County and specifically advocate for the citizens of Tuolumne County that during fire season, there must be immediate suppression, because we all know if there's not immediate suppression, what's going to happen. We've seen it happen in our surrounding counties. We've seen it happen here, specifically at Donnell Fire. So I just encourage the board, I challenge the board that if the current language is not correct and needs to be amended, that language gets worked out and we can get something out and the board can vote on it. So I appreciate the time and energy that each one of you spends in the county, and that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the boardroom? Can I get a raise of hands if there's anybody else after this lady who'd like to speak? One. I guess we got two more in the room, it looks like.
Hi, my name is Stacy Dodge, and I'm with Sierra Resource Management, a logging company here in Tuolumne County. And I just want to say kudos to everybody that got up and is wanting you guys to sign this resolution. We will have, you guys, all of us will have the public comment time when policy and all of that comes together again. So this resolution is just a time now to move forward positively. And we've had a board in the past, and I believe that this is a board now currently, that we have a county that is just doing tremendously good things. And you guys all see that and you're part of it. And let's make this resolution one of those great things and just move forward with this resolution. Thank you.
All right, one more in the room.
Hello, my name's Brian Wayland. I'm an RPF. Also, I'm the procurement manager for Sierra Pacific Industries. And I'd like to thank the board for moving forward with this resolution. I think it's important that you recognize that we've got this situation, this time in our history where we've got catastrophic wildfires, and the way things are going has not been good. And I think addressing it is very important. I think that that the Stanislaus National Forest has come a long ways in their approach with managing their lands. I think you look at the Cyril project, for example. It's a huge project where they're addressing wildfire and treating fuels and everything else. And I think that if you move forward with a proposal like you have that asks them to suppress fires, non-prescribed fires that have the potential to take off and become catastrophic, I think that's appropriate when you look at the way the Stanislaus is moving forward to treat fires. And then if there was a resolution that asks them to extinguish any fire that's not prescribed, that's not planned, that has the potential to destroy life and property, I think it's appropriate. I don't think you're going to step on anybody's toes or hurt anybody's feelings with the Forest Service. I think it goes hand in hand. I think extinguishing these fires is extremely important. We own a lot of land in this area, and we've lost a significant amount of land outside of this area. And a lot of these fires started as small fires that the Forest Service stepped back and watched for a long period of time. They were in remote areas, hard to get to, but they sat back and they looked at them for long periods of time. And as the weather changes, humidity changes, things change. These fires exploded into major fires, like Dixie is a great example of that. The Bear Fire is another great example of that. It's a fire that set into a canyon for a long period of time. Everybody watched it and took off and consumed a huge amount of land and destroyed a lot of property. So I think it's appropriate for you to move forward with this. I support it, and thank you for proposing it, and I think we can get behind this and support it, so thank you.
All right. Looks like that was it for the board chambers. We're going to open it up to Zoom. Looks like we got 3 hands raised on Zoom. All right. Whoever is there, you're on with the board.
This is Mary Ann Schmidt.
All right, Mary, gotcha.
Okay. It was interesting to read the packet for the agenda item number 12, Initial Fire Attack Plan. For the past 30 plus years, the U.S. Congress, both Democrat and Republican, have slashed the U.S. Forest Service budget to the point that the local U.S. Forest Service supervisor's office went from a robust staff to a skeleton of a staff. What that meant was planning disappeared, fire prevention and fuel management plans did not develop to the full extent needed, and road maintenance and development became non-existent. But to make the shift to a more robust U.S. Forest Service would require local congressional representatives to be replaced with leaders who want a managed forest and who would allocate the money for this agency. That clearly has not happened. Imagine what 1 to 2% of the military budget could do for our U.S. Forest Service. Or we could get the money from taxpayers through a special tax, which would mean a raise in taxes. But we know that raising taxes or passing even a fire parcel tax is not good during a campaign year or may never be good, depending on how you feel about government and the so-called government overreach. Then, as I continued to read through the 5 documents attached to this resolution, Supervisor Kirk expressed concern about timely public participation and input. Truly ironic. I don't recall a single public meeting about this issue of the resolution. Did I miss the memo? Did this issue go through the county committees such as Natural Resources and Fire Safety Advisory Committee, or through the departments of Office Emergency Services, Economic Development, County Council? Many of you proclaimed in your campaigns for this office of supervisor that listening to the public was extremely important. Clearly, before this board writes any letter or resolution on behalf of me, I would like to hear from all sides, the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, Sierra Pacific, Fire Safe Councils, biomass businesses, county committees, and departments. And then at that point, I feel I could decide if it's appropriate for our BOS to make a resolution. I couldn't agree more with Supervisor Kirk and the consultant or lobbyist that's here today. Public involvement and input is key, but that has not happened. So whereas we need to elect public officials who will help build back a robust U.S. Forest Service, whereas we need to understand the science of climate change, and whereas we must understand what finite suppression resources are available, therefore, be it further resolved that the public always be involved in making decisions when writing resolutions that truly affect us as residents of a county. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mary Ann. We'll go to the next hand raised in Zoom.
Hello?
Jim, can you hear us?
Yeah. And I
There you go,
this is
Jim, you're on with the
Phelan.
board. Jim, looks like oh, there you are. Let's try it again. Can you hear us, Jim?
I'm trying to unmute. Am I
There you go.
unmuted, Anaya?
We can hear you. Go for it.
Thank you. There was a public meeting Yesterday, for the lady that just talked, it was on our agenda for the Natural Resources Committee. We did not have I did not have prior knowledge of the paper, so I didn't feel qualified until after I read it. I don't think we should be letting any fires start and just watch them in lower elevations, especially in fire season. There's areas where I don't think we'll ever be able to let fires start and burn, as in Wooey, if they're an uncontrolled fire, natural ignition, not a prescribed burn. With that said, I think the resolution as written, the Forest Service says they do not have a no burn policy. I pointed out to you, Mr. Kirk, yesterday in an email that I can see why people don't believe that, just locally. The Donnell fire is an example, the Rim fire is an example. So let's move forward and maybe reword the resolution that you want to take to NACO, that we want to make sure everybody's on the same page, and let's jump on any of these fires that start until we get the forest health in a situation where, at least in some places, we may be able to let them burn. And let's use all the tools in our toolbox to get forest health to where it needs to be, because there's been 100 plus years of, I'll use mismanagement, because there was lack of management. How's that? In the forest, especially in the last 30 or 40 years. It's not nearly as thin as it once was. And with that, I think I'll be off. Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
I do have another hand raised for Zoom.
Dave Hollins here.
Dave, you're on with the board.
Thank you, Supervisor Kirk. Esteemed board members, as property owners in the Pinecrest, Cold Springs, and Strawberry communities, we applaud the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for their leadership in trying to create a safer environment for us. Your letter to Chief Randy Moore, dated January the 11th, describes very well the concerns in not only Tuolumne County, but also literally the Western United States. While fire is an important aspect of the landscape, we are just too far behind the curve to let Mother Nature have her way in the area of fuels reduction. The repercussions of allowing fires to burn as they were likely meant to through the ages is just too devastating to the environment now. Mega fire's devastation reaches well beyond the burn perimeters. We are most fortunate that the U.S. Forest Service has the appreciation for this and is currently implementing projects like the Cerro in order to bring back the needed balance into our forest. This action, unfortunately, will take some time. We agree that in order to get us through the next several years, while we wait for our forests to return to a healthy state, we fully support your request to remove the let it burn policy and stamp out all fires while they are in their incipient stages. We also recognize that working with the federal government usually is a lengthy ordeal. We are not optimistic that any request at this time will result in obtaining what your request desires. In light of the lack of optimism, we might suggest the following. Having the proper initial response resources to incidents with our own county has typically been problematic. The vastness of this county alone makes it extremely difficult to provide adequate coverage. It would be prudent to bolster our current firefighting force within the county to make sure that they have the needed resources to respond to the needs of the community. These bolstered resources would be for our county alone. Our normally staffed resources typically get pulled away for other incidents within the state and leave us unprotected, sometimes having to close sections of our county for safety concerns. Clearly, the fastest initial response vehicle to a fire incident is the helicopter. It would be advisable that an additional firefighting helicopter be placed in Columbia or Ball Mountain site in order to make the best effort at squelching a fire in its incipient stage. We are all aware that these suggestions come at great expense, but an expense far less than the loss of lives and property to a mega fire. We wish you the best in your endeavor to change the policy of the U.S. Forest Service. They are an admirable group who in themselves want to do the right thing. In the meantime, it would be in the best interest of all property owners and visitors to the county to provide increased fire protection for primarily their safety, but also in hopes of maintaining the positive economic impact of tourism. And this comes collectively from myself, Dave Holland, Friends of Pinecrest, Jason Reed, Cold Springs Property Owners Association, and Don Barton, Strawberry Property Owners Association. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Dave. Next on Zoom.
Hello.
Craig,
Hi, Craig Conklin.
you're on with the board.
Yeah, Craig Conklin. Gotcha. Just with I hear you bogging down a little bit with the procedural issues that brought this to the agenda, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done by that. But I did want to pass on to the board that I do think that you need to continue to pursue, no matter the outcome of today's vote, a collaborative effort with the forest to establish fire policy. I think that the counties have a place at that table, and I'd hope that the county continues to pursue that. I can't help but think that the Forest Service would welcome your input. Part of their job is representing the people in forest management. So I just wanted to say I think you're on the right track here. I hope that you continue to pursue this and that we can develop a mechanism for county input in the federal wildland fire policy. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Next on Zoom, do we have anybody else? One more for Zoom. All right.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, looks like we got a tall ranch on Zoom.
There you go. This is Tom Atkin. I'm a 50-year resident of Tuolumne County, and that means that I have a 50-year experience in wildland fire control in this county with the United States Forest Service, the county, and the state. I'm currently a state contractor, just to give you a little bit of my vitus. You know, I was on the Caldor fire. I was on the Rim fire. I go back to the 87 complex. My first complex fire here, or major fire, was the Granite Fire in 1973. So I have some experience, and I'm here to tell you, after working with the Forest Service for 33 years, they will not be offended by you making a resolution that's asked them to suppress fires during fire season. Please take into consideration the history that's happened here in the county. And as a resident of the county and a person that's been involved in wildland fire suppression and fuels management for over 50 years, I would encourage the board to move forward with this action, show the support. The Forest Service loves having the Tuolumne County as a cooperative partner. They will not be offended by you. I know the forest supervisor. I know the district rangers. They will not be offended by you asking them to suppress fires during fire season. You know, I look back, you've heard the Donnell fire mentioned, you've heard the Rim fire mentioned. I would bring to your attention the Tamarack fire, which was monitored for a few days before it took off and consumed major private property and landscape. So I would encourage the board. I am just one of your constituents that lives in the Groveland Big Creek Shaft area, that suppression of fires during fire season is paramount. Please, you know, take my word for it. They will not be offended by you having an action that is asking them to do what they want to do. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Tom, for those words. Is there anybody else on Zoom? All right. I'm going to bring it back, and I'm going to start off just because it's the item that I worked on. And I think Tom's last words basically summarized. I want this board to know I've reached out to people who work in U.S. Forest Service. I've reached out to people who work in the fire industry. I've reached out to really the most boots on the ground and also people up in other areas. And I'm confident in that what I'm presenting today, there's going to be a national discussion about this. There's going to be legislation proposed in January, February from congressmen. The conversation's here. People can't deny what's going on in our forests. It's a long time coming, and we're here. And so instead of being on the back end of the conversation, I found myself with Nancy, I found myself in these policy discussions. And again, I don't even know who Tom Atkins is. I didn't reach out to him. He called in. Apparently he works for the Forest Service, but they need to hear at a national level, all the way from here, all the way on up, what we're feeling, what we're thinking. And the only way to do that is to speak the lingo, to speak the policy language, to put it in writing, to do these resolutions. The heart of this is to collaborate and to get a formal rule, because as we heard, there's a lot of things that aren't binding unless we have these rule-making processes. I'm committed 100%. We have a fire season coming. I will have no regrets by moving forward with this and sorting this out. I don't know how this is going to play out. I do know what's most important is that this NACO resolution, whether we have to make any altercations to it, but I believe it's solid, is that is what's going to get us really at the table and have that conversation and be able to lead and be a part of that conversation. It's the NACO resolution. The other resolutions are us stating our intent, are us stating why we're doing what we're doing. The letter to the insurance commissioner, although I agree, I also disagree because it's something that we can do. It's something that we can put in their lap, and it's something that we can request. And he's in an election year, maybe he's gonna support it. I don't know, it makes sense to support it. And then of course the policy question. So I don't know if the board has any more questions left of Nancy, but again, to me, this comes down to, like I said, at the very beginning of this discussion, it comes down to 2 whereases and be it further resolved. We are asking for an initial fire attack policy. We're asking for a wildland fire management direction due to the lack of formal management rulemaking process, so basically to make it binding. There's no forest plans that contain binding management direction regarding wildland fire management. No clearly defined public involvement with no NEPA analysis has been completed. So we're resolving that. We would like to request that the U.S. Forest Service promulgate, which is to make known the rulemaking process per the Administrative Procedures Act to develop the regulations regarding wildfire management rule policy immediately. So it really comes down to those 3 points, and I'm committed to doing whatever we can and collaborating with every agency to come up with formal policy to allow our citizens to have stake. Somebody had mentioned, one of the callers said that I didn't do town halls. I think I made it clear why how expeditiously we had to get to this moment. But what I'm advocating for is so that we can have the public involved, so that we can have all the partners have a say. That's absolutely in line with some of those comments. So I will leave it at that. We all know it's 12:30. So I'll open up for a final board comment and go from there. I know Half wanted to make some comments.
Well, I'd like to make a proposal based loosely on this, to create a resolution that's very simple. You like to keep things simple. In this resolution, we advocate for adequate funding for the U.S. Forest Service. That's number 1. In tandem with number 2, requesting to initiate the rulemaking NEPA process. And number 3, while temporarily suppressing all fires immediately during fire season on federal lands until such time as a balanced approach can be agreed to as per the rulemaking process. I think that's what we're looking for. Want to know how you guys feel about it.
I'm going to hear from all the board, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm kind of along the same lines, as there's a lot of adjacent issues I think we should have a standing position on and be advocating for, and also keep it simple, right? This is a lot of things. My question, I think, is directly relevant to that, is to staff. Can we realistically amend this today? There's a lot in here. There's a lot of mentions in different sections of the same kind of points. As I mentioned, there's a part of this that I really do like, but would we be able to wordsmith? I mean, it's a fairly substantial document.
Might be able to answer that because staff hasn't had, I've completely, because our board didn't agree to give this as staff directive, I had no authority to give staff directive to work on it. So with that being said, whatever we give, I'll have to communicate with Nancy and we'll have her 2 cents on it. But whatever direction we give today, whether it's all of it or just a NACO resolution, we could give direction today, ask Nancy, and potentially have that done today or tomorrow before the NACO resolution has to be submitted.
Right, what I mean is we'd have to still come back, review it, and
Well,
then
I mean-
approve it, and then the letter that you sent, as well as the memo, the resolution, and the NACO resolution are all very similar. So we can't adopt the NACO one and say we'll work on the others, because they're all pushing it in different ways, you know what I mean? We'd have to amend, so if we say we want to take a certain section out of it, it'd have to be out of all.
We don't
at
have
least
to
3.
approve the memo. The memo is just introducing the item.
Sure.
There's the resolution, there's the NACO resolution, and then there's the formal policy letter. So if there's some direction that wants to be given, say we went with Half's 3 ideas, we could work on formulating that resolution if the board agreed to it, and trust potentially that Half and I will make that verbiage smith happen and use that as a NACO resolution.
Yeah.
And just so you know, I could submit this to NACO without the board approval, but that is not my intent 100%. I mean, that was an option, but there's no way I want to move forward with any of this without the board's support. So if we support on, say, those 3 items for the NACO resolution, then I would just say that, trust that me and Half and Nancy would complete that and submit it for NACO.
Yeah,
And potentially come back after lunch, I guess, if that's
I
doable.
wanted to
But I
ref-
don't know if that's in her schedule today.
I wanted to refer that back to staff, specifically legal counsel, because if that is, I know that you can have an agendized thing. I know that legislators do that sometimes. They cut it out and then put a new one into it. I would imagine at our level, I don't know whether that is going to cause problems.
If your board gives very clear direction on the changes that you'd like to see made, staff can make those changes. My only concern is we have another very long item that we have to discuss after the 1:30 item, and so I don't know it's realistic to bring it back today, so maybe next week is.
Would it have to be brought back today, or could we agree on whatever changes and then we make the changes, submit it to NACO tomorrow?
You could do that as well
Okay.
if you were, again, very, very clear on what changes you
Okay.
wanted made.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So we could do it, and what was the exact deadline of when you would need it?
Yesterday/tomorrow.
Yeah, so we can't do it next week. I mean, we'd have to either
Right.
do it this meeting.
Sure.
Okay, and one question too, I mean, we talk about, I understand why right now it isn't a time crunch. My question on that is, from NRC, this could have been, because this is not a new issue, it's been discussed for, over a decade, right? That could this not have been put together, say, 3 or 6 months ago, and then kind of been developing and working through, getting staff opinion, or bringing a memo forward to endorse the concept so staff can then, as you're mentioning, add it into the priority list? So why was the decision to kind of start it at a time that would lead up to tomorrow's the deadline?
I don't think there's any conscious decision as where to start it. What happened was the conversations took place and they simply developed. So, I mean, literally no Christmas break, no New Year's, been working, probably have over 100 hours. So I've been in, just so you know, I have been in contact with staff. I have been in contact with people, letting them know, giving them copies as I develop it, as it's being discussed, so they know where I'm at. And then obviously the final thing wasn't available until literally Friday at 12 o'clock.
Okay, and then just my last kind of joint question there is to CAO's office. Even though I think this wasn't provided way ahead of time, you said with staff time, is there an opinion from staff on this? And if we move forward with it, what's the staff time commitment we would expect for something like this?
Yeah, I don't understand the
Sorry.
staff commitment because the staff wouldn't do anything.
In order to do this properly from staff's perspective, it would probably take a few weeks to do. Because we haven't, as Anaya said, we have not vetted it. There are some interpretations that vary amongst staff and with what's in the resolution. Doesn't mean it's wrong, just means that we need more time to vet it, which means you wouldn't make the date. So your board really has the option of passing what you have with some changes that you tell us right here, right now, or you don't have it in time and we try to get it into another platform with NACO. Maybe it may not even make it till next year at that point. So that's the timeline that you have. So your choices are kick it back, we rework it, bring it back. It'll take some time because it's legal, our office working with partners. Or you change the language today to something that you all feel you can live with, very clearly, we'll fix that, and then your board would give authority for the chair to sign it.
Okay.
Can I just give one example of something that's somewhat of a discrepancy that staff would ideally like to be able to provide, more detailed information? There's references in the resolution about counties being cooperating agencies under NEPA. And that's really it depends situation. It depends on the project. It depends on, the analysis. So just to be technically accurate, there are things that we would want to probably make more precise. So I just want your board to be aware of that, because if you're not comfortable, knowing that information or you want to pare this down significantly, I just want to make sure that you kind of know what you're signing up for and what the changes would be, and where staff hasn't had a chance to really dig in.
Okay. Just my final comment on that. I don't think anybody up here is pro-wildfire. It's just a matter of how this is being addressed with it. Mary Ann brought up a really good point. I think the public needs to be involved in any of these decisions, and it does concern me that none of our staff have really been able to review this thoroughly and opt onto it. I understand the time crunch, but it may end up being that we didn't schedule, it was not enough time ahead of time. I know you probably put in a ton of hours on this, only that it should have been spread out a little ahead of time,
Well, sure.
in the scheduling.
If
Wait, I want to say one thing that I would be comfortable with moving forward very specifically. It's your second, be it further resolved.
Is this in the NACO?
Which one is this?
Yeah, the board one.
This is the board resolution, but it would be, I'd have to find the similar one in the NACO resolution. But the idea that, per the process, we'd want a wildfire management policy to start, a stakeholder process that actually begins with that, I absolutely would agree with that. And because part of that process is public input, I'd be comfortable with moving forward even over my hesitations of there not being enough public input on this item. With the rest of the stuff, that's what I would hope would come out of a process like this.
Sure.
And then whatever NACO adopts, I think we can still be able to help support. And my final comment, I promise, I'm really going to end it. Some of those things as well, we would want to check on the resolution you mentioned. I don't like the idea of completely swapping it out on the agenda, but some of them, they are really good. I think they should be on a legislative platform, but they may already be part of NACO's. So I called NACO to make sure this isn't either in conflict with what they have on the books for policy, or something they've already done. I think we need to do that the same. I would assume they have something saying U.S. Forest Service needs more funding as a standing position. So that wouldn't be something we would then bring to NACO because, anyway. So we would need to check with that resolution to see if it conflicts at all. Thank you.
So I'm just gonna interject real quick. What I'm hearing is there's not enough consensus necessarily for the board resolution. So I would offer that we postpone that, have more conversation about that later, but that the NACO one, because the NACO one doesn't get into all these other details and stories that I paint in there, but the NACO one is very specific about the policy questions that we're requesting and the rulemaking process, and it's very simplified. So I would just suggest, as we hear the last two supervisors, that we maybe consider that as far as moving forward, because like I said, time is of the essence with NACO, but with our resolution, we could potentially vet that further or communicate that further. But I feel confident. I mean, we got people who work for the U.S. Forest Service who read this material and they vetted it and they support it. So I do know there are staff who do not support this because they're very concerned about our relationship with the U.S. Forest Service. So when I have that predetermined decision already in front of me, it greatly concerns me about getting staff involved completely in. I'm okay with vetting information, but not so much opinion.
And looking at, if I may clarify, on the proposed policy, it's not the first section, but starting at and to simultaneously promulgate rulemaking.
For the NACO one?
Yeah. Basically developing a policy with counties. That's something that I would be comfortable being a position.
Okay.
That's roughly the section that correlates to the resolution.
We might let me come back to that in a minute because I got to find that, but I'll open it up to right side of the table real quick. If you guys have any further comments.
So, well, I'm still kind of figuring out. So what Supervisor Brandon, what you're saying is where it says proposed policy we would leave off the first 3 lines and then start at simultaneously promulgate rulemaking and develop official wildland fire management policy and the rest of it. And then that would be that would be it, essentially.
Yeah, and removing, I think in the other sections, anything that would be extraneous to just that proposed policy. So that would be the other direction to staff to work on, or us, whoever's doing it.
So basically remove the request for the initial extinguish immediately policy?
Yeah, but keep the local stakeholders developing a NEPA process and wildfire management plan. Sorry for being unclear, I do have the section highlighted right there.
I would like to hear it from other board, because I mean, to me, that's the most critical part for this upcoming fire season. That until we have that rulemaking to develop the official policy that we do put fires out. I mean, so that would be kind of concerning to me, but I want to hear what the rest of the board has to say. Any comments?
All right. Multiple documents here. A lot of the language that's in this document, Public Lands Committee, U.S. Forest Service rulemaking. That document, this one here. Yeah. So, that has very similar language. Supervisor Half's discussion. Pull that back. Trying to keep it simple. That's got a certain amount of attraction. It doesn't, alleviate some of my concerns on, as I expressed, just blanket suppress all fires. I don't think that's really the answer. Quite honestly, it's ironic that the wildland firefighting agencies, both state and federal, part of a good part of the contribution to the overloading of the forest is how well they've done in suppressing fires. And that, that's a known factor that's out there. Sure, there's other things that, contributed to it as well. I'm not ignoring those, with their logging issues or, judicious use of grazing and other things. But, putting out a lot of fires, got the forests really thick. So that, then when you get the fires, then they become so unmanageable. So I like the simple approach, that Supervisor Half has here. I think we're kind of wandering here in being able to put this together today, quite honestly, to where I think that we're all understand and, agree on it tonight. I'm not sure of the answer, quite honestly. I don't.
Supervisor Kirk, one suggestion for the board is if your board wants to take what Supervisor Half said and sort of pare down this resolution for NACO, then potentially Supervisor Half and Kirk can work together,
Sure.
finalize it. Your board could give that authority to you two to finalize it, and then so then it would still meet the deadline. Just an option.
That's kind of where I'm headed. I do want to hear from Supervisor Campbell, and then I want to ask Nancy one question regarding the blanket idea of suppressing all fires, because I don't think that's what our intent is at all, or what we're pitching. But go ahead, Supervisor Campbell.
I think what County Council said is a good idea. I just listening to what everyone said, I share, it's funny, almost word for word, the thoughts that I had. I think just about every other supervisor kind of spoke to those. So I think we're kind of, we're sort of wandering all over the place here. So, I'm kind of on board with the idea with what Supervisor Brandon had proposed. We're taking out, I think, an element of this that we're all pretty clear on, and submitting that. I think, just kind of in general, and it's been said before, extinguishing all the fires whenever they happen is kind of how our state got into this mess, and we're all sort of part of the problem. I mean, it's not just the Forest Service. Everyone, our forests haven't really been managed well since, around about 1850. And so, and I think, you know, Forest Service is definitely a part of the solution to that and the conversation to that. So, but I think just trying to narrow things down to what we'd submit to NACO, you know, I don't know that we have a clear enough agreement except on that one element.
Okay. I want to speak to one thing real quick. Nancy, thank you for standing by. I'm not sure if you have other meetings to go to, but is the NACO proposal that we're proposing to put out all fires, or aren't I clear that it is specifically fires that weren't prescribed, weren't planned? Can you speak to that real quick?
That is for the interim direction, just as the Chief of the Forest Service had issued in August, due to the fuel loads and the risk related to biomass included, that we not allow fires to burn and we extinguish them immediately, and that if you are working on a prescribed fire, that if it does breach containment, that it also be extinguished, and only under those circumstances. This is to give us a chance to get through the rulemaking, and the Forest Service honestly would find this also very positive in the sense that they need a consistent direction considering the extreme risk of allowing these fires to continue to burn or to wait in any way to extinguish them.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Prescribed burns still go, but if they get out of control, they gotta attack them immediately. So I want to bring it back to the board and hone in real quick on this proposed policy for NACO. I'm trying to understand, why would we request that they extinguish immediately while we're going through this rulemaking process? Because I think that's actually the most, two critical issues. Put out the fires while we're going through this formal policy process. So I really don't see why we would take that out, so.
I think what I'm recommending, if you still ended up wanting to have a vote on that too,
Okay.
It could be splitting the question into two things.
Okay.
I do have from the NACO basically a draft that it's the item we said, cut out a few parts. I don't know if that's something you wanted to entertain, but yeah, however you want to move forward with that.
So we could leave that? We would leave that in there then? Okay, just making it clear.
It kind of goes along with what I'm saying. It's better verbiage, actually. And if we could just add advocating for adequate funding for the U.S. Forest Service to
Adequate
that,
funding.
I think we're good.
Okay. So then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of piecemeal this out because it's not just one lump item, there's several items in here. So I'm gonna call for a vote or for a motion for the NACO resolution, and basically it would be the proposed changes that Half is speaking about. Nancy, what's that? Huh?
But using that wording that you have.
Okay, using the wording that I have. So we would work together. Nancy, would you be available between now and tomorrow before the deadline to help us revise some of the verbiage on the NACO resolution? So we'll provide some input and just make sure that we have it clearly articulated with you.
I would be, but later today. I also would like to point out that the way the NACO wording has been pulled together is on the basis of not duplicating anything in their prior policy resolutions. And there is a very strong adequate funding for the U.S. Forest Service in all of NACO's legislative committees. And I just wanted to point that out, that would be redundant. And one of the rules, so to speak, of putting this forward with NACO is not to duplicate or to
They did say that.
in any way bring forward something that already has been. And correct me if I'm wrong, Anaya, but I believe you did call in to, like you're supposed to,
Yeah.
through this process, talk to the staff at NACO to make certain that the format was
Sure.
correct. Did that occur?
So yeah, let me tell you what Nancy's talking about. So I had to get a hold of the NACO representative, I submitted this, and they said, yes, it was acceptable, it was per their format and per the policy. What she's saying is, what NACO was saying is, if there's already policies in place, or just, I believe policies in place, that they don't want duplicates. So if there is, you're saying there's legislation, or there's already works as far as better funding the U.S. Forest Service that is already in discussion?
If you go to the NACO site, the Public Lands Committee has repeatedly advocated through any legislation that comes to the floor of the Congress or is proposed for adequate funding for the U.S. Forest Service. So it has been done every legislative session.
Does that make sense? Would it hurt? Okay. So what she's saying is it's already been proposed for greater funding, and so I think her concern is if, and they don't want duplicate. Can we simply include just a simple sentence in the resolution? Can we work with you to potentially, that we support that greater funding for the U.S. Forest Service? Not make it a policy issue, but just that we support that. Can we weave that in this resolution with you between now and tomorrow?
Are you asking me if
Yes.
we should, or?
Well, it sounds to me like you're suggesting we don't, but I think what my board is saying is they want to
Well,
support that as well.
My reason for suggesting it is only because of the way that the Public Lands Committee will review this, and we fit right into it's a niche. We fit into an area that has not been brought forward. They also have a lot of wildland fire resolutions, but none that say what we're proposing.
Okay.
So that's the criteria. If it's a duplicative policy resolution, or it's one that's already in their legislative agenda, and last year, the year before, and the year before, the continuation for advocacy for adequate funding for the U.S. Forest Service has been there.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, with a recommendation, as it's approaching almost 1, we could table the item until after lunch. If you wanted to work on that draft or come together with something, I can't vote on anything that I haven't seen the final language on, so I can't just give general direction and then say go with it. But if then you bring something back, I'd be willing to read through and vote on it if it's in line kind of with what I was putting there, roughly.
We can look at it, but I feel like if we're not going to submit that funding portion of it, then it's basically the same resolution as it stands. And so, would you agree with that?
I agree with that. I think I'll tell you later what I think.
Okay.
But that way we could end up,
So-
everybody go to lunch.
Sure. So do we,
So I guess, under the background section,
Mhm.
the second paragraph, talks about budget perspective. Is all of that going to still be, this whole thing still going to be included? I'm just trying to clarify.
yes, under
Okay,
background?
so, maybe we could lend it into their, recognizing the continuing efforts, to fund the Forest Service appropriately. I mean, obviously, it's a huge part of this whole problem is exactly the cost when these fires get to this point versus preventing them to begin with. I mean, it's incredible amounts of
Okay.
money, so.
Then what I'm going to propose, because we are coming up on lunch, Nancy, do you have time? Would you want to speak with me, Nancy? Yeah. I'm going to work with, we could do this a couple different ways. We can give direction to Supervisor Half and myself to, based on all your comments, to reformulate this resolution and submit to NACO. That would be my suggestion.
Are we only talking about the NACO resolution?
Just the NACO
We are
resolution.
not talking about
Yeah,
the
just the
county
NACO
one at all?
resolution, yeah.
Okay.
So I would make a motion in that regard specifically for the NACO resolution. So I will look for a second.
What's the motion? We're just tabling the item and
No,
taking
no,
lunch
no.
and then coming
We
back to
could
the same
table, but
item.
I'm recommending that based on county council's recommendation, which is we can go work on it together. We can change some of the verbiage on here and then submit it. We can do that. We don't have to table it and bring it back later.
Oh, I understand. Like I said, at least me personally, I can't vote on any statement there unless I've seen the final language.
Well, and I would like to add that we would take into consideration the comments that have been made up on the dais in formulating what we're going to recommend.
Okay, so I would make a motion for that.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we'll do roll call. And this is specifically for the NECO resolution, so we'll do roll call.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, a point of clarification on that. So the motion is to authorize you and Supervisor Happ to take all those comments into a draft and then basically submit that. It would not come back here for another approval.
Correct.
Okay.
So we'll do roll call. I'll start down with Supervisor Goldenberg.
So
I have similar concerns. I mean, I think if you can work that language and bring it back, we could still do it today, but I'm uncomfortable because we've bounced around so much here that I'd like to see something, in writing. I think we're about there, really.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to expedite the
Yeah.
meeting because I know we've
No,
been
I
going much longer.
understand.
So
I
then
understand.
we will break for lunch. Nancy, are you available to talk with me and half offline? Or are you running?
No.
We will work on it and we will.
I have to be at 2:30.
Okay, go to your 2:30. We will work on this and we will table the discussion until after the lunch hour. What time is it? We got 1 o'clock. We have a half hour, so we got a half hour lunch break. So see you back at 1:30 because we have an appointment at 1:30.
Right.
All right, thank you. I'm not on. Now I'm on. 1:30, January 11th board meeting. We're going to reconvene here after lunch break. I want to thank all you guys for holding on right there. We're going to move on to our 1:30 appointment, and I'll have the clerk of the board read that.
1:30 p.m. as the Air Pollution Control Board, public hearing to consider adopting the Air Pollution Control District 2021-2022 budget.
Supervisor Kirk, got it?
What's that?
Just want to make sure we open and close the public hearing.
Yes, we're going to open the public hearing. You're on now.
Okay, yeah, I can hear myself. Good afternoon, Supervisor Kirk, members of the board. I am Kelly Schroeder, your Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control Officer, and I'm here today for the public hearing to adopt the Air Pollution Control District 2021-2022 budget. And on December 14th, 2021, your board conducted a public hearing to review the 2021-2022 air pollution control budget and to receive comments from the public. California Health and Safety Code sections 40130 through 40131 requires a second hearing to adopt the budget. This hearing is to adopt the budget as the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District. The Air Pollution Control District budget was formally adopted in the county budget process on September 21st, 2021, and our budget for fiscal year 2021-22 is $775,437. It is recommended that your board, after conducting the public hearing, adopt the Air Pollution Control District 2021-2022 budget as presented. Thank you.
Thank you for that very concise report. I'm going to open it up to the board for any questions, comments.
Okay, I'll start. Yeah, we talked about this before, Kelly, thank you. Still disappointed with the state that they didn't keep some of that extra funding going, but.
Yeah, we're still waiting to hear, still no
Okay,
word,
So
yeah.
hopefully something will shake out. We'll be able to do some other, nice things.
Definitely, I agree.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell? No?
Yeah, I only wanted to ask, in the changes and appropriations for the salaries and benefits, the increase of 63,000, is that for a new position or is that related to bargaining?
It was related to bargaining. Well,
Okay.
yes.
Great, thank you.
Double checking, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna open up to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room? All right, I don't see anything on Zoom, so I'll bring it back to, so we are going to close public comment. How you like that? Or public hearing, I was halfway there. Okay, so I will look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the Air Pollution Control District 2021-22 budget.
Second.
All right, so I got a first by Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And no no's and no abstains, so it passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are going to go to, let's go back to we'll go item 10 and then 11, and we'll do 12 at the very end. So item number 10.
Item number 10, consideration of approving resolution 10-22, appointing Ann Fremd as an extra help retired annuitant.
All right, good afternoon, Tracy Riggs, County Administrative Office. This item is, we are bringing this item to your board because, as you know, Ann Fremd, our previous HR director, retired. We had originally planned that we would have a period of a dual fill for the transition so that she would have some time for that trade-off of information and historical types of stuff we've been working on. Unfortunately, for many reasons, that did not happen. What we're asking is that your board would consider bringing her back before the 181 days, and so as a result, we are required to have a resolution from your board. Ann Fremd does have special skills that are required in order for us to bring her back, and this would give her time not only to do some special projects for us, but also just to spend some time with our new HR director, Paul, because they did not get any time together before he came on. So with that being said, what we are asking is that your board would approve the resolution appointing Ann Fremd as an extra hire retired annuitant to perform the duties as a relief HR director, risk manager for the county. And this is effective January 17th. I haven't spoke to Ann since right before Christmas, but she had indicated after that date she would be available. So then Paul will be able to start scheduling some time with her should your board approve this resolution. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Comments?
Just one quick one. I'm all in favor of bringing Ann back. She's got a wealth of experience. Do we have an estimate of how much time that she and Paul will spend together? Just, you know.
I do not. She cannot work more than 960 hours in a year. But with the new round of bargaining coming up, we are expecting she can lend some expertise, technical expertise that will assist with capacity as we begin working. So I don't have an estimate right now. We do have enough in the budget to cover it, and we'll analyze that again when we get to the year end just to make sure there's enough there. But I don't have an amount of time, and really it will depend on how much he has been developing a list and some items he'd like to discuss. So I can meet with him and then give you guys updates of where we think we will be with that.
So I like the part of we have enough in the budget to
Yes,
cover.
we do.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this makes sense to me with all the bargaining issues we have, some policies, and then the transition. This is pretty clear. So with that, I'd be happy to make a motion to move on staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, and we have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh man, I forgot my blue public comment. Is there any public comment? I know, I'm gonna make this your responsibility. No public comment. Any public comment via Zoom?
I really like that.
Not seeing any. Going once, going twice, no public comment. So we had a motion by Brandon, second by Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, Manteca number 11. First of all, thank you guys for waiting. I know it's been a long morning, so we're gonna get on to item 11.
Item number 11, discussion of Manteca District Ambulance Services, notice to the county to end its contract and terminate ambulance services in Tuolumne County effective May 5th, 2022, and staff direction regarding options to ensure ambulance services are available in the county.
All right. Good afternoon. Eric Ehart with County Administrator's Office, and I'm here joined with Steve Boyack from our Health and Human Services Agency. So we're here to discuss a recent notice we received from Manteca Ambulance District to terminate its contract with the county effective May 5th, 2022, and get some direction from your board after presenting some options. But to provide some public understanding and context for everyone, including your board, we're going to go ahead and start with a background history of ambulance service here in Tuolumne County. So I'm going to kick it over to Steve to do that for us.
Perfect. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Steve Boyack. It is on. It's lit. Hear me now? Can you hear me now? All right. Good deal. All right. So, since 1987, our ambulance service here in Tuolumne County has been provided through a public nonprofit partnership between the county and Manteca District Ambulance. Primarily, the Health and Human Services Agency has been tasked with fiscal and administrative oversight for ambulance operations as well as the billing service. In addition to that, the county owns all of the physical infrastructure, including the ambulance stations, the vehicles, the equipment necessary to provide services. And we are under contract, again, with Manteca District Ambulance to provide day-to-day staffing operations. The county currently operates 4 ambulance stations. We have 5 advanced life support ambulances operating 24 hours a day. The ALS ambulances are staffed with at least 1 paramedic and 1 emergency medical technician. The 5 ALS ambulances respond to approximately, or did respond to approximately, slightly over 7,500 calls for fiscal year 21. Included in those calls were approximately 1,200 requests from Adventist Health Sonora to transfer patients to other facilities outside of Tuolumne County. So out of the 7,500, 1,200 of those were transported out of our county. Okay. Under the current agreement with Manteca District Ambulance, they also provide services for those that are suffering mental health, in mental health crisis. So we are tasked with transporting those that are in mental health crisis from our hospital to psychiatric facilities outside of the county. And in fiscal year 21, we did 201 of those types of transports to psychiatric facilities outside the county. The current agreement with Manteca District Ambulance was approved in 2015, following a thorough Board of Supervisors review of options for future ambulance services here in the county. Following that review, staff was directed to maintain a partnership with Manteca District Ambulance, and a new agreement was reached, and it was a 10-year agreement from that point to expire June 30, 2026. In July of 20, Manteca District Ambulance notified the county that due to incremental increases in the minimum wage, that they would require at least a 10% increase in their contract to maintain a satisfactory operational margin. So the contract rate for that particular year was slightly over $3.7 million. In February of 21, your board approved a rate. That rate increase took effect and was incrementally increased starting March 1st of last year and continued through July 1st of last year. That was a 50% increase in ambulance rates at that time. We also added into the resolution the first time a CPI so that we could actually utilize the rates as a means to be better prepared for future and real cost increases year to year. So also in February of 21, shortly after we did the rate increase before your board, we brought before your board an amendment to Manteca's contract, and we were able to get that contract increased by 10%. And in fiscal year 2021, the contracted amount was slightly over $4 million. And we also, from this point forward, if we maintain a relationship with Manteca through 2026, would be before your board on an annual basis to amend their contract pursuant to a CPI that is also in their contract through the expiration period.
Thank you. So on November 5th of 2021, staff was presented with a written notice from Manteca Ambulance District from Bill Caldera, the Chief Executive Officer, to notice to terminate that agreement. So the first thing the staff did was reach out to them to schedule a meeting with them to understand what really prompted this. Just real quick, I want to say, since 1987, they've been in place for almost 22 of those years. I've had the privilege of working with them in multiple capacities, whether it's boots on the ground as a deputy or supervision, management, and now in this capacity. And the staff there has always been wonderful. They've always made it work. Relationship with Bill Caldera has been fantastic over the years, so I just want to say thank you for that. So it's always been a really good working relationship. So with that, we wanted to really understand what it was that was causing this impact. So on November 8th, we met with MDA to learn one of the primary reasons was their inability to recruit and retain positions for paramedics. I'm sure Bill will share some more of that when he gets up here in a moment. But it was expressed that due to the shortage of paramedics throughout the nation, that this was having a big impact on their operations and their ability to continue to do transfers and the amount of transfers that they're doing from Adventist Health Sonora. Those numbers have increased over the years, and it's just become an issue for them and having the ability to actually staff those units. There were some other minor issues brought up that we discussed, but that was the primary driving factor. So under this current agreement, Manteca District Ambulance is responsible to respond to the hospital when they're called there. They really have no discretion, with the exception of those instances where we already have 2 of the 5 ambulances out of county, so that way we can ensure that those other 3 remain available for 911 emergency calls. So once we concluded this meeting with Manteca, understanding what their challenges were, we then scheduled a follow-up meeting with Manteca as well as Adventist Health of Sonora to see if there were some other arrangements that could be made that would meet the needs of all groups, because really the primary focus in these discussions was the needs of the community overall. And so how do we address everybody's needs and make sure that this system continues to function? Following that meeting, there was still the challenge of being able to do transfers, and Adventist Health at that point also expressed that they wouldn't have the ability or capacity today to take care of their own transfers out of that facility. So members of our community that need to be transferred to a higher level of care wouldn't have those transport services available under the proposed language from Manteca District Ambulance. So they did provide us some additional language that proposed changes that would eliminate the transfers completely for mental health patients that were suffering from mental health crisis, as well as limiting the amount of transfers they would do from Adventist Health and just giving them more discretion on when and how to respond to those calls. So what does this mean for the county? If the county did agree to these changes, there would be significant impacts to Adventist Health and their ability to get members of our community the level of care that they need. We would have to seek additional contract for services for patients that are in mental health crisis, as well as potentially seek contract for additional transfer services. They did request also in some of the discussion a 5% increase, but I just want to point out the fact that this language is already covered in the current agreement, that if the rate for the cost index is more than 5% for the prior year or less than 1.5%, there is a reopener in that agreement to negotiate the actual rate. So that is where that 5% comes from, because it's anticipated the rate will be more than 5% this year. And so they're just asking for the maximum that's allotted under the agreement. So with all that, our options here today would be we could accept the changes from Manteca District Ambulance to prevent the current notice of termination from taking effect on May 5th of 2022. Again, this would require the county to find additional service providers and contracts for the patients needing transfer to psychiatric facilities. It may also require the county to seek additional services for the transfer of patients to facilities outside Tuolumne County. Another option would be we accept the notice of termination and direct staff to draft a request for proposals for a new service provider that would provide 911 services, hospital transfers, psychiatric transfers as a complete single system that would provide either the same or greater level of service to Tuolumne County residents here currently. So with that, before I get to the staff recommendation, I would like to, with your board's permission, invite Mr. Caldera up to say a few words as well.
This is what I'm going to speak off of. Thank you. Good afternoon. I've been here more than usual lately, but that's okay. I'm learning about my community. Thank you for giving me this time to speak with you. I have a document, it's 2 pages. I'll be brief as possible as well. There'll be copies for all of you coming around. And I'm going to speak about a little bit about the history and take it from there. But can you hear me okay? Thank you. I would, thank you, David. Okay. Dear board members, the recent release of the staff recommendation, which has not been passed on to you yet, but I've been in these meetings. They've been transparent. I appreciate the help from Supervisor Half. We had another one that was unscheduled last week, and it does relate. We have to solve this problem for our county before we can move forward to sustain the South County, which is her district, and the system as a whole. And that's what I'm here today to do, is try to fix things as best we can now that I've gotten my concerns out to the community and to you, our board of directors. The recent release of the staff recommendation to change the county ambulance operations and to put the system out to bid has caused for Manteca to respond. The articles in the local media and the information released are accurate. However, we are concerned for the ambulance system in our county. Manteca has been a staunch advocate and guide for the county ambulance for 35 years. Any business that has employees driving with lights, sirens to calls to help care for the sick and injured around the clock, witnessing the system being used to meet multiple local needs beyond our original design, will have challenges to keep this thing operating smoothly. And that's the preface of the rest of this short story. 35 years ago, the county had 3 hospitals and 1 ambulance service here in Sonora. This is after the mortuaries in the early 70s transitioned and we got paramedics. That was 1975. Sierra Hospital, Sonora Community Hospital, Tuolumne General Hospital, in-county patient health, 3rd floor TG, behavioral health, ambulance up in Cold Springs by the Morrisons, ambulance in Groveland with Sonora Community, and the 108 corridor operating with a mortuary ambulance that was paramedic and Sonora Ambulance, which was where I got my start. After a short period of time, the county was left holding responsibility as the systems had started to fail. The other providers, including Sonora Community, had given notice to cease operations. This is now in the mid-80s. We had an EMS coordinator by the name of Jeannie Mills. She worked for the county in the LEMSA, and we had paramedics, and she was a very staunch advocate of paramedicine, which was a big help at the time. This caused the county to request bids from providers to take over all the ambulance operations. Only 1 bid was submitted, and it was ultimately rejected. This is when Manteca was asked by the county to partner with them to operate the county ambulance service. We got a grant. Craig Pedro went out and got us a CSAC loan. We bought 4 brand new 1987 ambulances, all the equipment, and started an enterprise fund. I didn't do that, but your forefathers did. I don't remember how that works. And off we went. Manteca had continuously worked with the county to coordinate the program and has risen to meet every challenge that's been presented to us. The various disease processes alone are significant and include HIV, tuberculosis, Ebola, influenza, SARS, H1N1, and now COVID. Last year, we lost an employee to the latest disease. We have facilitated the county's fiscal needs by not taking contract increases on several occasions. all to protect the integrity of the ambulance system. Today, we are seeing the system that we worked in possibly go out to bid, and instead of finding a way to work out within our limitations to do all those tasks with the county and the local health entities' request. With the county staff now recommending potentially to go out for a request for a proposal, an RFP, the ambulance services, the county would close the ambulance enterprise fund. The fund has sustained the ambulance operations and has supported many other county departments for 35 years. And the enterprise fund, Eric and I have talked about this, that funding can't be used for just anything in your county, but we need dispatching, we need oversight, we need the board, we need fuel, we need to purchase vehicles, we have to have single source ordering. All those things are purchased from the fees that we charge, including the personnel cost. County assets in an RFP would go to the winning bidder and would include all the stations that Eric just shared. You have Stryker Court, 10,000 square foot building. I have some realtor friends at a good price of $300 a square foot. You're looking at $3 million on 5 acres. Groveland, Robert Boyer Construction, beautiful, beautiful station, built for $750 over 12 years ago. Current price, $1.2 million. You also have the Medic 20 property up on North Sunshine. I brokered the deal with the family that passed away in the late 80s with Mark Mitten and Maureen Frank. I got all the property, I got the houses, and the shed row of businesses. Today, the county owns that outright, sold some of the property for rental income to a local business, and built a foster home on the property, and also has another substation, I believe, for probation, and an ambulance quarters. All, again, all bought and paid for by fees for service. The fiscal impact to the county and the other departments that we help support, for example, the sheriff's dispatch, that may not be in an RFP. There's other dispatch centers out there. Everything's wireless. Last week I was here, we talked about broadband. Okay, so there's a lot of things that could change, that could affect the bigger picture than the ambulance and the needs of other outside entities that we do want to work with. The staff report speaks of MDA asking for a 10% increase, and that adds to the county to raise the charges last March and again in July. I was here before your board lobbying as if I run it like I own it. I didn't get 50%, I got 10. This was the insinuation or the misunderstanding was the impetus for the rate increase was going to go to Manteca. Well, that wasn't the case. And I'm not saying that was said intentionally if you absorbed it that way. Some of the people in the public that have hit me up in the last week since this went to the press thought that that's how that worked. And if you recall, I'm trying to look forward with a vision of safety, taking care of the responsibility, taking care of my people, and meeting the laws. Manteca approached the county with advance notice because the staff in the county were underpaid for the industry and the state of California. 5 years ago, the minimum wage started at $10 and it went up $1 a year. That's a 50% increase over 5 years of our budget for these people that are there 24/7. So it's a pretty significant problem. The other thing, and we did meet that mark, thank you. We were a year ahead of it and we met that just fine this January. The compaction among the rest of the staff, they didn't get a 50% raise. Okay, so an EMT starts at 15 an hour and a paramedic here makes 20. The hourly wage seems small and many say Taco Bell pays better. That's actually true by the hour, but our operations don't close. They're 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the employees are compensated as such. And this is how they can make a living. Paramedics, I've been trying the headhunter way. $5,000 if you can find me a paramedic will go to them upon completion of training, and the person that works for me that brings me that person, they get $2,000 6 months into the employment, and I've had 0 applicants in 2 months. So this is weighing pretty heavy on me to think that someone could try harder, but I'll get to that as well. Starting wages in the surrounding counties, mostly the Valley, but even over in Calaveras and Amador, paramedics there are making 26 to 30 an hour. And in the Valley, that's the starting wage, up to $40 an hour with $20,000 sign-on bonuses. It's a serious challenge. So to get people to drive up here if they don't live here, that's what I'm doing right now, because I've got some young ones from Elk Grove, Lodi, and I've got an old, somewhat grizzly paramedic who's an awesome employee. He's one of my oldest now. He's been here 20 years. He lives in San Luis Obispo. He's been coming up here since we were at Pete's Cafe, which is pretty awesome. Those are hard to come by anymore. We hope that the fatigue and burnout has peaked right now with all this going on, and we're asking for help to reduce the impact on our staff by modifying our supplemental contract duties. We were told those duties must be fulfilled, sometimes to the detriment of the 911 system. As Eric shared, the rule right now, Groveland don't do transfers. That's a tax-supported ambulance. The ambulance is on the 108 corridor. We leave 2 in position, and we send the other 2 out as needed. The safety cars are old police cars. We have people on call. We don't have a budget with the county to hire people on call or to be full-time. So when the requests come in, and they're very high right now with behavioral health emergencies for adults and kids through the holidays and the pandemic, it's been pretty sad. But we're getting it done. We haven't stopped doing anything, but I'm seeing the thing erode a little bit, and that's why I came asking for help. Unfortunately, we could not come up with a solution, and so we continue to do this as the requests for growth and added service with calls continue. MDA has always seen to add ambulances and have forward-thinking mission. Prior years, I've been asking you for more hours. Mr. Boyack has come to you and approved that. We could have, if I had employees, I could have 5.5 ambulances on right now full-time. The hours are there in our current contract. The bodies, the people, I can't seem to get them. I went on a safety car myself a couple weekends ago just to show the spirit of, reaching out. And I think it's a good idea. I won't ask them to do anything I haven't done. The staff recommendation to put the ambulance, it appears MDA has done an excellent job of generating revenue for the county's ambulance while reducing any and all exposures to the county. MDA takes the risk associated with patient care, day-to-day operations. In 35 years, there have been 0 claims placed upon the county for anything that we have done on your behalf, to include illnesses, injuries, vehicle collisions, animal strikes, mountains, litigation from patients, and labor issues. The burden for all of this has fallen on us while allowing an ambulance enterprise fund that has a balance currently at just over $2 million. We're healthy. We just need humans. Okay? And that's a tough one. The staff recommendation, The staff recommendation to put the ambulance system out to bid, close the enterprise fund, and relinquish the program to a successful bidder was communicated to I in a meeting 6 days ago that Eric mentioned. We neither asked for this to happen, nor it was communicated to us that this was being considered. Although a surprise, we will certainly be looking forward that we would request a copy of that RFP if it were to be released. But I see a lot of problems with that. If the hospital or another company were to come in here, they need people too. And I'm trying to keep up with the Joneses in the Valley, and it's not going well. So that's why we changed our scope of work, and I'll share that and I'll be done. The staff reports state MDA gave 6 months notice to the county. And this is what I want you to emphasize. You don't have a company here bending you over a barrel that we're going to give us what we want or we're leaving. And because I was here last year helping the county get its rates up to the upper third or the middle of the rates for ambulance in California instead of the bottom, those are the things that I feel get overlooked sometimes. If you're going to run an enterprise fund and keep it fiscally solvent, we should be at the higher end, even if it's operated by your county, because we can't just take general fund money and we can't just do it for free, because it's an unnecessary requirement to have an ambulance because you don't have a county hospital anymore. And that's something to think about. But the history, if you don't have this ambulance and the people that come up here do, and you put a bid out, they're gonna want all the stuff that we've built, okay? And that kind of ticks me off. It started in my driveway, you know, so I would hate to see somebody come up and discount that. We felt that due to the above challenges, we want to raise our hands to the county that we can't currently meet some of these contract obligations that you're trying to meet for all people, and I completely understand that, and to ask for some assistance in a meeting with all these requests. We have stated numerous times, again and again last Thursday, that the county were to end agreement with MDA and not allow 911 ambulance operations to cease. That would never happen, not for 1 minute. We will never leave here until something from you tells me to leave, and the keys are on the desk, and you've got probably my people, the ones that are still going to be here. They came here to work in the mountains. Some of us live here, not all of us anymore, but they can go west and sit on a street corner and get as much rest as we get some nights. And that's because the lack of specialty care in our community of a rural hospital, the location of beds, and the way healthcare, you all have, a lot of you do your healthcare here. My healthcare practitioners have been mid-levels, nurse practitioners, physician assistants. They do a great job, but it is a rural county, and if you need something special or your child does, you got to go a ways, and that's always going to be that way. So this ambulance is pretty vital, and I got a lot of skin in this game, and the hospital has a lot of need, and that's the challenge that I learned last week. If we don't do it, then I'm not saying somebody else wouldn't, but it might be done a little differently, and it certainly wouldn't involve you as the county having a stake in it other than to write policy, and that concerns me. It becomes kind of a monopoly. To be clear, we will not abandon the county without a replacement provider. Now that we are aware of the staff recommendation, we must ask that MDA be allowed once again to sit down with the county and provide other solutions that are available and more beneficial to our community. We are proud of our 35 years, seeing this system financially solvent and surviving through all these challenging times is of the utmost importance. And that's the end of my story, but I just want you to know that we don't take this lightly. And now that I know it's so important for you to take care of all the needs in this community, BH transports, specialty care not available locally, get those people on a gurney. It's our service. That's what we want you to do. I want to go back and meet with Human Services. I want to go back and meet with county admin and work out an agreement that is going to put me and my staff and I at a challenge. But you now know the severity of the shortage of people, and I will not expect, no matter how hard we work, that you're going to come back and tell me you're in breach, because I'm willing to stay here and do this, and I'm going to do it better than anybody else you go out and find, because I'll never turn it off. Someday I will, but that's where we're at. Lastly, the CPI right now is 6.1. Eric explained that very perfectly. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll stop talking.
Sure, yeah, and I'm sure we're gonna have board discussion. I'm gonna open it up to the board in a minute here, but I'm a little confused because my understanding, and I'm gonna look to the CEO's office and maybe you guys can give some clarification. I mean, wasn't there a letter of intent of termination by MDA?
That's correct.
So then, wouldn't we? I mean, my question is, then wouldn't we go out for RFP? I mean, what situation are we put in if they were going to terminate?
So upon notice of termination of a contract, whether it's MDA or anybody else, the county's first response would be to start drafting or preparing a new RFP to ensure that those services continue.
Okay.
So once we received that notice to terminate, we started those discussions to see how we can fix or modify the current agreement, see if there's some way to make things work, but simultaneously preparing, because of the time constraints that are on us, with that 6 months and trying to stand up a whole new system and get a new contractor or provider in place to do that. I mean, it's going to take a lot of time. So simultaneously, we start looking at doing the RFP. We can look at the current contract and start having negotiations on that and see if there's a way we can modify it. But yes, this is in direct response with our expectation that they had the intent to terminate initially, and that's why we started these discussions and started preparing also for an RFP if that is the direction your board wished to go.
Okay.
With a couple other things I just want to address real quick, just for clarity, you know, if the board does decide to go out for RFP, the terms and conditions of that new contract will be based on negotiations that we have. So that is not to say that we would close the enterprise fund, that we would relinquish all the assets. We could have anything from, options from a very similar, structure that we have today that is the same, where the county still manages and owns all of those assets, to a proposal that is something completely different from what we're used to today. So there's a multitude of combinations of things that we could see, but those resources that we would have, we would receive some value for those. The enterprise fund, the funds in that fund wouldn't just go away. They would go to continue to ensure that those operations still continue, because there will still be costs. So the enterprise fund will not just go away. It could be structured in a multitude of ways, though.
All right, I'm sure I'll have more questions, but I want to open up to the board for questions and comments. I'll start with David, looking over here.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, David.
So, long-term relationship, right?
Yes,
35 years, you built it from scratch. And we've worked through tons of stuff over the years. I worked with you guys, when I was, on a fire engine here locally.
Station 51.
Yeah, and Sonora, the, Cal Fire Station as well. Ran a lot of calls. But, not long ago, and you articulated this, we had discussions. You brought it to the county, to the finance committee. And we talked about increases that resulted in the 10% contract, the 50% in rates. It was in two different chunks, but, and we agreed to that, looking at the healthy aspects of wanted that long-term stability, which is something that I always want to see. So I guess, I would ask is why didn't some of this stuff come out at that point, right? I mean, that would have been this wasn't very long ago, right? I haven't been in office very long, so why weren't you having some of these discussions at that time? And then I've got some other points here.
Sure.
But
Yeah, the reason for the spreading it out is just like when we had Debbie Bautista here. I came in asking, please, you should do a 50% rate hike. The EMS agency's done the study. Those of you that have been in the business a long time, we do a lot of studies. We bring, the ambulance has been used to do studies for the fire, for example. And those studies lead to consultants to come in and they interview all of us that are the indigenous workers, and then they do a report. And I've seen a lot of studies that disappear at that time. To take on the amount of scope, honestly, working with your board and our county partners, getting a rate increase and addressing the minimum wage. I was not in the midst of the pandemic at that time. And I spoke with our new Human Service Director, Rita Espino, and she was taking Ann Conley's place. And I'm trying to talk slower today, but some of the things that I see needs for are pretty overwhelming to get pushed forward working with our government. For example, go ahead.
No, I hear you. This was more recent than some of the things you're talking about. So, that we just, on these increases, you expressed surprise that the county issued an RFP. Do you not think that the county was surprised that we received a letter that you were going to end the contract?
Absolutely.
I mean, and I just want to put this in perspective.
No disrespect taken, believe me. But I've never been a very good politician. You haven't seen me here in 35 years. You have in the last 18 months. The times are changing. And I've pretty much, for the previous 15 years, Manteca took 0%. We averaged 2.3 over 15 years. And
I understand all those were discussions when you brought it before the finance committee.
Right.
So
And I
I'm
was
aware
trying
of
to
that,
advocate
right?
for the county. The rate
Yeah.
increase was for the county to be
I understand.
beneficial.
It was justified. We went there. I'm okay with moving forward if you want to rescind the letter and if the county decides that it's in our best interest to do so.
Right.
But I would be very concerned.
Sure. Yeah, because am I going to come back next
that
month?
we not have something like this happen again, like that, right?
Right.
So
I think we still have something happening as I'm here, saying put another rock up my head.
Right.
But that's okay. But what I think would improve your confidence that I'm not here just to go year by year. That's the way that contract reads. And perhaps it's in our best interest and yours that I haven't proposed this yet because we're not in discussions, but if I can meet and we end up being able to work something out and rescind the letter, perhaps we should be looking at a 2-year renewal instead of 1, and it is what it is. And if you look at my history of whatever the increases were prior to this minimum wage,
Sure.
I've lived by those
And we need,
mantras.
we need the security, you need the security
I
as a
do.
company, I get that, you know, and I'm not against that. but,
Yes, sir.
You know, it just, the way these things fell, you know, just, was not real comfortable.
And I think,
Anyways,
yeah.
thank you for your time, I
All right,
appreciate it.
Thank you.
With Supervisor Brandon.
Great. Yeah, and thank you for being here, explaining it, the letter, very thoughtful with it. I mean, there seems to be a tone difference in the letter of termination to also what we're hearing with you and what you're saying today. So, I mean, were you in charge of the communications from November with the county?
Yes, to bring the termination letter?
Yeah.
That occurred on the day I was here meeting with Supervisor Supervisor Campbell. It was the day of the pre-meeting with the County Board Finance Committee on the Groveland ambulance assessment that was upcoming. And we had been trying to work through a number of challenges in this public-private partnership. And as Eric put in his statement, a lot of them are minor, but when you have the employees and you don't have heat, when you don't have air conditioning and things break down and you have to go through a government process and the employees, to be confidential, but not this group, but another group of employees, Antigua Ambulance has certainly handled some employer-employee relations in the last few years that we don't put in our budget to Department of Labor, $700,000, paying people around the clock, providing benefits, all the things that they want. And Supervisor Goldenberg, you know how many people worked for me back in the day and went on to be firemen, and that is a goal. So we're kind of a stepping stone, and now this job, when you look at all the things we have, it's not a stepping stone, it's a career, and that is why I did give the letter, and it's more of a cry for help, and I expected that we were going to be able to sit down and possibly come up with some alternatives to get the type of call volume I now have with one hospital, the same 5 ambulances I had in 1987 when we ran 400 calls. Now the call volume is almost 800. So it's gone up by 50% also. And the cost, I think in 1986, the monthly cost for a paramedic ambulance was $20,000. Now it's somewhere in the 60s.
Right. And like Supervisor Goldenberg mentioned, I mean, we talked about this at the rate increase as well. There's just two kind of things. Is one, it does seem after 35 years that kind of a let out of the blue for termination is not
Yeah, never done that before.
reopening of discussions with the county. That's a pretty big statement. The other, and this is concern, I'm serving currently on the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. The idea that in 2021 there are 201 different mental health crisis trips, and that would not be in the current contract, and we don't know exactly where it come from. That's unacceptable to me. Now, if it's a matter of the cost, I understand that it is quite a distance. There might be waiting involved. You're the expert on that. I know we've talked about those being expensive trips. You say that, you know, no matter what, Manteca is here to make sure it's here for the community, that you're not going to abandon it. But I mean, that's saying that group, it is leaving that group of mental health patients, right? Almost one every 1.5 or 2 every 3 days or so on average,
Yeah,
not having a recourse.
Right, I'm not here, I can't negotiate the specifics of any edits that I'm prepared to do, I don't think at a meeting, I don't know if that's appropriate, but basically, what we're doing is we're taking patients that have been at the hospital, and there's another side of the story, no disrespect to the healthcare system, but if you go to the hospital on any given night, there's probably behavioral health patients there waiting, and the hospital has a list of 20 facilities that they go down a list and call looking for beds, looking for beds, looking for beds. And it usually happens between 9 o'clock and midnight. And then we go off on that drive. Typically, a lot of them are to St. Helena. It's 8 hours, portal to portal round trip during rain, fog, mist, etc. And the client, they need to get that care, but they've already been there at the hospital maybe 24 to 36 hours. So it doesn't seem as imminent. The other part of it that we're moving forward with the county's help, we're currently in a behavioral health vehicle because the other two broke that we had, and it has 180,000 miles on it, and it's an old Ford. So it's not like we have a very pristine and eloquent type of a program that we're doing. And we've had some challenges last summer to where the hospital now sends a sitter, that's somebody that rides shotgun. And I think that what I want to know is, because of the cost of hiring employees, if we can edit those things and meet the need to the best of our ability by obtaining employees, I'm not saying that couldn't be revised in a final draft. And
Okay,
brought back
that's
to your
good to
board.
hear, because I'm concerned on a normal
Absolutely.
transport without trained folks that have various kind of dangerous things in cars, right?
Sure.
Whether there would be a risk of self-harm, whether people, I mean, if they're not in a medical provided vehicle. I know we are mandated to provide a service that exists there, but whether it's
Yeah, and
ambulance or not, it really should be. It should be with
They
trained
put
professionals.
a hold on the safety cars over the summer, and we did them all in an ambulance. And that's honestly, for my staff, it's a little bit more dangerous because there's an attendant sitting this close to the client. We're in a safety car. I'm up forward driving. There's a screen and a plexiglass. They have creature comforts, and they have taken a few car doors and turned them into a Lego project, honestly. But everything has turned out okay. We've had, again, for 15 years, and I came up with that alternative to reduce the impact on ambulances back then.
Well, I'm curious, what work have you done to try, for example, with Columbia College to recruit some new folks coming? I know you mentioned the incentive.
Sure.
Has there been a pipeline training with that? Has it only been financial incentives to hire?
Yes. So right now, again, being a small company, and these are the things that I've been able to attract before without running it through the Manteca ambulance budget. The world has changed, but I have an employee right now in paramedic school in Livermore. He'll be done in July. I paid his $10,000 tuition. I have two employees I've paid $5,000 hiring bonuses to, and they both stayed for their 2 years they owed back. One of them just got on with the helicopter. So right now with paramedics, I'm stealing employees from other ambulance companies, and they're doing the same. So it's kind of a bidding war. It's a good time to be a paramedic because you're highly in need. But to go to Columbia College, they don't have a paramedic program. That closed years ago. They just have EMT. And so I have to go to paramedic school and get them. And last year, the calendar year in America, 500 paramedics were trained and brought in to be new into the field. And that doesn't even nearly cover the retirees, the disabilities, and the deaths, and people that are just walking away from it. And so it's really hard, and I'm hoping that the schools are going to open back up so there's more potential candidates that we can attract by going to those schools and telling them about Tuolumne County. I think Cole Prisbilla would be a great guy to take along, and come on up here.
Sure. One final question on that.
Yes, sir.
So with notice of termination, if we ended up going forward with an RFP to be able to get any options for this, you've already expressed that Manteca would very likely go for that and end up putting one in. That would meet your needs, would have a rate, I mean, then we're able to discuss it. What is the issue of going out to RFP? Because with that letter of termination to an extent, I think it's looking at, okay, are there other providers? Though we've had this 35-year record of it, if it's not working as it currently is, do we want to see all the options on the table? And you'd then be able to make the pitch to say, well, we are the best qualified. Here's our rates. Your rates would be more competitive. Here's what we offer. And we could review that. So I don't quite understand the issue with going to an RFP, because it's not saying we're not going with Manteca. It's saying we're going to choose the best one for our residents.
And I think that from the history of this county being rural and looking at the ambulance industry because of your rate increase is a good example. We collect 20 cents on the dollar charged. That's why we went up to 50% increase. And when you look at the payer mix of Tuolumne County and the monthly volume, it is not fiscally solvent to create a good profit margin. And that is how the county inherited this ambulance to begin with, and why Groveland pays a parcel tax to even keep one up there. And now that I know, what I didn't know in November, is that the only other knowledge I know is the hospital needs the ambulance about 30% of the time that it's even on the road to move patients, and also the county needs it for behavioral health. Those are all time on task measurements where 911 calls, you pick them up, take them to the hospital and it's over, and you bill the patient and you get what you get. The other ones, going to San Jose at 4 in the afternoon. A good example, last week I got a request for an ambulance transfer to Castro Valley from the hospital at 2 in the afternoon to a skilled nursing facility. We already had 2 ambulances out of town. I was able to secure an ambulance in Salida under mutual aid to come up and pick up the patient. I played dispatcher, got the discharge planner at the hospital involved. The ambulance is en route with a 1-hour ETA. Everybody's happy. And lo and behold, by the time the crew was about to Riverbank, the hospital had to cancel because the patient wasn't going to be at that facility by 5 p.m. and they don't take patients after 5. So I had to cancel my mutual aid. Then it went out the next day and we got it. So there's so many restrictions in the hospital. They work so hard to get beds for these patients. And then we are getting pretty beat up with the time on task when you run 911s and all that. It's 2,200 square miles with 5 cars. And then when we do get to the patient, you've got to get here, we're going to lose the bed. We're going to lose the bed. And that's kind of a mantra. And I think they do lose beds, but I lost an ambulance that I had available because of the processes that are so challenging right now to place patients and clients. That's the deal.
Okay, I appreciate that. I was definitely looking at
Thank you, sir.
staff recommendation as well on just whether we want to continue negotiations with that, but I do appreciate all the answers.
Appreciate it.
All right, well, Supervisor Brandon had my question, whether you would apply if we put out a RFP. And the way I see it, Bill, is that, we're 2 months into a 6 months cancellation that your company gave us. And so we're going to need to do an all hands on deck approach. 4 months left is not enough to make any decisions one way or the other, and we can't be left holding the bag if we can't work things out with you. So I think we've got to go out to RFP. The one thing that you said that worries me a little bit, and I wanted to voice, is that you said maybe you can make, we're not here to negotiate right now, but I want to comment on this. You said maybe we can make a 1-year contract 2 years. And I have to speak up for the citizens of Groveland who do pay for an assessment for the Groveland ambulance. And they vote for, I think it's 5 years at a time. Right. It used to be 10, but now it's 5. So I wouldn't feel comfortable with any contract with anybody unless it spanned that 5-year period. So I just needed to say that.
Okay, and we only have 4 years left on the extension, so that would have to be worked out for a 5.
Right. So those are my comments.
Sure, and I think that the letter, I've worked with Mr. Boyack for, I don't know, probably 35 years, and never thought the need to have to go there, and it's not my normal procedure. And I've spoken to county admin, and I would think that between now and next Monday, we might be able to give you the direction that you would like to go. I'm here to work with you because I honestly, I have pride in it, but I also think that nothing against our processes of local government or any government, it doesn't happen as fast as you would need. So holding the bag, I've told you, I'm not going to leave until you have somebody to take the keys, whether it's 6 months, 8 months, what have you. But if it did go out to bid, and I know that your mission needs some work on what we should have for a vision, because I don't come in here and do a lot of politicking like maybe other people do. It's just not my style. I'm a private contractor. But I think that we should be looking forward more on other alternative ways to provide care in this community than the old style of you call, we haul. And I know that Medicare and Medi-Cal look at the processes as well, and our crews are trained on that. We want to make sure that we're not taking people in ambulances that had other alternative means. And as far as Groveland, it's been, I don't know how many years, Kathleen, I'd say probably 30. We've had the Groveland tax. I think it was $19 to start. You would think with a 50% rate increase, and I'm not politicking, I don't live over there, although I'm in District 4, maybe we should have a board EMS retreat someday and talk about all these things instead of all the other conundrums that are out there. What, do we want Groveland to pay taxes forever? What about Pinecrest? They quit complaining. Maybe we should have a paramedic on the fire truck. Maybe we should have a first response paramedic in Pinecrest. Anything you do with people, you cut the price in half, but you get somebody there. When I started, I had 180 fire volunteers throughout this county with Bob Kempany at the time and Scott Newman. I think we have about 30 if Andy's got them today, and that's another thing gone under the water under the bridge. So the time of the contract doesn't bother me, but I am prepared, and I've met with my board this weekend to keep this in place. If 4 years, I'd be more than happy to, to accept and discuss that. But as far as removing the letter at this point, I'm concerned if I were to not remove the letter, that the RFP goes out, and of course it's fair and equitable, and I've been through them before, but it's a lot of work for both parties to get to the end. It's kind of like an EMS or a radio study. All the people that know what we need and the source and resources, they're all right here in this room for the most part to make that decision. And I hate to see our money going out of the enterprise fund to get another nice study in living color. I mean, I do have color on my paper today. That's an upgrade for me, but I think it's important to do with what we have in these days and wait and see how long the pandemic becomes until it's an endemic, and we can move from there.
Well, I appreciate your willingness to work with us, but I'm going to hold firm and requesting that our board move forward with an RFP.
Okay. Thank you for your input.
Okay. All right. I will make a couple comments, couple questions, and we'll open up real quick to the public. My question is, if we were to go down an RFP process and say you guys came to an agreement through discussions, would we end the RFP and move forward with agreements through discussions, or would we finalize that through the RFP process?
So as we sit here today, we still have the letter of intent to terminate. So staff would recommend issuing the RFP, and through that RFP process, we will say, here's our current system we have today. We want something that's going to ensure that we have the same level of service and make it flexible to where anybody can provide for that. With that, Manteca could apply, anybody else could apply for that contract, and the negotiations would take place after that, after the contract's awarded. If in fact the MDA does rescind the letter of intent to terminate, that essentially resets the clock, and at that point, if the board would like to continue with a new contract, once the RFP process is done, we, the county, would have to issue a notice to terminate to MDA.
Okay, so we have to go through, am I hearing that right? We have to go through the RFP?
Correct.
Either way, okay.
Yes, if we're gonna make our facilities and our infrastructure available to another contractor because of the benefit that they would get from that, we would have to make it a fair and equitable process. Now, that's not to say that another service provider couldn't come to the area and go through a process to provide services in this area with their own materials. And Chris can speak more to this as far as exclusivity, I can't say it. But somebody else could come to town and park an ambulance on the street corner and start running calls for service, as long as they fall within our guidelines, because we're not making any resources available to them. The fact that we are making our resources, county public property, available to another contractor, we would have to go out for RFP.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna open it up to public. What's that? Oh, Ryan, I'm sorry, did I skip over you?
No, I didn't have any questions. I think actually the questions that I did have were answered by Supervisors Brandon and Half. My main, I wouldn't say one of my main concerns was the Groveland issue as well, because that's kind of, it's a real, I've heard about it a lot from the folks that live up there, and it's not even my district. So I know that it's of a major concern to a pretty big section of the county, and I kind of echo Supervisor Half's comments on that and kind of sticking to it.
Okay, I'm gonna open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment in the room?
Thank you, Chairman Kirk and members of the board. I've never done this before, so I apologize for lack of procedure. I see that I have a time limit there. I'd ask that maybe someone from the public would yield their time to me, or maybe the board would yield some time to me, because I have a little bit to say. Not quite as long as Bill, but a little bit. My name is Cameron Bryant. I'm a resident of Jamestown. I've lived here my entire life. I've worked for Manteca District Ambulance in the Tuolumne Division. I've worked there for approximately 5 years. I've also worked for the state of California with Department of Forestry and CAL FIRE, as well as local districts up here in the fire services. I'm currently a firefighter paramedic with the city of Sacramento. I've worked there for 5 years. I've been well involved in public service as well as just government structure pretty much since my adolescent years, even being a lifeguard for the Tuolumne County Pools. Last time I was in this room was 2005, when the board members here voted to close Tuolumne General Hospital, where both my parents worked. I would urge the board to take caution with making any rational decisions as far as an RFP or looking to outside resources as far as this goes. I would imagine that most members of this board, as well as the members of the county administrator's office, with all due respect, don't have a lot of knowledge into the operational aspects as well as the culture of EMS, as well as first responder, with the exception of Supervisor Goldenberg, with no disrespect. Going outside of this county for services, with the exception of Manteca District Ambulance, you would be seeking nothing but for-profit agencies such as AMR Ambulance, Folk Ambulance, Mercy Ambulance, Medic Ambulance, as well as others. They will not operate in a nonprofit capacity. They have no contracts in which manner would they would be able to operate in the way that Manteca District Ambulance has provided services for 30 years. This is a shortage, and this is a pandemic, and this is a crazy thing nationwide. There are fire departments, ambulance agencies across the nation that are operating with hundreds of employees less. The fire in Philadelphia 2 weeks ago, where we lost 9 people, the department was operating 300 people below capacity. So this is not isolated to Tuolumne County, and I would ask that the board and the county administrator's office would take these things into consideration and just think about the dedication that Manteca District Ambulance, particularly CEO Caldera, as well as the supervisors that sit behind him, have given to this county, who are all residents of this county as well. I'm going to run out of time here, but that's just about as much as I can fit into a 3-minute structure. But I hope that the board, as well as the county, would take into consideration me as one of the constituents, my opinion, as well as many others that are probably not here today. Thank you.
We did a good job speaking, so thanks for coming. Is there anybody else in the room who'd like to speak? All right, nobody in the room. Anybody on Zoom? Nobody on Zoom. Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the board. And I just want to ask one clarifying question. I know I just kind of answered, but I just want to be very clear. As it stands today, there is a termination letter from Manteca that has not been rescinded.
Correct.
And because of that, we have to go out to RFP.
Correct.
Okay. So
Yes, if
So
I
go ahead.
could add, because we still haven't gotten to the staff recommendation part yet.
yes, please. Yeah, let's hear a staff recommendation.
So at this point, with the recent information, staff recommendation would be a little bit different than what's on your board memo. Staff recommendation would be to continue the discussions with Manteca District Ambulance in the event that they do rescind that letter, but also simultaneously issue that RFP. And what this does is this will give staff the utmost flexibility and also ensure that we can get a new contract in place if for some reason the discussions with Manteca District Ambulance do not come up with remedies that fit everybody's needs in this discussion. So really, we're looking for that flexibility. So, you know, the request would be give staff direction to continue the conversation with Manteca, but also issue that RFP to see what other options may be available.
So my question would be, if we issue the RFP, can we then legally pull it back if we decide to?
Correct,
Not-
yes. Just because we
okay.
issue an RFP does
All right.
not mean we have to issue a contract. And just to make it clear, if in fact Manteca District Ambulance does rescind their letter, we still have a contract in place. So at that point, when we get the responses to the RFP, we would, in the event that your board wants to go with a new contractor, then we would have to, as the county, issue a notice to terminate to MDA.
So how long would we give our negotiations with Manteca Ambulance before we put out an RFP? Would we do it both at the same time, or would we give them a little bit of time, and if so, how long?
Staff recommendation would be that, yes, we go ahead and start both simultaneously. We have a draft RFP that is getting close. It still needs some final revision, but the intent would be hopefully to have it out by the end of the week. and it would be out for at least 2 to 3 weeks before we actually request responses. So we would do those simultaneously.
Okay.
Sure.
So, one more question for Bill there. Would Manteca District Ambulance be willing to, under some conditions, rescind that, and therefore an RFP wouldn't have to be issued?
That's my question to Chris. Is this an appropriate place to say yes or no to that?
I think that would be up to Manteca MDA to decide.
Fair enough.
Answer.
Thank you. Okay, yes, Manteca Ambulance would be interested in rescinding the letter, working with county admin and EMSA to amend our last scope of work in regards to the task that the county finds vital, and then discuss the terms of the extension that has 4 years left with it. And the rest of the contract language that is there would be acceptable, minus the annual CPI, which we would live by, that I signed on to 6 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, I do appreciate that. I appreciate Cameron speaking as well, because I think something that's built up over 35 years, it does have value. And I know there's a lot of kind of probing questions up here on this. It's not for a lack of respect for that institution. I think it maybe took some of us by surprise a little bit.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of fun. It goes by really quick with the EMS work.
Yeah. So if it's not rescinded, then I would agree with staff recommendation to move forward simultaneously with both, because we also have to prepare for a contingency where it doesn't end up working out and we have to see all of our options. And then I don't know if it would change it at all, knowing that it could rescind to have a period of time for discussion. Only concern on my side would be that it does take time and effort, as you mentioned on both sides, to put together an RFP. I also wonder if we're in ongoing negotiations with one party that we're already getting service from with a contract, and we put out an RFP, would people then apply thinking, well, am I going to put the effort into a proposal if you're already working with somebody? So it's not kind of a clear, we are looking for somebody new. So anyway, I know that's probably not very clear. I don't know if that changes the staff recommendation at all, though.
That is definitely a risk with the potential bidders, knowing that there is a current contract in place, that it does make it challenging to attract people to bid on the contract.
Sure. Okay, I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to close it out by saying we have a long relationship with you guys, so I encourage you guys getting together, hashing this out. I'll trust, it sounds like the motion will be to continue with the RFP, but with communications, and we'll wait to hear back from you. Does that sound like a proper recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. And, you know, part of me is it's unfortunate that we're here, but I'm kind of curious if we go down the RFP process, we might find out that what Manteca is saying all along is very accurate, but we also could get another conversation. So anyways, we are where we are. We're gonna make that motion. Did you have something to say? I heard you say.
I was gonna make that motion.
So go ahead and we'll go.
I
for
had one really quick last question regarding I'm saying, if the letter is rescinded from Manteca to the county, would it still be staff recommendation to continue an RFP process alongside those negotiations, or would you recommend then postponing that until those discussions conclude?
You're asking if the letter is rescinded, will we continue?
Rescinded, would you recommend still having an RFP?
We would recommend continuing until
negotiations.
Until the negotiations are complete and a new amendment is in place, because again, 6 months to terminate is what's in the contract today is not a lot of time to get that done. So we would recommend until we continue down that road until we actually have an amendment in place.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Okay. So I would move, Mr. Chair, that we adopt the amended recommended staff action with respect to the rescinding of the letter of termination, the RFP, and continuing to negotiate.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Nope. Okay, so motion passes 5-0. Thank you, guys. Okay, that was item 11. We are going to take a 10-minute break to We'll do a 10-minute break and we'll come back to item 12. January 11th, we're going to open the board meeting back up. We did have a discussion earlier in the day on item 12 and the direction from the board at that time. Actually, why don't you go ahead and read item 12 real quick so we make it clearer.
Item number 12, consideration of approving a letter to the California State Insurance Commissioner requesting support for a request to the U.S. Forest Service to immediately implement an agency-wide initial fire attack policy, i.e. extinguish immediately, including adoption of Resolution 11-22 and approving the draft NACO resolution requesting the U.S. Forest Service promulgate the rulemaking process for wildland fire management direction of initial fire attack and immediately implement the initial fire attack plan for the pending fire season and throughout the year.
Okay. So we had a discussion on this item earlier in the day. And towards the end, we started to, well, we decided that Supervisor Half and myself were going to work on some of the verbiage specifically with the NACO resolution. There's 3 or 4 items in item 12 that were proposed, but specifically, we were looking at potentially sending the NACO resolution tomorrow as they have a deadline for a policy discussion at a later time. So I did work with Supervisor Half, try to take in all the comments from the board. I did update the resolution, which we printed. It's in the back. Even while we sit here, there's still a couple typos that we're just updating some periods and crossing out a few little things. So we can get to the final part of it now. But I did want to make sure before we move forward on this discussion, I am aware that Forest Superintendent Jason Kiken, our local guy here on the National Forest, is he on Zoom right now? He is on Zoom. So what I want to do at this time, if it's okay with the board, which I'm sure it is open it back up to public comment so we can hear from Jason. So you guys good with that? All right.
Does he have the updated version of this?
Liz, does he? Probably not, because because we just printed it out. So
okay.
I want to hear from him, and then we can ask questions and if there are any. But Jason, you with us?
I am with you. I don't know if you can see me. It looks like my mute is undone, but not sure my video is on.
No, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. So welcome, and thank you for taking the time out of your day to meet with us.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Board of Supervisors. Always a pleasure to meet with you and work with you constantly. You know, one of the big things in my mind is the great collaboration that we've been able to exhibit here in Tuolumne County over the years. I would consider Tuolumne County and through the Master Stewardship Agreement one of the leading counties in the nation around figuring out shared stewardship. How do we work on this landscape together to protect the things that we mutually care about and what the public cares about? So I just really appreciate that collaboration. That's also extended to Tuolumne Calaveras unit of CAL FIRE. Really appreciate that coordination and collaboration as well on project level work and responding to wildland fires. You know, and so this whole conversation around fire suppression, it's one that is on the minds of so many nationally. Over the last few years, in the last decade, we've seen a lot more fire in the Sierras and in California, as well as Western United States, than what we're used to in a historic basis. There's a multitude of reasons for that increase in fire behavior on the landscape, everything from climate change to 100 years of really active fire suppression that results in a buildup of fuels on the landscape, as well as other pest management practices. And it doesn't necessarily always help to go back and look at what those pest management practices do to be able to say that this was right or wrong. But what it does allow us to do is look at what has worked in the past and what maybe needs to be changed. And so one of the pieces around fire suppression is that our default remains to suppress all fires. All fires are managed on the landscape. We look at every initial attack as a way to look at how best to suppress that fire, either at the smallest footprint possible, or at times looking at the right ridge, road, river, and otherwise where we can best be successful. Now that's been complicated in the last couple of years when we have so many fires nationally. That puts a strain on the number of resources we have available locally. All of our resources in the federal government are essentially national resources. In other words, at times our engines, our crews are sent to other places based on values at risk in other locations. We benefit from that here locally as well when there's fires that threaten things that we care about. And so it's a shared resource. That sharing goes as well to CAL FIRE and our other partners. All of our folks on the ground are working as much as they can to, again, protect the things that we care about. So that's a long way of saying that all fires are managed. We do not, as a matter of course, have a let it burn policy. In fact, over the last 5 years, our national average for success in suppressing fires at initial attack is anywhere from 96 to 98%. That's pretty high. The fires that we hear about are the ones that were not successful in initial attack, and that's generally related to weather, topography, fuel conditions, and when those things align, where fires are really difficult to suppress, that's when they make the news. And we've seen that here locally. I know we've all had those impacts to things that we care about. And so that leads me to one other big point, which is proactive management is at the fore right now. What we're doing here locally in support of proactive management with Tuolumne County, with Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, is working on a really large veg management project, social and ecological resilience across the landscape, which aims to reduce the risk of fire on this great landscape. We won't be able to accomplish all that work today, but in the next few years, by working together, we will change the tide as long as conditions allow us to get there before there's a fire in that landscape. And so couple points to really go back to. One is that all of our resources are national in scope. So we do send people around when there's so much activity on the landscape. At times, that means we have to make some hard trade-off decisions about not being able to respond in the immediate moment. And I know sometimes that creates challenging conversations, but an example locally was when Washington fire was occurring, some resources that were being assigned to another fire were able to stop by and assist on the Washington fire. Same has happened in any other number of fires. And so being able to have that flexibility to reassign people to emerging incidents where there's a need, rather than going to some locations where sometimes we have fires in the wilderness or other areas where there's not immediate values at risk. Sometimes that trade-off can lend itself to a value being at risk further down the road. We're working every day to increase our analytics so that we can better understand fire behavior on the landscape, to understand those trade-offs sooner so that we don't have those longer term impacts. And yet this fire-dependent ecosystem, and one that fire is more resistant to suppression, I cannot guarantee that we'll ever be able to stop all fires at initial attack, regardless of how much we would want to. And that brings me back to the point of proactive management. So let's keep working together. Let's reduce fuels on the landscape. But I appreciate and understand the desire for full and successful initial attack. What I can also add at that point is that what's important to this board, to the public that we both serve, is important to me and employees of the Forest Service. I have employees that have lived here for many decades, lived and worked here. Some of my employees are coaches on teams, are engaged in nonprofits, are active otherwise in the community. And that's because we're part of the community. So we will continue to do our best to be able to have fire not impact those things that we all care about. Though I cannot guarantee that we can be successful at all times, we will do our best in partnership with CAL FIRE, other partners, and the county. And I'll pause there. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Great. Thank you, Jason. And I thank you for calling in and speaking. While you were talking, I was curious, were you able to participate earlier? Or were you able to listen to the conversation earlier? Or were you occupied?
No, unfortunately, I was occupied. I was actually on a call, a national call, working to put on a training for other, what we call agency administrators, which are Forest Supervisors, District Rangers, BLM, District and Field Managers, and the like that we're planning for March. So and it's all in support of the same conversation as how best do we show up and respond to fire on the landscape.
Gotcha. Cool. Well, I just want to say a few things. I'll open up to the board because maybe they'll have questions. But it's hard for me to rehash. I mean, we had a 2-hour conversation this morning, and really what it focused on was, at the heart of it, was the policy more at a national level. As you know, I reached out to you. I think it was 3 or 4 weeks ago because I was thoroughly digging into this and I wanted your opinion on it. And really, one of the points I made to you was that there's a national shift and a move with several other counties, several states, where they're going to be asking these policy questions. There's going to be some legislators who are going to be proposing some things here in the next 4, 5, 6 weeks. And so as I dug into it and I found out more about the policy more on a broader national scale, that's kind of where I, as a supervisor, wanted to get involved. Not so much because I'm completely concerned with here locally. We do have great relationships. We do have great projects, like you had mentioned, the Cerro project, the relationships with YSS and CSERC and master stewardship agreements and the 108 Fire Safe Councils. Like we really have something great here and a model here. So one of my concerns as I spoke with other folks was they don't necessarily have that. And so part of my desire was to be a part of that policy discussion in a bigger, broader level. And I understand, that might mean kind of sticking our neck out a little bit, but really the conversations are coming. And so this morning, Nancy, who I was working with, who's a consultant and who's got 35 years in Forest Service and consulting and whatnot, really the heart of what we're trying to do is get before NACO and start the policy discussion. Because from my very limited understanding, we have forest plans, we have coordination, but there's really no rule at the top level that really is binding to any of that. And so I really wish, Nancy was here because then perhaps you guys could talk a little bit. But I guess what I wanted to relate to you and make it just known to the public is we do have something great here. And as these policy questions or as these policy discussions come about, I'm just of the mindset that I would rather be in the middle of those discussions, not the back end, especially when I talk to other people up and down this state and other states who don't have what we have. And I think we have the ability to get our local residents. I think we have the ability to get local input and hopefully affect a bigger discussion at more of a national level. And so anyways, that was kind of the gist of this morning, was talking about the policy and is there true binding rules that bind a lot of these forest plans and other wildfire. I don't have the actual verbiage in front of me, but anyways, all that to say, thank you. I don't know if you want to respond to that or if just hear from the board. I'm sure our board might have some questions. But what is before us today is we had a resolution from the board. We also had a letter to the insurance commissioner. We also had a rulemaking letter. And basically what we've gotten down to so far today is we're looking at making a few amendments to the NACO resolution and sending it to NACO to basically potentially be looked at to make it a formal policy discussion. It doesn't mean it will take place. It just means we're pitching the idea to have this be brought up by NACO to start the process of a policy discussion. So that's where we're at, and I will open it up to.
Yeah, can I?
What was that? Sure, and Jason, I'll send you while the rest of the board is asking questions or talking, I can send you what we have drafted as far as the NACO resolution. I'm not looking for your approval. I'm not looking for, because again, I understand you are U.S. Forest Service. If you'd like to provide feedback on it, we'd be more than welcome, but I also understand the lines and the rules and all that stuff, so I will open it up to Supervisor Campbell.
I just wanted to, having had some time to think a little bit about this, I just wanted to articulate what I've kind of noticed are a couple of issues with this. Not necessarily the letter, although there are still some, I do still have some issues with that. More so the process that we're undertaking, and I think which has led to this somewhat lengthy discussion about. Typically, I mean, this is part of the reason we have staff and people that have made their careers in developing public policy to help inform what the board does is they're in place to make sure that we can iron out a lot of these details that we're doing right here, kind of making the sausage at the dais ahead of time so that we don't have to use our time and the public's time to do that. And we've kind of subverted that process in doing this. I understand the time constraint, but we can't let fear of missing out, drive what should be a very thoughtful process and a very important decision. And I feel a little bit that's kind of what's happening here is that we're worried about not getting heard at NACO this year within their deadline, and there are many other ways to advocate either individually or as a board for exactly this beyond just NACO. So kind of rushing into it without all the information to me it makes it a little bit challenging for me. I think so the fear of missing out thing I don't think should be a reason to go down this road. And with this letter specifically, I really have hesitance to want to say that U.S. Forest Service is required to immediately suppress all fires on federal lands, excluding prescribed and under control fires, because we don't even do that in the county. There can be situations where you do need fires to either spread for safety issues where there's an area that they can be fought. I'm not the one with the expertise in fighting fires, but I do know that having flexibility in how you fight fires, I think is really critical. And I am a big believer in prescribed burning. I think that's one of the big pieces that we've been missing for decades in our community, and it's led to this incredible fuel loading that we have that's causing a lot of these mega fires. So I think I had one other thing, but those are sort of the chief things that I've been kind of looking at and thinking about since today. But I would be, the last thing I was going to mention is that this particular issue, with absolute respect, I completely understand your position, but it's coming a little bit out of the blue. I know that it's been talked about. I've read it in a newspaper. I've heard about these things in years past, so it's always been on the horizon. But in our county, we've never really talked about this on the board. We haven't talked about it in Fire Safety Committee or Fire Safe Council or any of these other areas. And so it's kind of like this issue is leapfrogging to the very front of the line, and we're expending a great deal of energy and effort into making sure that we get this NACO resolution in on time, when, you know, we could have spent it on some of these other issues that we've had on the docket for a year or more. So those are some of my points and my observations, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at maybe a couple of grammatical changes we might need to make, and perhaps you guys are already on that, and we'll discuss that when we get to the final language. Jason, are you still on?
I am still here.
Okay, very good. So, Jason, this is David Goldenberg. You know, I just wanted to thank you for, you know, joining in and offering some comments. I think that was real important. I know that you and Supervisor Kirk have been, you know, discussing some items. Your statements, you know, about suppressing fires, you know, on the Forest Service side, being very successful. CAL FIRE, you know, has stated goals, suppress 95% of fires at 10 acres or less, and they were very successful as well. And so that did lead to part of our problems, a few loading issues, as a result of those proactive, you know, actions. But you know, you made a comment near the end of your discussion, Jason, that you know, hit home with me, and I discussed it a little bit earlier. Is that agencies try to address all fires and new starts, especially because you always want to make the new one small and keep it from becoming another, you know, large conflagration. But that is done within capabilities. So as we move forward with the language here, you know, I just want to make sure that we address that, because it is not possible, you know, to aggressively put out every fire. You know, there's resource issues, you know, as I talked about earlier, and I think we just need to, you know, make sure that that piece is included. And again, Jason, thank you very much for coming on.
Most welcome.
Supervisor Brennan?
Sure. With what was brought back here, there's still a couple items that I think we should change. In the fiscal urban-rural impact, there's a couple that this might just be the thought on it, but no, this is the amended version. And those ones aren't really deal breakers or anything for me. There is one part of this with the, starts with NACO supports the counties. What's that, fourth paragraph? The last sentence, to date, no forest plan revisions contain other, no forest plan revisions contain other than administrative intent in the land and resource management plan. I wanted to ask Jason, to my understanding in brief discussions with staff, there are a lot of documents that also cover this. It might be a little, I mean, this is where if we were able to go and have a more detailed review over time, we could say that there isn't one, which this basically says there isn't one. And I wouldn't want us to go in there and say there isn't one and then have them be like, actually, there's this policy here, and you don't know what you're talking about, kind of thing at NACO. So Jason, could you respond to that specifically if this is 1, 2, 3, 4 on the amended NACO resolution? No, but I'll read it. It's the statement is, to date, no forest plan revisions contain other than administrative intent in the land and resource management plan, and whether that's true.
So there's an annual letter of intent from the Chief of the Forest Service regarding fire suppression that goes out generally every February to April, depending on the year, that it gives broad intent around fire suppression. And so there's that one piece, but it does not expressly lay out how to manage every single fire. So then that's generally left to each individual forest, of which there's I believe right now 111 Forest Service units that have a individual forest plan in existence. And so this is unfortunately where the it depends conversation comes in. And so depending on when those forest plans were written and how they were, under what plan revision rule they were written, there's differences in how language is provided regarding fire and fire suppression. So some forests do have express language around which areas are full suppression only versus an opportunity to manage fire on the landscape. So as an example, some forests in Region 3, which is Arizona and New Mexico, that have large wilderness areas, not close to any communities. Some of those wilderness areas do have an ability to manage fire at a larger scale because they're fire dependent. And so then the management technique is really utilizing those large ridge systems within the wilderness. There are other natural barriers such as rivers where they exist. So that's an ability on some forests. But it again depends on which forest and when that plan revision was done. And so then what the current avenue to get towards kind of better understanding of what the risks are on the landscape is to use a potential operational delineations process, which then helps identify what the values at risk are, from communities to infrastructure such as water flumes or electrical lines, etc., and what the risk of fire impacting those things are. And then that helps inform kind of how important that initial attack is. And so all things
Jason?
being equal, if you have a large lightning storm that comes over and you have 100 new starts, it helps prioritize, can help prioritize where you send resources, because as was expressed, we can't always react to the same or to incidents in the same manner, depending on what else is happening locally, regionally, and nationally.
Jason,
And,
thank you. I think that answers the question. I was just wondering. So it sounds like there are a number of plans that aren't necessarily unified under one plan. I would hope that language would either be changed to basically, or just eliminate it, because it's not necessary to, I think, what's the rest being said. So I share, I think, some of the concerns that were brought up by Supervisor Campbell, that it's very important we bring in the public and we bring them to these groups that are here and tasked with reviewing it. I know that if we end up taking a policy position that they haven't seen, if I was on, for example, the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, I would feel very disappointed and left out, like I should have had a voice at that. I know that the representative I appointed, I want them to have a voice at that for my district. So this is stretching out of the comfort zone on that. I think if we're doing something without that type of public input and collaboration, because I am really trying to, I know you put a lot of time into this, to meet you with this, to figure out something that we can agree on and not just say no to it based on that, that it has to be kept at a broad level that I think is pretty much we can back up and is within our interests. I know that the draft that I had initially done basically eliminated the first half of the paragraph. It is rephrased a bit, but it seems to just be added to the second part of the paragraph in very similar format. As with that, I think saying that there can be immediate suppression of all fires outside prescribed burning, regardless of local conditions or the expert advice on that fire, I can't get behind that without a lot more discussion and a lot more input. If we were to amend onto there something that says which threatens areas of wildland urban interface or intermix, or something to that language during the rulemaking, I could potentially get behind something like that. I think that nobody wants to see a jurisdictional issue where you're in a neighborhood or you're in a populated area. There is a jurisdictional line, you see a fire burning and you can't send resources to it. But as far as whether we should tell them that in the middle of the forest, regardless of fuel moisture or season, as Jason mentioned, that sometimes if that fire is able to burn, then that might prevent a future much more severe fire, and therefore be in the interest of safety. And I'd want to leave that to the folks that make the best decisions and see how we can support in that.
So I'd like
anyway.
to interject on that real quick. You know, that line, you know, that starts on the last part of paragraph 2, we require the U.S. Forest Service to immediately suppress all fires.
Say request.
I'm just wondering whether we require the U.S. Forest Service to work towards immediately suppressing. You know, again, you know, it goes back to my concern of
Sure.
suppressing all.
It's just a request. Like Jason said, if there's a lightning storm and there's 100, 200 strikes, we all know, I mean,
understand.
we all know that we're not going to put them all out. And of course, it comes down to, like you said, you're looking at the topography, you're looking at the population, where's the communities. The idea is to make a strong request while we go through this policy analysis and rulemaking process. Because until then, it's going to be fair game. Again, I think in Tuolumne County, we got a good thing going, but across the nation, it's not.
Yeah, and I do too. I understand that. I'm just trying to allow this to reflect a little flexibility on the part of the wildland fire management folks.
And in the lightning strike situation you're mentioning, I mean, you're right. They probably would prioritize and some would burn, but that's not what's written here. What's written here is they would put out any fire in any federal land.
We're requesting.
That's not a prescribed burn, no matter the condition or the recommendation. That's what's written.
Right.
So so I'm not going off of what I think is a valid perspective. I have to go off only what is on the sheet that we're actually going to be submitting.
And to that point, that's kind of a sticking point for me too, because what we're talking about is setting a national wildland fire treatment policy instead of focusing more on local control, which I think we have a fair amount of that right now. And we're looking at setting a national standard for fire policy that really, I don't think it takes into account, you know, I don't know, I know a bit about what it takes to fight fire in Tuolumne County, but I don't know how to fight a fire in Colorado or Wyoming or these other areas. And were this to be accepted, it would apply across all, you know, all states and all counties.
That's a good point. I hadn't considered that. You're right.
So, Jason, if this were to go through, let's fast forward 5 years and they say, yeah, you know, the chief already did this. Let's just get that out in the air. The chief has already put this out that in August, hey, you guys need to, you know, stomp out every fire. If this were to go through, wouldn't there obviously be some sort of discretionary based on resources, based on topography, based on communities? I mean, the fact that we're getting hung up on a request to suppress all fires, obviously that's not going to happen. Doesn't that still give local forest supervisors the ability to still make some decisions just with the realities that you guys are faced with and the resources you have?
You know, and we have that ability now based on some flexibility. So it's a matter of how do we walk through a process in a collaborative sense, and that's one of the emphasis areas nationally with engagements that I work on with other forest supervisors and the like, is to work with local communities. And so that's growing in strength now. Now I understand at the same time there's been a number of impacts to communities, and so we can understand where this is coming from, but would suggest that nationally the emphasis is in collaboration and doing as much as we can to have what we internally call pre-suppression plans, so that we can best respond to fires and values at risk, if that helps.
If we pass this and they were to adopt it, right, and we're expecting them to then do currently, I would assume what they're kind of doing, which is make an assessment based on all the info they have, that then they would overrule this. We're kind of betting that basically this is not going to have an impact on their decision making. What the goal of the language of this specifically is to say, no circumstances, that is no longer an option, which then is not allowing them to make the best decision.
Until such time. It doesn't say forever.
Right, it is interim. I didn't mean to say it's not, until the entire rulemaking is done.
Right.
Like I said, I couldn't support that. I would be willing if it was to try and move it to where if it's affecting or threatening wildland-urban interface, which is lives and property, then they would put it out. But if it's out in the middle of nowhere,
Sure.
you know,
We
that's
agree,
adjusting the
yeah.
slider, but not saying you can't use it ever,
Okay.
in my opinion.
But sometimes it starts in a
Yeah, sometimes it,
area, in a wild land area, nowhere near a WUI. And, you know, because it gets out of hand.
Exactly, that was going to be my
Because
comment.
it gets out of
Just-
hand from, like, let's say the immigrant wilderness area or something, and it gets out of hand and it grows to such an extent because it's not put out right away, it reaches the WUI. So these are, and this has happened in California. So this is something that needs to be addressed. I'd like to make my comments right here if I could. This, to me, this letter is a conversation starter for NACO. It is bound to be adapted and adjusted as it moves along, but I think the conversation needs to take place. There is a public perception out there that the U.S. Forest Service just lets the forest burn, and that's not the case. We all know that's not the case, but that is the public perception. So what I feel we need to do is get the conversation started, and this does it. I do understand that staff usually takes this on and works it. Now, we also know, it's kind of like the chicken and the egg. We know staff is overloaded with all of their assignments right now. I think it's admirable that Supervisor Kirk took this upon himself to work the number of hours that he did over his own holiday to bring this to us. And I would like to see some semblance of this move forward to NACO. Now, it may die flat, but I think we've got to at least try. And I was going to ask Jason on that to date sentence if this would be more accurate. To date, many forest plan revisions contain nothing other than administrative intent in the land and resource management plan, as they are not tied to the rulemaking process. I think that's what I learned today, that because they're not tied to anything, it's just a memorandum or something, they don't have the teeth that they need. Would that be a more accurate statement, Jason, if you're still on?
I am still on, and so that's not exactly it. It's
okay.
The original forest plan revision policy was from the 1980s, and from that period of time, there's different rules that have been promulgated over time, and I would I'm not going to name them all because I'm not sure I have all the dates right, but depending on which rule the forest plan was written under, there were a couple of iterations of the rulemaking process for forest plans that did not require any fire suppression type language or intent around which areas to do full suppression versus otherwise. And so there's some plans that do not have any fire suppression language in them.
Okay.
And so it depends on when the plan came out and under which rule they were using.
Okay, so we could possibly say that there is no unified forest plan revision currently.
Nationally, there's not a single forest plan rule that was used on every plan nationally.
Okay.
Not sure that's the best way to determine either.
But I get what you're saying. Yeah, and we did change the wording here in the second paragraph. It doesn't say require anymore, it says request. During the rulemaking process, we request the U.S. Forest Service to immediately suppress all fires on federal lands, excluding prescribed fires, until such time that a balanced approach, I should say approach, not ED, can be attained or agreed to as part of the rulemaking process.
All right, are there any other board comments? Because I think at the end of the day, we just need to we put some revisions to the language, and I think we need to look at those revisions of language and then take a vote.
I had one last question. I
Sure.
just wanted to leave it with the board, and it doesn't need to be answered. But how would we feel if we have a fire here this year with any of these factors that we're talking about today that come into play and we have done nothing? We have not even sent this letter to NACO. I would like to do something rather than nothing, and try to make this work to start the conversation.
Can I speak to that a little bit? 'Cause, see, that's what I'm kind of, I think why, that's a bit of a, I think not a good line of argument, because I think that's the reason, part of the reason why members of the public are seeing so much consternation on this board right now is nobody here agrees that we should let fires run rampant in our forests. Nobody here agrees with that. And so by disagreeing with the language of that doesn't equate to we support destructive wildland fires. And so I just don't want to go down that road that just because this particular policy is not, talking about a wildland fire fuel management project policy on all federal lands, that's very different than saying, this is going to be the thing that we will want to look back on and make sure we would have done if there is a wildland fire that damages our community and kills people. I don't like that line of reasoning.
And I kind of concur with Supervisor Campbell's statement there. I'd rather see that we have some language that makes sense, that, could look to be, put out there. And there are so many differences nationwide between all the forests, and, they have a lot of challenges, because different areas completely, they require different approaches. So I don't want to say that we're just going to do it, to say that we tried to put something in place. I think we need to have some language, and I was okay with the language, on the end of that second paragraph that says requests. But I think we need to, not take that other part as part of it.
Okay, I can count to three. I hear 2 over here, and I hear 3 over here, as far as if we can get the language drafted correctly. So I think we should take a second to see if we want to draft the language, if there's any other changes, and then take a vote on it. So the word that require was changed to request.
And you removed under control before fires.
Yeah, that's already taken.
Right. The fiscal urban rural impact, that's probably fine. It just repeats science-based and formal. It's a very weird sentence.
Okay.
Instead of just saying a plan, but it's not a huge deal. The main one I'd recommend in the 4th paragraph, just eliminating that last sentence, because it's hard to say exactly what they have, whether it's we'd have to say we want a coherent, up-to-date plan. We would need a better sentence. So I just recommend taking it out.
Revisions.
Yeah, and then the last would be
Well, hold on. Let me get caught up with you. So, to date, no forest plan revisions contain.
eliminating the sentence. Because I don't want us to be making any claims we can't be very certain of.
And just making it clear, just so you know, the administrative intent came from the natural resources lawyer review of basically that policy, which it boiled down to administrative intent. So that's a very key word when you're talking about the political discussion.
Resources lawyer?
The one who Nancy works with. So the only reason why I bring that up is because that word administrative intent is basically how they've made, like Jason said, they sent out a memo.
Mhm.
And so
No, I think they.
It's all over the
Yeah,
place.
they
So-
may have one with administrative intent, but we're saying that there aren't other ones, and that doesn't seem to be gelling with what
Okay.
Jason is saying, and I'll respect them too. I just consider them kind of stakeholders.
So is that a deal, or is that a deal or no deal breaker for you as far as that
Yeah,
sense?
I'd want that eliminated.
Okay, all right.
And then the last bit is, and again, this is stretching, because I wish this went through a different process. We've been spending a lot of time on this, and this is because I know this is important to you, so.
Sure, thank you.
The other one would be, I don't love that having the second part, which initially in my draft was in the first part, and I had eliminated. This is talking about the immediate suppression. If it states something to the intent of which threatens areas of wildland-urban interface, I think that expresses our intent while also maintaining the flexibility in that request. And the goal is not to just stop fire, it is to try and make sure that it's protecting lives and property.
And I can't, and I'm sorry, Supervisor Brandon, I can't support that because I know, absolutely know, that fires can start out in the middle of the forest for whatever reasons, whether they be off-road vehicles, campfires, lightning, whatever. And those could remain contained in those areas and, not go any further, or they can just, come out. So we shouldn't, I don't think we should be restricting and saying that it's affecting, the WUI, the urban wildland interface. It's just, it doesn't make sense, to me, understanding this, because they can, and they will.
And to that point, it's not anything new to request that, because the chief put that out in August. The bigger long-term goal is to get to that policy discussion and to get this conversation going. And in the meantime, pause, to best of your ability, knock out everything as quick as you can with the resources you have. And so.
And this kind of pushes the point to hurry up and get the I know the rulemaking process is long anyway, but they want to be expeditious about it so that they can have some kind of a balanced approach sooner rather than later.
I mean, my recommendation on that would be to just stick with the first part, and that we recommend they initiate a NEPA rulemaking process. That includes public input, and we would be a stakeholder at the table, and all of these concerns we could thoroughly vet, bring up, and have incorporated into it. If they do that, I think that is a huge achievement. The second part is a tactical, on-the-ground decision that I just don't want to get into as to telling them, because it's the same otherwise, as we're telling them they can't use this tool even if those experts decide to. And so I'm not comfortable with that.
I agree.
So we could eliminate it, or we could do a vote. I mean, it's up to you how you'd like to proceed with that.
So you would let me read it then. Proposed policy, NEPA urges United States Forest Service to initiate the rulemaking process, NEPA to develop an official wildland fire management policy. This policy is to be developed with counties as cooperating agencies and with public involvement at every step. The NEPA analysis consists of indirect and direct interdisciplinary environmental effects of the of implementation of an alternative wildland fire management policy. Period is what you're saying. All right. So we're all clear what we're.
I agree with that.
So what we're saying, and we're very clear that we are not requesting them to immediately put out fires here in Tuolumne County or any other county across the state until they have gone through this policy process. That's what we're saying. We're not making that request. So I just want to make sure we're clear as far as what we're asking.
I wouldn't frame it that way. Again, I think that going back to Supervisor Campbell's point, if it's framed that way, that's saying that somebody up here, if we don't do this, we're going to have a fire, that somebody up here doesn't care about fire. We all care about this. It's just a matter of approach. We've brought up a lot of other issues that were with this that were not related to whether that's a good policy. It's the way it's come here, the public input. So I wouldn't say that's a fair way to frame it, because that is trying to put some people who are trying to work with you on this policy in a bad light.
Okay,
that
so
I don't think is
I'll
accurate.
jump back in here. I'd like the language of requesting that they suppress, and if you want to bring that to a vote, let's get this done. I would vote for that, yes.
Okay, so we would, what I just read, and then also add During the rulemaking process, we request U.S. Forest Service to immediately suppress all fires on federal lands excluding prescribed fires until such a time that rulemaking and NEPA, during rulemaking and NEPA during the rulemaking process. NEPA analysis. Okay, so I'll put that back up there, and I made there's a few dots and few, I mean, that was it as far, there's a few grammar things that I did.
Administrative intent.
Can you read that last sentence again? During the rulemaking
Okay.
process, we request.
During the rulemaking process, we request the U.S. Forest Service to immediately suppress all fires on federal lands, excluding prescribed fires, until such time that a rulemaking and NEPA analysis during the rulemaking process.
No,
That's
such
not-
time that a balanced approach can be attained or agreed to as part of the rulemaking process. Right?
Until such a time
Yeah.
that did I accidentally delete that then? Okay, until such a time that a balanced
That a balanced approach
approach
can be attained
can be,
or agreed to.
how about just attained? It's the same thing.
Okay, same thing.
Can be attained.
As part of the rulemaking process.
Part of the rulemaking.
Process.
I would add NEPA in there, as that's part of the
Yeah,
analysis that needs to be.
We've already said NEPA above. We don't need
Did
to
we?
be redundant, just as
Okay.
part of the rulemaking process.
Rulemaking
period.
process, okay. Rulemaking process. Okay, so I will read this for the last time. During the rulemaking process, we request U.S. Forest Service to immediately suppress all fires on federal lands, excluding prescribed fires, until such a time that a balanced approach can be attained as part of the rulemaking process. Okay, so we will take this to a vote. So I'll look for a motion.
There was another section. Are we voting on the entire thing, or are you voting on that amendment?
Took out to date no forest plan revisions.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that is still in
Oh,
the
I'm sorry, it is in here too. So what are we taking
recommended
out?
language.
I will take that sentence out. To date, no forest plan revisions contained. So that sentence is going goodbye. Thank you for that. Okay. So I will, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move.
And this is specifically for the NACO resolution.
Yes,
only.
I'll move that we approve the NACO resolution as just amended.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. So I'll do not a roll call. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
And any abstain?
You said a no?
Did you say no? Okay, so I have, motion carries 3-0, Supervisor Half, Kirk, and Goldenberg, and noes are Campbell and Brandon. Thank you guys for working through this with me. I'll work with our board clerk to get it submitted to NACO. I want to quickly, there were several items for item 12, so let me pull it back up here real quick. Where's my... What I was hearing from the board, loud and clear, specifically, if we're gonna send a memo as a board, or create the memo that I wrote for the board, not for NACO, but for the board, really, we wanna have more in-depth discussion, more analysis, more discussion with our Natural Resources Committee, Fire Committee, so I would suggest that we pull that item, we don't vote on it, and that potentially bring it back at a later time once we get some of those thoughts vetted in there. There is the insurance letter, so I will put that to vote as it is. So I will put forth a motion that we send the insurance letter to Ricardo Laura in hopes that we can gather some support from the insurance side, because again, this whole policy discussion was the result of trying to find solutions for insurance. And so if we could get some of the Western Region insurance commissioners to support what we're doing with NACO, I think that'd be fantastic. So I will put forth a motion that we send the letter, and I'll look for a second. And it dies for a lack of a second, so thank you. Okay. And then finally, the rulemaking item. So this is basically, let me pull this up real quick. The rulemaking item is basically some in-depth policy questions. So a lot of the questions, I don't know if you guys read the letter, but a lot of the questions that we had were actually these specific, were those questions asked at a higher level. So I assume you guys have had time to read it. If it's something that we want to send, this would be a great time to start those policy questions if we want to wait.
What is it for?
What is it? What's the best way of explaining it? Let me see here.
I mean, I read it, but I don't understand.
I would personally request we just leave it at the NACO
Okay.
and take up the other matters at another time.
That's fine. That's
I
kind of
agree.
where I felt you guys were headed. A lot of these questions are, were through Nancy and her organizations. This is really where you get to the heart of the policy questions, trying to get answers, trying to get solutions. So I would recommend then that I'm not hearing it, so I don't think we need to take a vote. We'll just see how the NACO discussion goes. We'll see if they pick that up. And then I think if they do pick it up, at that time, that would be a place where we start asking these specific questions.
And I wanted to make one final comment. You know, this is not the way this board normally does things with regard to not getting more public comment than we got today. This was kind of rushed, and we all acknowledge that. And if it does gain traction with NACO, it will come back, and we will have time for public comment, lots of it, and we'll expect that.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate you guys. This is my first board chair meeting.
So one final comment, maybe I'll pose it to county council.
Sure.
For the rest of the items on the agenda, do we need to pull them or something to make it official that we're not considering them? Or
No, it
we
sounds
just let
like
them-
the only one that might come back later is the wildland fire resolution. Is that accurate, Supervisor Kirk, or no?
I think any of them
That's
can come back.
the memo. That's the board. Let me see here.
You had a board resolution that you had proposed, so I thought you said that one
Right,
was
this is the
potentially
board
coming
resolution,
back.
yeah.
Okay.
So I was, what I would suggest is that we submit this to NACO, we see if NACO, actually, we have until June, until they're gonna decide. We could, in the interim, do we want to spend time on this resolution as far as looking at things locally, or do we want to postpone? I guess that would be the question. So,
Your board could decide that you don't want to take any action on any of them. I mean, if you don't take any action, it doesn't prevent you from bringing them back later. But if you absolutely do not want to take any action, you certainly could make a motion and vote on that.
so then I guess what I would propose is the fire advisory committee maybe look at this resolution, the natural resources committee could potentially look at this resolution, and we could start some conversations based on the information in there.
Well, my only concern with that, we do have the workshop coming up in February.
Sure.
This seems like we're just talking about, okay, does that policy exist? It's a 2,000-page document. I think somebody was saying it's a 2,000-page document. I'd want to know before I signed off saying this is, before we do our priority session, we want staff time into this, away from, say, the vegetation management ordinance. You mentioned some of these things we've been working on for a while that are kind of still going. What's the time and resource commitment? This is getting very deep into a lot of the staff work. We're trying to keep it at a strategic level, just to make sure that this isn't aligned with our priorities coming up for the year. So, I mean, it's coming up in less than a month. We're going to be able to then potentially get that onto our priorities where we can actually allocate time for it. So that's where my thoughts at with it.
Okay. I think what I'm hearing from the board, the majority, is we're going to submit this NACO thing. We're going to let that run its course, and in the meantime, we'll reevaluate at our priority meeting where we might want to put some of our time and energy. And I'll bring this up and we'll discuss it. Does that sound like a plan? So thank you guys. Like Half said, this was extremely a lot of work. It came here quick. It's not usually the way we operate, but based on the timeline I had, I want to thank everybody for being understanding and being reasonable up here. And I came here with 4 or 5 items, and we walked away with 1, and that's how it works. But I appreciate you guys' input and doing everything we can to govern effectively. So thank you guys. And we are going to do reports. Sure. Do you have a report? Can we do reports and then close? Yeah, we're going to do the close. Yep. Yeah, we're going to do the closed session item immediately after reports. CIO's office, you have anything to report? Okay. Let's try and keep it quick for time's sake. Go ahead, David.
I'll pass.
All right.
Give me a second.
I'll go.
Half.
I'm ready. Put this on.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, I do have something.
Okay.
I met with a constituent in Groveland who will be having a soft opening for their new business it's called the Grove Mercantile. It's in the Mountain Leisure Center, right there on Main Street. The soft opening is this week. It's a mercantile, and eventually it will be an ice cream shop as well on one side, with unique small handmade batches of ice cream, including vegan ice cream options, as well as dairy. So it's kind of a fun thing, and I know I've had people say, we stopped for ice cream in Groveland after we went to Yosemite and there was no place, so this is going to be great. And it's a young couple, they're vibrant, and they're very excited, so I'm hoping the best for them. I had an update from the owner and the developer of the Yonder Yosemite property in Big Oak Flat. That's the SCAR property, where they gave me a where they are at type thing. And they hope to come to the Planning Commission maybe as soon as next month. So that's on tap for the near future. I had 2 meetings with Bill Caldera and staff last week, as you heard, for Manteca, really looking for a resolution. I had a meeting with Supervisor Brandon and Trinity Abela from Habitat for Humanity regarding a potential housing symposium later this year. So we're still working on the details for that. More to come. Been working with Health and Human Services on the Groveland assessment. That's a tax measure for the ambulance, and the town hall that was supposed to be presented later in January. Well, obviously, we pulled the January meeting because we don't want it all about, well, are we going to have an ambulance? So we want to make sure that when we do have the meeting, it's about the FAQs and about educating the public about what they'd be voting for. So that town hall, it will probably still be virtual, is moved to March 16th. And then we'll have another one in May in person. I had an interview with Tracy Peterson this last week for Mother Lode Views that will, I guess, occur this coming weekend. And wrote a letter of support for YARTS to receive grant funding for lots of different things if it comes to fruition. And both Supervisor Campbell and I signed this letter of support. And that's it.
Thank you. And I'm going to skip and go to Supervisor Brandon.
Great. You last week also had a really great meeting with BJ Hansen, Motherlode Views. He told me I had a face for radio, and we had a great 30-minute conversation. And that was really nice. I really appreciate Clark Broadcasting for providing that opportunity. And I wanted to give a shout out to the underdog of our meeting. Didn't say a word, but Guy McCarthy sticking with us through pretty much most of the day there with the Union Democrat too. So I really appreciate their coverage and helping us just engage with people. I mean, they do a really good job with that. Also mentioned by Supervisor Half, the meeting for a potential housing symposium. The chair of the incoming chair of the Housing Committee, and one of the top issues in the county. I'm really excited about what we could potentially bring. Just a lot more people, a lot more ideas together. I think a lot of times we find out all these people are working on the issue, but they're not working together, or they need something, but they don't know who else can provide it. And hopefully it can be able to help. Had our meeting with behavioral health, which ended up, we're all very excited, and we're hoping for, I think, that Tammy would end up being appointed. So a lot of looking forward to that. Had a couple discussions about upcoming fees and how things are going with development as well. And let's see, meetings about the vulnerable communities assessment that we had earlier, looking at some of the areas which weren't narrowly kind of defined as suburbs, but were exceptionally suburb-like and vulnerable places in my district. One example being Peppermint area off of Rawhide is very high risk. So a number of those communities reported in. I went out to north of Columbia on Ibar. I go check out the recreation area and talk to the basically campers that have been occupying there that everybody's been seeing online. Yeah. Talking to them and trying to see, get a better feel of the on-the-ground situation. I have that issue as well as in front of Jamestown. There's obviously an encampment and a trash issue there. which has been and is in the code compliance process, trying to figure out how we can do a better way until we get our codes up to be able to address this stuff, because it just sits. It goes to a corporation sometimes or a government bureaucracy, and then it just stays there, or they don't take action to remove it. So working on issues like that. Had a couple transition meetings with folks on the Commission on Homelessness. Gave a presentation to the Mudload Nuggets at the gun club meeting, and Mudload Gun Club, which has really great meeting facilities, by the way. I need to tell Tracy and them if we ever need to maybe ask. And then lastly, attended for the first time the Tuolumne County Farm Bureau meeting as well, and looking to regularly attend that into the future as well, and a meeting with Chicken Ranch. I had one final thing that I wanted to request to the board and to anybody that's watching. There is the, as we heard in the Transportation Committee when I subbed in, from Caltrans, the Clean California Initiative. We are pursuing as a county, I think right now, 3 different grants for our area. They're pretty substantial to be able to put together. One of them, if you've been in Jamestown recently, you know the sidewalks. It's a huge issue, and it's part public, it's part private. There's utilities, there's trees. It's really going to need something like this to fix it up. We're asking for, through Public Works, any letters of support to just endorse the project that can be attached with the grant application. It does make a difference. So anybody that feels strongly about that, I've written one. I'm reaching out to local stakeholders, but if you're willing to sign on to that, I think it does make a difference to show that it's a united front and people really want this. Thank you.
Yeah, I've just one thing I wanted to mention. So in addition to the YARTS letter, I also met with Maria Herrera, who's the Central California Regional Director for representative for Governor Newsom's office, and basically we had scheduled a half-hour conversation, which turned into an hour and 20-minute conversation about all issues related to Tuolumne County. We kind of on my side of things, the things I just started bringing up with her were related to the emergency temporary standards that come through Cal OSHA, and how those don't match the CDPH guidelines with respect to COVID-19, and it's putting local jurisdictions in a really difficult position. We also have difficulty with state mandates and no tools for local municipalities to enforce them. Again, putting the local level at sort of the tip of the spear for these things without a lot of the resources to actually implement them. Also talked about the public contract code, which I think holds back our public works department in many ways, in that much of the work that we do, any work that we do as a county for public roads over and above $60,000, we have to contract out. And much of that work could be done in-house for vastly cheaper. In fact, if you look at the Peaceful Oaks interchange, we could have saved about $1 million on that, just doing that in-house. And that's money we could have spent on any number of other projects that I'm sure we all hear about. One thing that was of significant interest to the governor's office and that we talked at length about was the homelessness issue. And of course I directed Ms. Herrera to contact each of you. I gave her all of the contact information for each supervisor and encouraged her to reach out. They're very concerned about homelessness statewide and wanting to know what our county is doing. And so I did my best to kind of cue them up on the situation in Tuolumne County, which, you know, like other counties, we're struggling in a lot of ways. So just wanted to kind of give you an overview of that conversation I had.
All right. Any other comment? Thank you. Okay. Well, then we're going to go into closed session. You want to read the closed session item?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Board Clerk.
Item number 13, closed session, conference with labor negotiators Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Eric Earhart, Assistant County Administrator, and Paul Lohr, Human Resources Director and Risk Manager, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
All right, and do we expect to report out? All right, well then, public comment. Oh, my blue card. Do we have any public comment for everybody in the house or at home eating dinner? No. Okay. Anybody on Zoom? Nope. Thank you, guys. That concludes this portion of the meeting. We doing it in here?